Hello, my dear listeners. A very warm welcome to another special release here on the Josiane Audiobooks channel. Today, I have the joy of bringing you a complete and fascinating work, Between Two Souls. This book is a classic romance, written in France in the early 20th century by MDelly. It is a profound story about the strength of faith, the power of sacrifice, and the birth of an unlikely love, which I, Josiane, translated with much care, line by line, from the original French into English. This is an exclusive and never-before-heard version, created especially for you. All rights to this translation are reserved by the channel. Prepare to be moved by the sweetness and steadfastness of Valderez, and the transformation of the proud Marquis de Ghiliac. Before we embark on this journey to the beautiful castles of France, please, do leave a like on this video. It helps our channel grow immensely. If you are new here, subscribe and click the bell icon so you do not miss any updates. And of course, comment down below. I love knowing what you think of our stories. Now, settle in, relax, and let us begin the reading. Here is Between Two Souls by MDelly. Between Two Souls. MDelly. Chapter 1. The members of the prestigious Jockey Club had just celebrated, on this very evening, the quite recent election of the Marquis de Ghiliac to the French Academy. He was the celebrated author of delicate historical studies and psychological novels, whose high literary value was indisputable. In one of the luxurious drawing rooms, a group composed of the most aristocratic members of the circle surrounded the new immortal to bid him farewell. The night was advancing, and only the relentless gamblers were likely to linger any longer. Of all the men present, none could boast of equaling, even slightly, the being of harmonious beauty and supreme elegance that was Élie de Ghiliac. His face possessed superb and virile lines, with a complexion slightly matte. He had a fine, mocking mouth, and brown hair with large, natural curls. His eyes were of a dark blue, and their beauty was as famous as the works of Monsieur de Ghiliac. His tall, slender stature, and that entire ensemble of supple grace, of haughty courtesy, and of patrician distinction, made this man of 30 years a being of incomparable seduction. This seduction was visibly exercised upon all those who surrounded him at this moment. They exchanged handshakes with him, retorting, some wittily, others flatly, to his sparkling words. His wit was of the finest, most exquisite French spirit, indeed, a true fils. This was remarked once more by one of his relatives, the Count d'Ussel, a man of a certain age with a spiritual and fine appearance, as he leaned towards the ear of a young Russian, an intimate friend of Monsieur de Ghiliac. Prince Durkheim approved with an enthusiastic gesture, directing his clear and frank blue eyes towards this friend whom he admired blindly. At that moment, Monsieur de Ghiliac, having satisfied his duties of politeness, advanced towards Monsieur d'Ussel. "Do you have a carriage, my cousin?" To all the gifts received from heaven, he added a warm voice, with singularly charming inflections, and he knew how to play every note of it with incomparable suppleness. "Yes, my dear, a taxi awaits me. Would you not prefer that I drop you at your home on my way? I accept with pleasure, all the more so because I greatly appreciate your automobiles. Come then, and use it this evening. Until tomorrow, Michel? I shall expect you at 2 o'clock. Agreed. Good evening, Élie. My respects to Madame d'Ussel, Monsieur." The young Slav shook the hand of the Count and of Monsieur de Ghiliac, who moved away and exited the drawing rooms. Outside, an electric landaulet, a small marvel of sober luxury, awaited the Marquis de Ghiliac. He entered it with his relative, tossed Monsieur d'Ussel's address to the footman, and then, sinking into the silky cushions, murmured in a tone of ironic impatience, "What a stupid chore." Monsieur d'Ussel tapped him on the shoulder. Jaded by compliments, by incense, by adoration. Ah, what a man! Monsieur de Ghiliac let out a brief burst of laughter. Jaded by everything. But, if you are willing, let us speak of serious matters, my dear cousin. Since we are alone, I am going to ask you for a piece of information. I do not know if I told you that I was considering remarrying. No, but I learned indirectly that the Duchess de Versailles appeared quite distressed, because you pitilessly evicted her candidates. Candidates chosen, however, from among the best our aristocracy has to offer, in every respect. Perfect women. But I have my ideal, what do you expect? Monsieur d'Essel cast a surprised look at the handsome face where the dark pupils sparkled with bewitching irony. You have an ideal, Élie? The Marquis let out a small, mocking laugh. In what tone you say that to me? I seem to astonish you prodigiously, and I suspect you believe me incapable of entertaining, in my skeptical spirit, the little blue flame of any ideal whatsoever. But the word is improper in this circumstance, I recognize it, for it is simply a question of a marriage of reason. And have you chosen? No one yet, dear cousin. I have not found how to say it? My dream. No, that is too ethereal still. My type. That is vulgar. Well, simply what I am looking for. Good heavens. You are difficult, my dear. All women are at your feet, and you know in advance that the happy chosen one will be the object of ferocious jealousies. One will not have much cause to envy the one who becomes my wife, retorted Élie quietly. Monsieur d'Essel looked at him with a slightly alarmed air. Why is that, my friend? Élie had again that little mocking laugh which was habitual to him. Do not go believing I have the intentions of a Bluebeard. Although people have told rather pretty stories of that genre regarding Fernand, he added with a slight shrug of his shoulders. I let them speak, it was so stupid. Today, I imagine they speak of it no longer. To return to the future Marchioness Élie de Ghiliac, I simply wanted to put forward the idea that none of these ladies would perhaps be very pleased to lead the serious, retired existence that I destine for my second wife. The stupefied expression of Monsieur d'Essel must have been amusing to see, for his cousin could not help but laugh. It was a very young, very frank laugh, without any mixture of irony this time, and which was quite rare for him. You wish to retire from the world, Élie? Why no, not me. I am speaking of my wife. Come now, I shall explain myself. He sank a little further into the cushions, with a nonchalant movement. Under the soft glow of the small electric lamp veiled in pale yellow, Monsieur d'Essel saw his deep eyes sparkling, shaded by his lashes. I do not need to teach you that my first marriage was an error. Never were two characters less made to understand each other than that of Fernand and mine. We both suffered from it. And I promised myself never to restart an experience of that kind. I intend to remain free. And yet, I wish to remarry, in order to have an heir to my name, for I am the last of my line. This is the principal question. Furthermore, I would not be displeased to give a mother to little Guillemette. Her health, it seems, leaves much to be desired, and her tutors and governesses cause so much trouble for my mother, due to their continual changing. So, Élie. So, dear cousin, here it is. I want a young person who is serious, who loves children, who detests high society, who is happy to live all year round at Arnelles, and who is content to see me from time to time, without believing she has the right to ever demand anything of me. I want no frivolity, no intellectual or artistic tastes that are too pronounced. I need a serious woman, of average intelligence, but of good sense. And not sentimental, above all. Oh, sentimental women, the romantics, the overexcited ones, and the tears, the nervous crises, the scenes of jealousy, those exasperating scenes with which poor Fernand gratified me every time an idea passed through her head. His voice took on intonations that were almost hard, and a glimmer of irritation appeared, for a few seconds, in his gaze. But, my dear friend, it is a safe bet that any woman, however serious she may be, will be enamored, and deeply enamored, of a husband such as you, objected Monsieur d'Essel, smiling. It is inevitable, you see. I hope, if she is such as I wish her to be, to make her understand the uselessness and the danger of a sentiment of that sort. Addressing it to me, who will be forever incapable of sharing it, replied Monsieur de Ghiliac. A reasonable and non-romantic woman will grasp immediately what I expect of her, and will still be able to find some satisfaction in a union of this genre. Now, let us come to the information I wanted to ask you. Do you not see, among your relatives and your numerous acquaintances in the provinces, someone answering to my requirements? With conditions like those, it will be devilishly difficult. Do you know, my dear, that it would require a woman of almost superhuman reason to accept living on the margins of her husband's social existence? To see herself relegated all year round to Arnelles, when she could be one of the most envied women on earth, and taste all the pleasures that a fortune such as yours procures. I agree, and at heart, I almost despair of discovering her. However, a chance occurrence. A young girl who is very pious, perhaps. A pious young girl will hesitate to marry an indifferent man like you, Élie. That is possible. However, I forgot to tell you that I insist essentially on that point. A strong piety, in a woman, is the best of safeguards, and the primary guarantee for her husband. But you do not admit that she might demand reciprocity, said the Count with a slight, sly smile. However, it generally happens that a very Christian young person insists on finding the same sentiments in her spouse. That will be, therefore, yet another difficulty. Ah. You are going to discourage me, said Monsieur de Ghiliac in a tone half joking, half serious, while seizing between his fingers the rare flower which, detached from his buttonhole, had just slid onto his knees. Come now, search well in your memories. My cousin and you have, over there, in Franche-Comté, in Brittany, in the four corners of France, a quantity of young relatives, of young friends. Yes, but none appears to me apt to realize your wishes. A man such as you cannot want a little goose like Henriette d'Erquy. No, no goose, my cousin. Odette de Carigny is rather plain-looking. That is not my concern. Do you insist on a beauty? Why, I do not want one, on the contrary. A pretty woman is almost necessarily a coquette, she would want to become a socialite. No, no, none of that. A young person who is not frightening to look at, distinguished above all, I insist essentially on that, well brought up and of an even temper, docile. My dear friend, you are demanding. Let me see. Let me see. Monsieur d'Essel rested his forehead on his hand, as if he were attempting to draw out an idea, a memory. Élie, in one of his UN-gloved hands, crumpled the sulphur-colored flower. An exquisite warmth reigned in this upholstered interior, where floated a strange perfume, subtle and intoxicating, which impregnated all the objects for the personal use of Monsieur de Ghiliac. Monsieur d'Essel suddenly straightened his head. Wait. Perhaps. Would you be indifferent to marrying a poor young girl? But what one calls completely poor, to such a point that you would have her family as your burden? Father, mother, and 6 younger brothers and sisters. The question of money does not exist for me. But all that family would be quite cumbersome. Not too much, probably, for Madame de Noclare, who is always ill, never leaves the Jura region. They all live there in their manor of haute sapins, halfway up the mountain, over there, in the surroundings of Pontellier. Valderez, the eldest daughter, is my wife's goddaughter. Valderez? It was Madame d'Essel who gave her that name? Yes, it is an old name from the region, as you know. It does not please you? Why yes. Continue, I pray you. This child found herself obliged, while quite young, to replace her sick mother, to nurse her, to take care of her brothers and sisters, to manage the house with resources that became smaller and smaller. For the father, an empty brain, lost his fortune, which was quite nice at the time of his marriage, in gambling and pleasures. Now, he leads a needy existence at haute sapins, without having the energy to seek a position that might halt his race towards abject poverty. He is bitter, cantankerous, and I suspect poor Valderez of being anything but happy at home. Between this father who is always murmuring, and this mother weakened in body and will, with the constant worry of tomorrow and the 1,000 cares of the household that fall upon her, I imagine, my dear, that they would consider you there as a savior. What is this young girl like? It has been 3 years since we have seen her. At that time, she was a tall girl of 15 years, neither good nor bad, features not yet formed, a little awkward and still poorly built, but very distinguished nonetheless. Superb hair, delicious little teeth, and extremely beautiful eyes. With that, very serious, devoted in an admirable manner to all her kin, very pious, very timid, ignorant of everything of the world, but intelligent and sufficiently educated. But, there is my business. I had something like an intuition that I would discover something with you. The family is of good nobility, old nobility of the Comté region, pure of misalliances. Monsieur de Ghiliac remained silent for an instant, his eyes thoughtful, kneading the unrecognizable flower between his fingers. According to what you tell me, she would be only 18 years old, he resumed. That is a little young. She would be more malleable. That is true. And if she is serious, after all, accustomed to living in the country, in quasi-poverty, Arnels must appear to her as an Eden. Obviously. And I do not picture her as romantic at all. It is true that with young girls, one never knows. My dear Élie, may I ask you to have regard for one of my little weaknesses by ceasing to massacre that poor flower? Pardon, my cousin, I had forgotten. Lowering the window, he threw the crushed petals outside. Then he turned towards Monsieur d'Essel. That is what is called loving flowers. As for me, these products of the greenhouse, these complicated creations leave me insensible. After having rejoiced my eyes with their beauty for some time, I destroy them without pity. The true flower, for me, the one I have never touched except to admire its harmonious simplicity, is the humble flower of the fields and woods. Monsieur d'Essel opened his eyes wide in stupefaction, which had the effect of exciting once again the slightly mocking gaiety of Monsieur de Ghiliac. Good heavens! My poor cousin, I believe I am revealing unsuspected horizons to you this evening. Élie de Ghiliac become lyrical and sentimental. You cannot get over it, and neither can I, for that matter. Come, let us be serious. We were speaking, not of a flower, but of Mademoiselle de Noclare. Which is all one, perhaps. A flower of the fields, Élie. The mocking mouth had a half-smile. In that case, rest assured, we shall treat her as such. But would it be possible for me to see her photograph? My wife has one, unfortunately dating from 3 years ago. I shall send it to you tomorrow. With the exact address, I pray you. From the moment I decided to remarry, I want to be done with this bother as soon as possible. Therefore, if the physiognomy pleases me more or less, according to the photograph, I leave for the Jura to see this young person. But I would need a pretext to present myself to Monsieur de Noclare on your behalf. I shall give you a note for him, giving as a motive for your journey the desire to consult old chronicles that he possesses, and of which I have spoken to you. With a view to a forthcoming book. That is it. I hope he will at least have the idea to show me his daughter. For greater safety, my wife will be able to give you a commission, a small object of some kind, that you will be charged with delivering to Mademoiselle de Noclare. Monsieur de Ghiliac made an approving gesture. Very good. This young girl has good health. Excellent. There is no hereditary disease in the family, I can assure you. That is a point upon which I could not have compromised. Decidedly, I shall perhaps find my business there. Silence fell again between them. Monsieur de Ghiliac played negligently with his glove. From the corner of his eye, his relative watched him, looking perplexed and curious. So, no ideal, Élie, said Monsieur d'Essel suddenly, leaning towards him. The eyelids that Élie held slightly lowered lifted, the dark eyes sparkled, and Monsieur d'Essel, stupefied once more, saw a flame pass there which seemed to suddenly illuminate the entire handsome face, which had become very grave. I have at least one. The fatherland, said Monsieur de Ghiliac in a calm and vibrant tone. Decidedly, poor Monsieur d'Essel was falling from astonishment to astonishment today. It was, moreover, the custom of the elusive enigma that was Élie de Ghiliac, to startle people by the strange leaps, apparent or real, of his ideas. Ah, very good, said the Count, seeking to recover his wits. That is a very noble ideal, that, one of the noblest. And perhaps you have others? Perhaps. Who knows? Everything happens. Suddenly, the skeptic reappeared, the gaze became ironic and impenetrable once again. The automobile stopped at this moment before the residence of Monsieur d'Essel. The latter took leave of his young relative, and, with a step still alert, reached the 3rd floor, where his apartment was located. Upon entering his home, he saw, through a half-open door, a ray of light pass. He advanced and penetrated into his wife's bedroom. Madame d'Essel was in bed and reading. At her husband's entry, she turned towards him her cold and distinguished face, the expression of which was softened by a smile. "You are not sleeping yet, Gilbert," said Monsieur d'Essel, approaching. "Impossible to find sleep, my friend. Did you pass a good evening?" "Excellent." Élie was particularly in good form, this evening. You imagine what his conversation was like. What an extraordinary being. Just now, coming here, for he brought me back most amiably in his carriage, he completely dumbfounded me. Tell me about it, if you are not too pressed to reach your bed. Why, not at all, assured Monsieur d'Essel, installing himself in a comfortable armchair at the foot of the bed. Ah, you would never guess what I have just learned. Perhaps your goddaughter, Valderez de Noclare, is on the point of making an unheard-of marriage. Marvelous. Madame d'Essel looked at him with a profoundly astonished air. Why do you speak to me thus, point blank, of Valderez, when the question is of Élie de Ghiliac? The Count rubbed his hands together, laughing maliciously. You do not understand. It is quite simple, however. Élie is looking for a second wife, and I indicated Valderez to him. Madame d'Essel let out a gesture of stupefaction. You are mad, Jacques. What does this joke mean? A joke? Not in the least. The proof is that I have a mission to send him the photograph of your goddaughter tomorrow. And Monsieur d'Essel, thereupon, recounted to his wife his conversation with Élie. When he had finished, she shook her head. It would be, in effect, a magnificent fate for that child. But would she be happy in a union of this genre? Élie is such a strange nature, so unsettling. No serious criticism has ever been able to be made regarding his private life. One must recognize that, Gilbert. That is incontestable, and we must say it very quickly to his honor. But his first marriage was nonetheless quite unhappy. Fernand was such a poor head, a vain and frivolous doll. Her sentimental exaltations, her jealousy, her pretension to interfere in her husband's work, must necessarily have exasperated a man such as he, who is independence and, one must admit it, selfishness personified. Selfishness, yes, you say it well. And his conduct towards his daughter, with whom he does not concern himself and whom he barely knows. And his skepticism, his ultra-socialite habits, his sybaritism, and, above all, what one does not know of him, what he hides behind the bewitching charm of his gaze, of his smile, of his voice. Then, tell me, Jacques, do you believe it is very agreeable for a woman to see her husband the object of the continual adulations of an enthusiastic feminine court? Especially when she herself would have near him only the effaced role destined by Élie for his second wife? Obviously. Obviously. I do not say that everything would be perfect in this marriage, but do you think, Gilbert, that this poor little girl is happy at home, especially with this constant preoccupation with poverty? Her union with Élie would bring back ease among her kin. And she would live tranquilly in that admirable castle of Arnelles, with a task of affection and charity near a motherless child. She would bear one of the most beautiful names of France, would enjoy the refined luxury with which Élie knows so well how to surround himself. Madame d'Essel interrupted him with a nod of her head. If she has remained such as she was in times past, she is not a nature to find compensations in advantages of this genre. The prospect of serving as a mother to Guillemette would probably be more tempting for her, she who is so maternal and so devoted to her brothers and sisters. Finally, what do you think, Gilbert? The Countess reflected for an instant, passing her long fine fingers over her forehead. It is excessively embarrassing. I confess to you, my friend, Élie appears to me a little frightening as a husband. Monsieur d'Essel began to laugh. Go then and tell that to his innumerable admirers. Ah, it is evident that he will always be the master, for he knows how to make himself obeyed. But he is a very fine gentleman, and I am persuaded that a serious and good woman will never have to suffer from his character, which is very proud, very authoritarian, but loyal and generous. And whimsical, unknown, at heart, admit it, Jacques. If I had a daughter, would I give her to him in marriage? It would be, in any case, while trembling greatly. Me too. And yet, I have the intuition that in him the moral value is much greater than appearances make one believe. Did you suspect, for example, that he was an ardent patriot? Not at all, I believed him rather lukewarm in that respect. Well, he just revealed himself as such to me just now. It could be, therefore, that he conceals other agreeable surprises. But finally, what do you decide for Valderez? We do not have absolutely serious reasons not to lend a hand to this project, Jacques. There are many arguments against, it is true, but many for, as well. This child will be impossible to marry off in her lamentable financial situation. Then, one day or another, they will perhaps not even have bread anymore. In such cases, Sacrifices impose themselves before a solution as unhoped for as a request in marriage from the Marquis de Ghiliac would be. If Valderez is romantic, if she has made even only a few of the dreams habitual to young girls, it is to be feared that she will suffer near Élie. But it is quite possible that she has never taken the time to dream, poor little thing, and that she will accept quite simply this marriage of reason, this sacrificed existence, and the courteous indifference of her husband. In that case, she will be able to find satisfactions in this union. If only to see her kin sheltered from hardship forever, for Élie will show himself royally generous, it is in his habits. For example, one thing will probably be quite disagreeable to Valderez, that is the religious indifference of Monsieur de Ghiliac. He has always revealed himself, in his writings and in his words, very respectful of the beliefs of others, and it is quite certain that his wife will remain free to practice her religion as seems good to her. Yes, but a pious young girl like Valderez naturally wishes better than that. Finally, if Élie decides in this direction, the Noclares will certainly ask us for information on his subject, and we shall say everything, the pros and the cons. It is up to them to decide. Yes, that is the only possible solution. I imagine, for example, that the mother-in-law will not be jealous this time of this young marchioness, as she was of Fernand, who was quite pretty, so social, and dressed admirably. All unpardonable faults in the eyes of the very beautiful and always young dowager. She will hardly have reasons to be so, in effect, if Élie persists in the line of conduct he revealed to you. From the moment his daughter-in-law will not risk eclipsing her even a little, and will not be loved by the son whom she idolizes, she will not take umbrage at her. So, we shall send the photograph tomorrow. And now, good evening, my friend. It is terribly late. Try to fall asleep at last. He kissed the very high forehead where a few wrinkles interlaced, and took 2 steps towards the door. Then, turning around suddenly. All the same, Gilbert, I believe Élie entertains a utopia in thinking he can persuade his wife to have only a moderate attachment for him. I fear it so. And that is what frightens me for Valderez. On the other hand, this marriage would be for them a chance so unheard of, improbable. Ah, I no longer know. Hold on, Jacques. Your extraordinary cousin turns my head upside down and I am quite sure I will not be able to close an eye for an instant. Send the photograph. And I do not know too well what I wish, that she pleases him or displeases him. Chapter 2. Monsieur de Ghiliac, with a gesture that possessed nothing of eagerness, took the envelope presented to him on a silver tray by a servant. At a glance, he had recognized the handwriting of Count d'Essel, and he unsealed it negligently. He was in his study, an immense room where everything was of the purest Louis XV style, and where everything spoke also of the tastes for refined luxury and delicate elegance of the master of these premises. No residence in Paris could rival, in this respect, the Hôtel de Ghiliac, the ancient and opulent dwelling of Élie's ancestors, which he had known how to transform according to modern requirements without removing anything of its noble cachet. A relative of his father, a great Austrian lord, had recently bequeathed him his entire fortune, that is to say, a few millions in income. In such a way that Élie, already quite rich before, could realize his most costly whims, of which he deprived himself not at all. A strange and infinitely disconcerting nature was that one, just as Monsieur d'Essel and his wife declared so well. His best friends, subjugated by the seduction of his person and the superiority of his intelligence, his sisters, his mother herself, to whom he showed an amiable and cold deference, considered him an indecipherable enigma. One found in him the most surprising contrasts. Thus, for example, this man who set the tone for masculine fashion and saw the slightest detail of his attire avidly copied by the elegant youth, this sybarite who surrounded himself with unheard-of refinements, had made, 2 years previously, a perilous journey through an almost unknown part of China. And of all his companions, men accustomed however to this genre of expedition, he had shown himself the most energetic, the most spirited, the most indefatigable in the midst of dangers and privations of all sorts. Just as only yesterday, the skeptical socialite had allowed a glimpse, to the astonished eyes of Monsieur d'Essel, of a convinced patriot. Women surrounded him with passionate admirations, to which, until now, he had remained insensible. He allowed himself to be adored with an ironic indifference, amusing himself only sometimes by exciting, through an ephemeral attention, these feminine jealousies. From time to time, he engaged in a flirtation, which never lasted more than a season. His friends knew then that the novelist had discovered a curious type to study and that they would find it again, dissected with incomparable mastery, in his next novel. A very fine and very biting ironist, he unveiled with a word, in his speech or in his writings, all weaknesses, all ridiculous traits. His sharp mockeries, which wrapped themselves in exquisite forms when they were addressed to women, were dreaded by all, for they disabled even the most self-assured people. Such was this singular personality whom Madame d'Essel was right to find quite unsettling. At this moment, Monsieur de Ghiliac was considering with attention the photograph he had just drawn from the envelope. As Monsieur d'Essel had said, it represented a young girl of about 15 years, too thin, with undefined features, and superb, serious eyes. Thick hair crowned this young forehead where worry seemed already to have placed its imprint. A photograph signifies nothing, especially one as bad as this, murmured Monsieur de Ghiliac. Thereon, the physiognomy does not displease me. The eyes are beautiful, and in a face that is the principal thing. I shall go over there one of these days, and we shall see. He gave an absent-minded caress to Odin, his large fawn greyhound, who approached and timidly placed his long muzzle on his knees. The little black boy crouching at his feet cast a jealous look at the dog. Benaki had been brought back from Africa by Monsieur de Ghiliac, who had bought him at a slave market, and shared with Odin the favors of this imperious and whimsical master. A master good, however, but who did not seem to consider the child otherwise than as a gentle and funny little animal, with whom he deigned to amuse himself sometimes, and who placed an original note in the opulent decor of his study. A servant appeared, announcing, "Madame the Baroness de Brélez asks if Monsieur the Marquis is willing to receive her." "Show her in," said Monsieur de Ghiliac briefly. He placed the photograph on his desk and stood up, pushing Benaki away with his foot, just as he would have done with Odin. The little boy took refuge in a corner of the room, while his master, with a nonchalant step, advanced towards the visitor. She was a young blonde woman, small and slender, of an extreme and very Parisian elegance. Her eyes of a changing nuance, blue or green, one did not know, shone suddenly upon fixing on Monsieur de Ghiliac, while she held out her hand to him with an eagerness that did not appear to exist in him. "I was so afraid that you might have already gone out. And yet I wanted so much to see you today. I have a great favor to ask you, Élie." Robert de Grandies had been the childhood friend of Monsieur de Ghiliac's elder sister and of his first wife. There existed even a distant bond of kinship between her maternal family and the Ghiliacs. Only 2 years younger than Élie, she had, as a child, played very often with him. As adolescents, they rode horses together, practiced all the sports of which Monsieur de Ghiliac was an amateur. He found in Robert the most fervent admirer. He was not ignorant of the passion of which, already, he was the object. But never did he appear to notice it. When, at 22 years of age, he married the eldest daughter of the Duc de Mothercourt, Robert thought she would die of despair. She yielded shortly after to the entreaties of her parents by accepting the proposal of the Baron de Brélez, whom she never sought to love and who left her a widow and nearly ruined 3 years later. The following year, Élie lost his wife. Hope, once again, was permitted. The passion had only grown in Robert's soul. She sought all occasions to meet Monsieur de Ghiliac, she multiplied near him discreet flatteries, coquettish and humble expressions at the same time, which she thought ought to please a masculine pride of that temper. Wasted effort. Élie remained inaccessible. He never departed from that slightly mocking, slightly disdainful courtesy, slightly impertinent, claimed the most susceptible, which he generally showed to all women, joining to it only, for her, a nuance of familiarity authorized by their childhood friendship. "A favor. And which one, I pray you?" he said, designating an armchair to the young woman, facing him. She sat down with a silky rustle, throwing back her fur stole. Then her admiring gaze made the tour of the magnificent room, well known to her however, and returned to Monsieur de Ghiliac who had just resumed his place in his armchair. "It is a thing I desire so much. You are not going to refuse it to me, say, Élie?" She leaned forward a little and her eyes pleaded. Monsieur de Ghiliac began to laugh. "One would still need to know, Robert. Here is what it is about. Madame de Cabrol's is giving a charity fete next month. There is a literary part. So I conceived the audacious project of coming to ask you for a little act, nothing but a little act, Élie. Our fate would have an unheard-of success from this fact alone. Sorry, but it is impossible. Oh. Why? The Marquis's eyebrows drew together slightly. Monsieur de Ghiliac did not like to be questioned regarding the motive of his refusals, on which he was accustomed never to go back. And that, perhaps, because he made them too often under the empire of some whim suddenly crossing his mind. It is impossible, I repeat to you, he said coldly. You will find very well elsewhere, and your fate will have no less success for it. No, it will no longer be the same thing. People would have crushed each other to get in if we could have put your name on our program. That little act you composed for your fete last summer was so delicious. Well, I authorize you to have it performed again. But I would have wanted something unpublished. Something you would have done specially, uniquely for us. Monsieur de Ghiliac's lips parted in a smile of irony. Ah, something done uniquely for you, he said, emphasizing the pronoun, while his mocking gaze made the changing eyes that pleaded lower a little. That is something which would have flattered your vanity, is it not, Robert? You could have said to everyone, it is I who decided Monsieur de Ghiliac to write that. She raised her eyes and said in a low voice, where ardent intonations passed. Yes, I would like you to do it a little for me, Élie. For a few seconds, the dark blue pupils, bewitching and dominating, held themselves fixed on her. This man, who certainly had full consciousness of his power, seemed to take pleasure in the supplicating adoration of the woman who lowered herself thus to beg near him for what he had always refused her. Then a fold of ironic disdain lifted his lip, while he retorted coldly. You are too demanding, Robert. I repeat to you, it is impossible for me to accede to your desire. Address yourself to male Lees, or to Corlia, they will do that very well for you. A slight twitch had passed over the fine face of Madame de Brélez. She sighed, murmuring, it will be necessary, but I had hoped a little. Finally, forgive me, Élie, for having come to disturb you. She rose, readjusting her stole. Her gaze fell at that moment on the photograph placed on the desk. A sudden anxiety passed through it, which Monsieur de Ghiliac doubtless noticed, for a little amusement appeared on his physiognomy. I am on the contrary charmed to have had the pleasure of your visit, he said courteously. Will I see you this evening at the English embassy? Why yes, certainly. May I reserve a dance for you? Yes, but I shall arrive late, I warn you. No matter, you shall always have it, Élie. And I am going to ask you for something else, one of those superb flowers you have there. Oh, I truly do not know how your gardeners in Cannes and Arnelles manage to obtain such marvels. Monsieur de Ghiliac extended his hand and took, from the Sevres flower stand placed on his desk, an enormous pale yellow carnation which he presented to Madame de Brélez. The young woman quickly removed the bouquet of Parma violets, attached to her jacket, and replaced it with the flower which was going to allow her presently to excite the jealousy of her good friends, and which would go afterwards to hide itself in some preferred book, where this Parisian of the 20th century, rebellious and frivolous, but rendered sentimental by love, would contemplate it, and perhaps kiss it. But while her white-gloved fingers attached the carnation to the embroidered lapel of the jacket, her gaze slipped again towards that photograph which intrigued her, decidedly. Élie conducted her to the vestibule and returned to his study. He took the photograph again, considered it for a few moments. She must be distinguished, he mused. That suffices for me. As for what she lacks, I shall form her to my liking. The main thing is that she be docile and sufficiently intelligent. On the desk, the bouquet of violets had remained, forgotten, voluntarily or not, by Madame de Brélez. Élie took it and tossed it to the greyhound. Here, amuse yourself, Odin. He sank into his armchair and watched for a few moments, with a mocking smile, the dog scattering the flowers on the carpet. Then he rang and ordered the servant who presented himself. Take that away, Celestine. And say to harness the coupé, with the bay horses. At that same hour, the Marchioness de Ghiliac was announced at the home of Madame d'Essel. It was Monsieur d'Essel who appeared in the drawing-room, excusing his wife, whom a painful neuralgia kept in bed. I had not seen her, yesterday evening, at Madame de Mothercourt's, and I came precisely to know if she was suffering, explained Madame de Ghiliac. Monsieur d'Essel gave thanks, all the while thinking, what does she want from us? For the beautiful and cold Marchioness was not accustomed to disturbing herself easily for others. They exchanged a few insignificant remarks, then Madame de Ghiliac asked suddenly, "Tell me, my dear Jacques, would you not know, in your country manners in the provinces, some young girl of old lineage, serious and simple, who might make a good wife and a good mother?" Under the lenses of his pince-nez, Monsieur d'Essel's eyelids blinked a little. "A good wife and a good mother? Thanks to God, I know several apt for that beautiful role. Yes, but there would be a particular case here. Élie is thinking of remarrying, Jacques, he spoke to me of it recently. But he would need a young person quite other than that poor Fernand. You know his nature, you know it would be wasted effort to seek to be loved by him. He wants to make solely a marriage of reason, to perpetuate his name and give a mother to Guillemette. He does not need, therefore, a socialite, a frivolous young girl, nor an intellectual or a scholar. Yes, I know he has a horror of that genre of women. It would be necessary for this young person to accept remaining all year round at Arnelles, to care for the child, to never hinder the independence of her husband. She ought to be sufficiently intelligent, for Élie will never marry a fool. I understand. Average intelligence. Pretty. While Monsieur d'Essel posed this question, a glimmer of fine mockery crossed his pale eyes which enveloped with a rapid glance the beautiful Marchioness de Ghiliac. Yes, always beautiful and of such young appearance, although she was several times a grandmother. A slight contraction tightened her fine lips. No, not pretty, above all, she said with vivacity. She would perhaps have, in that case, pretensions of coquetry that Élie would not tolerate. But he would not want a plain-looking woman either. A little regret was perceived in the tone. The malicious expression accentuated itself in Monsieur d'Essel's gaze. Obviously. The contrast would be too strong, he said laughing. I see what you need, Hermione. No, I mean what Élie needs. But I must inform you that he himself spoke to me on this subject, no later than yesterday, and that I indicated to him a young person likely to suit him. Really? Who then? She said quickly. Monsieur d'Essel repeated to her what he had told Élie the day before touching Valderez de Noclare. Madame de Ghiliac listened to him with sustained attention. When he had finished, she asked, "Would you not have a portrait of her? I sent it this morning to Élie. Moreover, it dates from 3 years ago. No matter, one can judge a little. Well, ask your son to communicate it to you, my dear Hermione." A shadow veiled Madame de Ghiliac's gaze for a few moments. "Élie has a horror of one interfering in his affairs," she said in a brief tone. "He has not charged me with finding him a wife. I shall therefore be grateful to you not to speak to him of this step. But I would like to see him remarried, because of Guillemette, and then I always fear lest he let himself go to make some marriage in the genre of the first. There are coquettes so skillful. Robert de Brailles, for example, who, parenthetically, truly compromises herself far too much with him, as Madame de Mothercourt remarked to me yesterday." Monsieur d'Essel had a fine smile. "Reassure yourself, Hermione, your son is not a man to yield before a coquette. One must render him this justice, that he has a remarkably organized head, on which the most skillful feminine maneuvers have no hold. That poor Robert wastes her time, and, what is graver, her dignity. Most fortunately, she is dealing with a true gentleman. But what a sad brain is that of this young woman. Certainly, neither would I have ever wished such a wife for Élie." Madame de Ghiliac began to laugh, while rising. Sad brain, not as much as that. Her passion for Élie set aside, it was a famous dream to become Marchioness de Ghiliac, after having been reduced to living by expedient. And, say then, Jacques, she would make one too, your little pauper from over there, if she became Élie's wife. Yes, the poor child. Ah, that would change Élie. She will have nothing of the socialite, that one, she will probably not even know how to dress herself. Oh, that has no importance. She must live in the country. Monsieur d'Essel's eyes sparkled with malice, while he replied with an imperceptibly sly gentleness. Oh, obviously, that has no importance. None. And, while he accompanied Madame de Ghiliac to the door, he said again. None, in truth. Chapter 3. Snow covered the great courtyard of Hort Sapins, thus concealing from sight the lamentably uneven cobblestones. Just as, on the roof of the old manor, it hid with its immaculate decor the sad state of the slates, and the decrepitude of the stone figures adorning the highest windows. And white also were the deep ravines, and the valley where the village of St. Savinian huddled. White were the fir forests climbing the abrupt slopes, white again the pastures deserted today. Across the courtyard, Valderez de Noclare went back and forth, making the snow crunch softly under her little wooden clogs. She was transporting the linen from the last washing, from the laundry room, an old leprous building, to the kitchen. An apron of very faded blue canvas surrounded her waist, which could be guessed to be of extreme elegance under the old, badly cut dress. Valderez was, in fact, tall without excess and admirably well made. The hood that surrounded her head prevented one from seeing her face, but it was easy to observe that in her housewife's task, she kept manners of an incomparable natural grace. She stopped suddenly in the middle of the courtyard upon perceiving a very little girl who had just appeared on the front steps. "What do you want, my Cecile?" she asked. "Bertrand says it is time for tea, Valderez," said a small, slightly stammering voice. "And Papa is getting angry because he cannot find the key to the attic with the old books." Valderez quickly plunged her hand into the pocket of her dress. "It is true, I forgot to hang it in its place. Come and get it, Cecile." The child came down and advanced with quick little steps. She took the key her sister held out to her, but remained motionless, raising a slightly worried face towards Valderez. "Well, what are you waiting for?" asked the young girl in a mischievous tone. "But Bertrand would really like to have tea." A burst of laughter, deliciously young and fresh, escaped from Valderez's lips. "And Mademoiselle Cecile too, is that not so? Come, go in quickly, I shall be finished in 5 minutes. Do not lose the key, above all." She leaned down to pull back onto the child's shoulders the little cape that was slipping. This movement caused her own hood, badly fastened, to fall. Between the pale grey clouds with which the sky was scattered, a ray of sunlight pierced at that moment. It triumphantly illuminated a face with pure lines, a complexion of marvelous whiteness, and supple, wavy hair of an admirable golden brown. "Valderez, a gentleman," murmured Cecile. Her little finger pointed towards the gate. Valderez quickly turned her head in that direction. She saw, behind the bars, a young man of tall stature, who was completely unknown to her. At the same instant, the stranger, diverting his gaze fixed on Mademoiselle de Noclare, shook the bell with a decided hand. The young girl made a movement to head towards the house, in order to deposit her linen there. But no, she could not make this stranger wait with his feet in the snow. She went towards the gate with her burden, readjusting her hood as best she could. The young man uncovered his head while asking, "Am I indeed here at Hort Sapins, at the home of Monsieur de Noclare, mademoiselle?" Valderez replied affirmatively, while turning the key in the lock and opening one leaf of the gate. "Would it be possible for him to receive me? I come on behalf of the Count d'Ussel." Valderez's serious and slightly intimidated physiognomy lit up immediately. "Without doubt. Monsieur d'Ussel is an excellent friend of our family. Do come in, monsieur." He followed her across the courtyard. His penetrating blue pupils enveloped her with an investigating look, as if to note the slightest of her movements. "Cecile," called Valderez. But the little girl, intimidated, had disappeared. Valderez turned to the stranger. "Do you wish to go up, monsieur?" she said, designating the old shaky steps whose lamentable state the snow hid. "I am going to rid myself of this linen and I shall rejoin you immediately." She moved away, while the young man, climbing the steps, entered a large vestibule with walls of greyish stone, where, for all ornament, could be seen a few old hunting trophies, 3 or 4 benches, and chests of worn oak. "In truth, all this smells of poverty," he murmured, casting a glance around him, while he quickly removed the opulent pelisse with which he was covered and deposited it on one of the chests. Valderez appeared almost immediately, rid of her apron and her hood. She showed the stranger into a large, very bare drawing-room, where remained, as the sole vestiges of a better past, a few rather beautiful old pieces of furniture, and a portrait representing a lord of the 16th century wearing the insignia of the Golden Fleece. "Whom shall I announce to my father, monsieur?" In addressing this question, Valderez raised her eyes towards the stranger. And those eyes of velvety brown, so large and so deep, were the most beautiful that could be seen. They had a striking expression of pride and gentleness, and allowed the pure and grave soul of Valderez to shine through without shadow. "The Marquis de Ghiliac, mademoiselle," he replied, bowing. She gave a slight start of surprise and blushed a little. In her gaze, Élie saw pass an expression of intense astonishment, almost incredulous. The young provincial girl, ignorant of the world, had evidently, despite everything, heard speak of this celebrity. And she wondered with stupefaction what a man like him came to do at Haute Sapins. She moved away with a supple gait, extremely graceful. Monsieur de Ghiliac approached a window. This one looked out onto the garden, at this moment a vast expanse of snow. The Marquis's eyes seemed to follow for a few moments the play of the sun on the white adornment of the fir trees. "He is amusing, my cousin d'Essel, with his photograph dating from 3 years ago," he mused with a slight mocking laugh. "For someone who does not want a beauty, I have landed well. Admirable, positively. And how many of our young socialites could envy the so natural ease, the so aristocratic elegance of this little provincial girl lost in her snows and her fir trees, bundled up I know not how, and occupied with arduous housewife's task. With that, an incomparable moral freshness, certainly, for those eyes do not deceive. An interesting character study to make." He turned around upon hearing the door open. A man of fine stature, thin and distinguished, with graying hair, entered quickly. He too had a stupefied physiognomy, but visibly delighted. "Really, monsieur, what kindness! In this weather." In his surprise, he stammered a little. Monsieur de Ghiliac, without appearing to notice it, explained the motive of his visit in a few amiable phrases and handed his host a letter from Monsieur d'Essel. While Monsieur de Noclare read, Élie examined him furtively. This mobile physiognomy, with soft lines, allowed one to guess the nature of this man. An incorrigible spendthrift, a soul weak and willful at the same time, who had led his kin to ruin and had never had the courage to attempt to swim back up the current. "Really, what a happy idea my friend d'Essel had to remember our old chronicles," exclaimed Monsieur de Noclare, his reading barely finished. "This earns us the favor, as flattering as it is unexpected, of a visit from you, monsieur. Alas, I am no longer a Parisian, but I know what place you hold. Sit down, I pray you. I am desolate to receive you thus. This drawing-room is freezing." In fact, Monsieur de Ghiliac greatly regretted having taken off his pelisse. "If I dared," continued Monsieur de Noclare, hesitating, "we could pass into the family room, the parlor, as the children say. I would have the immense pleasure of introducing you to my wife and offering you a cup of tea. During this time, my eldest daughter would look for that chronicle for you. It is she who knows about these old things, with which I hardly concern myself, I confess. Nothing will be more agreeable to me than to be treated without ceremony, monsieur, and I shall be most happy to present my respects to Madame de Noclare. Then, permit me to warn her." He moved away and returned almost immediately, inviting his host to follow him. They crossed the vestibule and entered a room hung with faded tapestries, adorned with old walnut furniture carefully maintained. Branches of holly and mistletoe escaped from rustic baskets hung on the wall. A few birds twittered in a cage near the window. In the large grey stone fireplace, an enormous log fire blazed, spreading a soft warmth in the vast room. A woman of about 40 years was stretched out on a chaise longue, near the hearth. She turned towards the stranger a diaphanous face, with a dreary and weary gaze, and held out her hand to him with a gracious word murmured in a tired voice. Monsieur de Noclare, very eager, advanced the best armchair for his host, went off in search of his daughter, then returned promptly, like a man who does not want to lose a minute of so precious a visit. He turned the conversation to Paris, to its fates and its pleasures. In his eyes, similar in shade to those of Valderez, but so different in expression, Monsieur de Ghiliac could read the ardent regret that this man of 50 years kept for his frivolous life of formerly. A young girl of 14 years, a little pale and slender, but of alert appearance, appeared soon with a plate garnished with buttered slices of bread. Behind her entered Valderez, carrying a tray which supported the cups and the teapot. "My eldest daughter, whom you have already seen just now, monsieur," said Monsieur de Noclare. "This one is Martha, the younger." Valderez set about serving the tea. Élie, while chatting with the sparkling charm that was habitual to him, did not lose one of her movements. None more than he possessed this gift, precious for a writer, of seizing the slightest nuances in others, while appearing entirely absorbed, however, in even the most absorbing conversation. Valderez came to present him a cup of tea. He took it with a thank you, placed it near him on a table that Monsieur de Noclare had just advanced. Then, raising his eyes towards the young girl, he said to her with a smile, "I must not forget, mademoiselle, the little commission that my cousin Diesel gave me for you." He handed her a very thin packet surrounded by a coquettish ribbon, which Valderez took, thanking him with a timid grace. She went off in search of the chronicle and returned soon with a roll of yellowed parchments. Monsieur de Ghiliac, having excused himself most courteously for disturbing her thus, began to peruse the old papers, all the while continuing to converse with his host. From time to time, he interrupted himself to ask an explanation of Valderez, whom her father had designated to him as being knowledgeable about the antique chronicles of the country. She replied with much clarity and a very great simplicity, although at heart she felt an intense embarrassment before this brilliant stranger whose superb gaze seemed to want to search into the very depths of her soul. "I regret not being able to push my research further in there. I am sure I would discover most curious things in it," said Monsieur de Ghiliac, rolling the parchments with care. "But do take them with you, monsieur. And do not hesitate to keep them as long as you please," cried Monsieur de Noclare with eagerness, who seemed literally in ecstasy before him. "But I would perhaps be depriving mademoiselle," said Élie, turning towards Valderez. She shook her head negatively. "I no longer have the time to occupy myself with these researches. Take these papers without fear, monsieur." He bowed with a thank you, and, casting a glance at the clock, rose, observing that it was time for him to think of departing, if he did not want to miss the train time. He took leave of Madame de Noclare and of Valderez, and left the parlor with Monsieur de Noclare. Well, what is this? Valderez, can you not watch these children?" cried Monsieur de Noclare with irritation. In the vestibule, Cécile and a little boy of the same age were near the chest where Monsieur de Ghiliac had deposited his pelisse, and were amusing themselves by burying their faces in the magnificent fur which adorned it. "But that has no importance, monsieur," said Élie, laughing. Valderez was already there. A little red with confusion, she took the children by the hand and led them towards a neighboring room. These words reached Élie's ears, pronounced in a tone of gentle severity by the harmonious voice of the young girl. "How naughty it is to go touching that gentleman's garment like that," to which a little childish voice replied, "Oh, Valderez, it was so warm, and it smelled so good." "You have numerous children, I believe, monsieur," said Élie while, having donned his pelisse with the aid of his very eager host, he headed towards the door of the vestibule. Monsieur de Noclare gave a deep sigh. 7. And my wife is of such weak health. Without my eldest daughter, I do not know what we would become. She is completely devoted to her brothers and sisters. But finally, she may marry one day or another, although a girl without a dowry, alas, for unfortunately beauty does not always suffice. No, not always. But do not disturb yourself, monsieur. I shall not suffer you to accompany me further. Upon re-entering the parlor, Monsieur de Noclare exclaimed with enthusiasm, "What a marvelous being! What chic! What elegance! Everything I had heard said of him is still below the truth. He is a man to turn all heads. What do you say, Germain?" "Oh, for that, yes," replied Madame de Noclare, whom this visit seemed to have slightly awakened from her sickly torpor. "What a surprise Monsieur Diesel has given us there. Monsieur de Ghiliac is most amiable. And proud, however. He has indeed the right to be. Ah, there is one for whom everything smiles in life," murmured Monsieur de Noclare with a sigh of envy. He began to walk back and forth, eyebrows furrowed, all the while breathing in a subtle perfume which still floated in the warm air of the room. Valderez had just entered and was busy tidying the table where she had served the tea. Her father stopped suddenly in front of her. "Say then, you could well have changed your dress," he said in a dry tone. Do you believe it is proper to present yourself with that old thing there? What opinion must Monsieur de Ghiliac have had of you, accustomed to all elegances? But, father, you know well that I did not have the time. This dress is old, it is true, but clean. And what can the opinion of that stranger matter to us? He saw well immediately that we were poor, which is not a dishonor, if we know how to preserve our dignity. Ah, yes, he saw it. To be obliged to receive a man like him in this miserable house, and with that on your back, he said, designating his old threadbare jacket. His servants would throw me out the door, if I presented myself at his home like that. He shrugged his shoulders and resumed his walk across the room. When Valderez had gone out, he approached his wife. She is extraordinary, that child, to be so little of a coquette. With a beauty like hers, however. Yes, she is indeed beautiful, she becomes a little more so every day. She interrupted herself, hesitated a moment and murmured. Did you notice, Louis, that Monsieur de Ghiliac looked at her a great deal? Monsieur de Noclare shrugged his shoulders again. Yes, he looked at her, because she is worth the trouble. But you are not going to imagine, I suppose, that he is going to fall in love with our daughter for that. First, he has, it seems, a heart anything but flammable. Then, so many things are lacking in our poor Valderez to please a man like him. A refined socialite, a great lord from head to foot, and so admirably intelligent. Then he belongs to our highest aristocracy, he is fabulously rich. And we are only poor ruined country squires, good at most to excite his disdainful pity, finished Monsieur de Noclare in a bitter tone. Chapter 4. It was the great ironing day at Haute Sapins. In the immense vaulted kitchen, Valderez diligently wielded the iron, while Cécile and Bertrand, the two blonde twins of 7 years, played in a corner of the room, near old Chrétienne. She was the sole servant of the Noclares, occupied with peeling vegetables for the evening meal. A deep furrow barred Valderez's beautiful forehead. While working, she mentally recalculated the expenses of the last month. Despite an economy of every instant, these expenses exceeded the modest sum at the young girl's disposal. It is true that Monsieur de Noclare demanded more refined food for himself, he needed wine, cigars. And today poor Valderez found herself quite distraught upon perceiving that she had debts. It was a small matter, but until now, at the price of many marvels, of fatigues and of personal privations, she had succeeded in balancing the meagre budget. Furthermore, since Monsieur de Ghiliac's visit, her father was more sombre, more cantankerous. The sight of that privileged man, showered with all the gifts of fortune, able to use at his whim the pleasures for which Monsieur de Noclare remained avid, seemed to have reawakened all the bitternesses of this weak soul. Moreover, for a few days, a greater worry appeared to weigh upon him, and Valderez wondered with anguish if their lamentable pecuniary situation had not worsened still. The postman has passed. There is a letter for you, from Alice d'Aubriliers, said Martha, who entered the kitchen. And Papa has a letter from Paris, with a pale grey envelope, so prettily satiny. There is a very small marquis's coronet on it. It is probably from Monsieur de Ghiliac. Do you not think so, Valderez? I know nothing of it, little curious one. The brief passage of Élie de Ghiliac had left a great impression in the minds of all. Only Valderez thought no more of it from the next day, for, in truth, she had quite other things to do and quite other worries in her head. She took the letter Martha held out to her, which was from a friend whose parents, formerly neighbors of Haute Sapins, had lived for a few months in Besançon. Ah, Alice is getting married, she said, after having read the first lines. With whom, Valderez? A lawyer from Dijon, Monsieur Vallée. A very serious young man, a good Christian and of excellent family, she tells me. But he is not noble. Valderez gave a slight shrug of her shoulders. What is that, from the moment the principal qualities are found united? Alice seems so happy. So, you would not look down upon marrying a commoner either? No, provided he were of the same education as I, and of similar mentality. One must seek the principal thing first, my little Martha, and not be too stubborn about secondary considerations. But it is little probable that poor girls like us will have to worry about that subject, she added with a pensive smile. Bah! Why not? Said Martha, executing a pirouette. She found herself face to face with Chrétienne, who peeled her vegetables with an automatic gesture. Say, Chrétienne, we shall indeed find husbands, shall we not? The old woman stopped her work. She raised towards Martha a severe and morose face, furrowed with wrinkles. We shall have to see. And then, you will be just as well here, believe me, rather than attaching the chain to your arms. It is like Valderez, it is better for her that she remains at Hort Sapins, although she is not always on a bed of roses here. Marriage is misery. Yes, my girl, I tell you so, she said in a grave tone, extending her hand towards Valderez. Often, yes. But finally, Chrétienne, each one must follow her path in this world, replied Valderez, shaking her head gently. Of course. You say impossible things, Chrétienne, cried Martha quickly. We shall marry, we shall be very happy, and you will have your troublesome predictions for nothing. Do you believe our Valderez is not beautiful enough to be married by a prince? Chrétienne placed her knife on her knees, she crossed her hands and raised towards Valderez her eyes tarnished by age. My girl, if ever a man married you for your beauty only, I would pity you. For beauty goes away, and then comes abandonment. You deserve better than that, Valderez, because your soul is more beautiful still than your face. These words were extraordinary in the mouth of the old servant, generally taciturn and more prone to address morose observations to her young mistresses than compliments. Valderez and Martha looked at her with surprise. She extended her hand towards the eldest. Go on, my girl, I shall pray for you, she said solemnly. And, resuming her knife, she set about peeling her vegetables again. Martha moved away, and Valderez, having rapidly perused her friend's letter, set about her work again. But hardly had she given a few strokes of the iron when the door opened, giving passage to Monsieur de Noclare, very red, very emotional. Come quickly, Valderez, I have to speak to you, he said in a strangled voice. What is the matter? She cried, already anxious. Without answering, he dragged her towards the parlor. She gave an exclamation of worry upon perceiving her mother half fainted on her chaise longue. Oh, it is nothing at all. It is joy, said Monsieur de Noclare, seeing Valderez rush towards her. An event so unexpected, so incredible, so. What then? Asked Valderez mechanically, while putting a bottle of salts under her mother's nostrils. A proposal of marriage for you. Guess who? A proposal of marriage, she said with stupefaction. I do not see who. We know no one. Ah, you do not know the Marquis de Ghiliac, said Monsieur de Noclare in a voice that sounded like a triumphal fanfare. The Marquis de Ghiliac. The bottle slipped from Valderez's hands, and broke on the floor. The young girl, straightening herself, looked at her father with an incredulous air. Do you mean, father, that? It is he. Yes, it is he. He who writes to me to ask for your hand, Valderez, my beloved daughter. He had seized her hands between his own, which trembled with emotion. Valderez, whose face flushed crimson, murmured. But, father, I do not understand. What? You do not understand? Have I not been sufficiently clear? Must I repeat to you again that the Marquis de Ghiliac asks for the hand of Valderez de Noclare? Madame de Noclare opened her eyes at this moment. She extended her hands towards her daughter, stammering. My child, how happy I am. Such a marriage. An improbable dream. Valderez, having become suddenly very pale, leaned her trembling hand on the back of a chair. There was no trace, on her beautiful face, of the overflowing joy to which her parents' physiognomy bore witness. It was much rather dread that mingled with her stupefaction. How can Monsieur de Ghiliac desire to marry a person seen for 1 hour at most? She said in a voice that trembled slightly. He does not know me. Monsieur de Noclare burst out laughing. Are you new to life, my poor Valderez? Half of marriages are made thus. Besides, Monsieur de Ghiliac is of those who judge people at a glance. And then, little naive one, do you not know that you are beautiful enough to produce the famous coup de foudre, love at first sight? However, your surprise is understandable, for, despite everything, it was impossible to dream of such a thing. A man famous like him, and so sought after, and madly rich. With that, he is the sole heir of his great-uncle, the Duc de Versailles, whose title will also revert to him. A gesture from Valderez interrupted him. These considerations appear to me quite secondary, father. I see something else in marriage. Yes, we know that you play the serious one, the disinterested one. Well, read Monsieur de Ghiliac's letter, you will see the reasons with which he supports his request. Valderez took the pale grey sheet, from which exhaled that light, subtle perfume, which had persisted the other day in the parlour, after Monsieur de Ghiliac's visit. She rapidly perused the missive, in which he solicited her hand in elegant and cold terms, declaring that he hoped to find in Mademoiselle de Noclare, a daughter and sister so perfectly devoted, the serious spouse sought by him, and a mother quite disposed to love the little girl he had had from his first marriage. Mademoiselle your daughter would not have to fear seeing her habits change much upon becoming Marchioness de Ghiliac, he added. I would have no intention whatsoever of compelling her to the social life, so deplorable from all points of view. She would live with my daughter at the Château d'Arnelles, where her existence would be very calm, almost as much as at Haute Sapins. Before anything, I am looking for a young person who is reasonable and good, and such has Mademoiselle de Noclare appeared to me. What, in the tone of this letter, had escaped the father and mother, mad with pride and joy, became clearly defined in the young girl's mind. She seized, beneath the correct phrases of the man of the world, the absolute coldness. Probably as deep as was her own indifference with regard to Élie de Ghiliac. Admitting that the latter had felt love at first sight, he had known in no way how to show it, despite his literary skill. From this flattering proposal of marriage, this emerged clearly: the Marquis de Ghiliac was looking for a mother for his daughter. He thought to find her in this poor young girl, accustomed to an austere existence and to the care of children. Through Monsieur d'Essel, he had had the necessary information, and, thinking only of a marriage of reason, he did not linger in useless phrases with regard to this humble little provincial girl, to whom he did the honor of offering his name, one of the most glorious of the French armorial. Valderez understood all that immediately, a little confusedly, for she was inexperienced, and she had never had the leisure nor the idea to reflect on the question of marriage, considered by her as nearly inaccessible. She silently handed back to her father the elegant missive whose perfume impressed her disagreeably. Well, what do you say to it? Is he not serious? He does not want a socialite, you see, which will not prevent that once married, you will bring him to do what will please you. It would not be worth the trouble to have a position like that one not to profit from it. Truly, you know me very little, father. The prospect of this calm life and of this duty to fulfill near a motherless child would attract me on the contrary, if it were not he. How, if it were not he? Exclaimed Monsieur de Noclare, while his wife straightened herself a little to look at Valderez with a stupefied air. Yes, for he does not please me, and I do not believe I can feel sympathy with regard to him. He does not please you, stammered Madame de Noclare. He whom they call the most handsome gentleman of France. Monsieur de Noclare, for a moment dumbfounded, had a biting burst of laughter. In truth, Valderez, do you then have something deranged there? He said, striking his forehead. They give you a suitor of this species. Such a proposal is not even discussed. One accepts it like one of those unheard-of chances of which one would never have dared to have the idea. Ah, he does not please you, this man who would only have to choose among the noblest and the most opulent. Mad creature, how many women, bearing the greatest names of Europe, belonging even to sovereign families, would exult with happiness if this request were addressed to them. You did not look at him then, or else you were blind, the other day, to come and tell us this insanity. He does not please me. Like many weak natures, Monsieur de Noclare was violent with regard to those over whom he exercised authority. Valderez saw the storm brewing. Nevertheless, she continued courageously. I meant to say, father, that the mere sight of him suffices to persuade me that nothing, tastes, habits, education, is common between us. He is, you said yourself, extremely social. One guesses it immediately, just from his attire, refined in all things, to excess perhaps. And that mocking fold of the lips which you doubtless noticed. Come now, I see that my pious daughter knows very well how to observe and judge her neighbor, interrupted Monsieur de Noclare with sarcastic irritation. But all that is childishness. Let us speak seriously, Valderez. I am absolutely serious, father. The subject is too grave for it to be otherwise. I confess to you, in all frankness, that Monsieur de Ghiliac inspires in me a sort of dread and that I do not believe it possible, in that case, to become his wife." She pronounced these last words in a trembling voice, for she knew in advance what fury she was going to unleash. But she knew also that, loyally, she had to say them. "Valderez," moaned Madame de Noclare. A flood of blood had risen to Monsieur de Noclare's face. He placed on his daughter's shoulder a hand so hard that Valderez staggered. "Listen," he said in a hissing voice, "I am going to tell you the consequences of a refusal of this kind. I had engaged the few funds that remained to us in financial operations appearing to announce serious chances. These last days, I learned that this business was collapsing. If I withdraw a quarter of it, I shall have to consider myself satisfied. Then, it will be misery, do you understand, Valderez? Abject misery. Hort sapins will be sold for a morsel of bread and we shall go begging on the roads." Valderez, crushed by this revelation, remained speechless. He pursued. "If you marry Monsieur de Ghiliac, everything changes, for naturally, the latter will not leave his wife's parents in need, he will provide for the education of the children." "No, no, not that. I shall work, I shall do anything. But do not ask that of me," she said in a strangled voice. "I would be curious to know how you would manage to feed your brothers and sisters, as well as your mother and me," retorted Monsieur de Noclare ironically. "Do not spout such nonsense to us, I pray you." Valderez lowered her head. It was true, what she could do was almost nothing and would not manage to fill the 100th part of the abyss opened by paternal improvidence. "This marriage is therefore for us an improbable lifeline. It will give us security at last, it will brilliantly assure your future by making of you one of the greatest ladies of France." "Oh, me," murmured Valderez in a broken tone. She met her mother's gaze, supplicating and pathetic. There neither would she find support. Madame de Noclare was a weak soul united to a tired body. Never had she had any other will than that of her husband. Never had she known how to direct her children, and it was the eldest, admirably gifted morally, who assumed the responsibilities of the education of her brothers and sisters. For her mother, Valderez had an unconsciously protective affection, mixed with compassion and respect. She strove to remove the slightest worries from her. Thus she understood immediately the signification of that look. "Do you wish it then also?" she murmured, her heart tightened, leaning towards Madame de Noclare. "If I wish it. But it will be rest for us all, my child. To know you so well married, and us sheltered from need. There is no hesitating. Come now, Valderez." "Yes, I must reflect," said the young girl firmly, straightening herself and turning towards her father. "Such a decision cannot be taken inconsiderately. Besides, must we not have information from Monsieur d'Essel? We know nothing of Monsieur de Ghiliac. Nothing, not even if he has some religious sentiments, and if his wife would be able to see her convictions respected." Monsieur de Noclare made an impatient gesture. "Eh? Do you imagine he is a sectarian? He is Catholic, naturally, like all the Ghiliacs. As for being practicing, that is a thing little probable. But one must not ask too much and play the little exaggerator. Moreover, I am going to write to Monsieur d'Essel, if only that is needed to decide you. While waiting for his reply, you will reflect at your ease. But do not forget that it is a question for us of misery or security, according to the course you will take." Chapter 5. Oh, no, she was not to forget him, poor Valderez. The whole night passed for her in turning over and over in her mind the painful alternative, either misery for all, and life become a hell for her as a result of her father's resentment, or marriage with this stranger. Why then did this latter solution inspire her with such fear? She could not define it clearly. A rare and charming nature, very matured on certain points by the responsibilities incumbent upon her, and by her severe existence, she had preserved on others the exquisite simplicity, the freshness of impressions of a child. The extreme seriousness of her character, her profound piety preserved her moreover from any romantic tendency, and from all desires for luxury and vanity. Thus, at this first visit of Monsieur de Ghiliac, she had been less struck by the seductive exterior of this stranger, than impressed by what there was in that physiognomy, in that gaze and that smile, of the enigmatic and unsettling. Then, as she had said to her father, she had guessed him immediately entirely different from herself. Poor little Valderez, accustomed to poverty, to hard household labors, knowing nothing of the refinements of coquetry, so opposed in all her tastes to the women of his world. Was it possible that she should become the wife of this brilliant great lord? Would not the incompatibility be too strong between them? Such was the question she addressed the next morning to the good old parish priest of St. Savinian, when, after a night of insomnia, she went to the church to ask his advice. "That is, my poor little one, a very grave alternative," said the priest, shaking his head. "As for that point, it seems to me that you must not worry too much about it, since he warns you himself that you will not have a social existence. It is therefore that he wishes above all for a serious wife, which is entirely to his credit and should inspire confidence in you. But can I, loyally, accept his proposal, when I have for him only indifference, even more than that, a sort of distrust? This is more grave." "Why this distrust, my child?" "I do not know too well, father. He is so different from the men I have seen until now. His gaze has an expression that I cannot define, which attracts and troubles at the same time. Then, under his amiable ways, he is cold and haughty, and I fear he may be very mocking, very skeptical. Finally, father, to sum it all up, I do not know him, and it is this unknown that frightens me. Could not Monsieur d'Essel give you information? My father is going to write to him. He is a serious and loyal man, he will say what he knows, certainly. The religious question torments me also. I imagine that Monsieur de Ghiliac is an unbeliever. My poor little one, your case is very thorny. If it were only a question of you, I would say, refuse, since the idea of this union inspires so much fear in you. But there are your kin. They ask a sacrifice of you. You are strong enough to make it, Valderez. But it is a question of knowing if you have the right. Marriage is a sacrament with which one must not play. You can accept Monsieur de Ghiliac's proposal only if you are resolved not only to fulfill all your duties towards him, but also to chase away this fear, this distrust, and to make all your efforts to love him, which is a divine precept. If you do not believe yourself capable of it, then say no, whatever it must cost you." She clasped her cold and trembling hands one against the other. "I do not know," she murmured. "If, at least, I had been able to know him a little more. It is certain that the tone of his letter is serious. But is he? What to do, my God, what to do?" Tears slid down her cheeks. The good priest watched her, very moved, he who knew so well this soul at once energetic and tender. Would the noble stranger who asked for Valderez as a wife know how to understand and appreciate them, this delicious soul, this loving heart of which he would have all the first freshness? Alas! Given the portrait the young girl had made to him of it, the priest felt himself invaded by doubt on this subject. Thus, how much he would have liked to tell her to reply with a refusal. But he was not ignorant of the lamentable situation of the Noclare family. He knew also that in case of refusal Monsieur de Noclare would never forgive his daughter, and that the latter's existence would become intolerable. So, if the sacrifice could be made without violating the rights of conscience, did it not have to be accomplished all the same? This is what he explained to Valderez, adding that the presumed unbelief of Monsieur de Ghiliac would not be, in this particular case, an absolute obstacle. Provided that the religious freedom of his wife and the education of their future children found themselves guaranteed. I would not speak thus to all women, my child. The incredulity of the husband is almost always a danger for the faith of the wife and for that of the children. But you are a deeply believing soul, intelligent and upright, you are instructed from the religious point of view, and it will be possible for you to become even more so. In these conditions, the peril will be less for you, and you will be able even to hope, with the help of your examples and your prayers, to do good to your husband. It will be so hard for me, she said with a sigh. It must be so good to have the same beliefs, the same celestial hopes. Alas, my poor little child, I would wish so much that it were so. Reflect, pray a great deal above all, Valderez. See if you can accustom yourself to the thought of this union. According to what you tell me of the tone of Monsieur de Ghiliac's letter, it appears evident that it is a question for him too only of a marriage of reason. He cannot therefore ask anything more of you, for the moment, than the resolution to fulfill all your duties with regard to him and to attach yourself to him little by little. You would have a beautiful task near that motherless child, and another, more delicate, but more beautiful still, near your husband. All that must be an encouragement for you, if nothing, according to the information you will receive, opposes this marriage. And it will be necessary to leave my poor little ones, she said in a stifled voice. What will they do without their Valderez? But no, I am saying a foolish thing, no one is indispensable. You are at least very useful, my dear child, but they are all of an age to go to boarding school, and Martha is very capable of replacing you. And then, my poor little one, you have no choice, he concluded with a sigh. Return to your task, and tomorrow I shall offer the holy sacrifice for your intention. God alone, and a little too the old priest, confidant of her soul, knew what Valderez suffered in those 3 days. How many times did she envy the fate of Alice d'Aubrilias, whose letter let be seen in every line a tranquil happiness, based on a serious mutual affection, and, like an incessant goad, she had to hear her father repeat, "Happy Valderez, you can say that you had fairies for godmothers." Her mother murmur in an ecstatic tone, "My future little Marchioness." Martha cry out 100 times a day, "Oh, how can you hesitate?" I would have said yes straight away. No one appeared to think of the possibility of a refusal. And Valderez, her heart tightened by anguish, mused that nothing, humanly, would save her from this union. The reply from Monsieur d'Essel arrived promptly. He said with frankness all he knew about Élie, his doubts, his worries, and also his suspicions of qualities more serious than appearances made one think. Monsieur de Noclare did not read this letter to his daughter. He passed over in silence what was unfavorable and dwelt at length on the rest, insisting on this fact that Monsieur de Ghiliac's conduct left no hold for criticism, and that, however indifferent he might be, he insisted on having a wife who was a very good Christian. An indifferent man, murmured Valderez with sadness. You will busy yourself with converting him, that is all. It is already very good on his part to insist on religion for his wife. That ought to encourage you, I suppose? Valderez, with an unconscious gesture, crumpled her hands one against the other. It is hard for me, father. I assure you that it is truly necessary that we be in this situation to accept a marriage in these conditions. Monsieur de Noclare bounded. But you are stark raving mad. Has one ever had an idea of such a young girl? There is no arguing with you, from the moment you have such reasoning and so extraordinary a mentality. I am going to write at this instant to Monsieur de Ghiliac. It is yes, is it not? A last hesitation anguished Valderez's soul. She murmured inwardly, "My God, if I must make this sacrifice, I shall make it, for them, and with the will to fulfill all my duty towards him." Then, with a firm voice, she replied, "It shall be yes, father." Chapter 6. Monsieur de Ghiliac arrived a few days later at Haute Sapins. Valderez had donned her Sunday attire, a dark blue dress of monastic simplicity, poorly cut by the little village dressmaker. Very pale, features drawn by insomnia and the painful uncertainties of these last few days, she sat in the parlor, near her mother. Monsieur de Ghiliac entered, introduced by old Chrétien, whose gaze, under drooping eyelids, examined him from head to foot. He greeted Madame de Noclare, bowed before Valderez while pronouncing a sentence of thanks of the most well-turned. Then, taking the small, slightly trembling hand, he brushed it with his lips and placed the engagement ring upon it. The loquacity of Monsieur de Noclare and the extreme social ease of the Marquis happily came to Valderez's aid, whose tight throat had difficulty letting a few words escape. Monsieur de Ghiliac began to recount with verve a small incident of his journey, which highlighted a particular trait of the Comtois character. From time to time, he addressed Valderez. She answered him in a few words, singularly embarrassed before this sparkling conversationalist, whom she so easily guessed to be mocking. Intimidated also by those penetrating and very enigmatic eyes whose gaze she often met. "Valderez, here is precisely a ray of sunshine. You ought to show Monsieur de Ghiliac the view one discovers from the terrace," said Monsieur de Noclare suddenly. "If that might interest you, monsieur?" "Why certainly, mademoiselle," he replied, rising immediately. Valderez threw a brown woolen cape over her head, and preceded him towards the garden. In the main alley, They walked near one another. Valderez, still prey to this insurmountable timidity, found not a word to say to this fiancé so elegantly correct, so coldly courteous. But Élie de Ghiliac was not a man to let himself be embarrassed, in whatever circumstance it might be. He began to question Valderez on the customs of the country. The young girl, mastering her embarrassment, answered him with simplicity, thus unveiling a very fine, very penetrating intelligence. Much more cultivated than Monsieur de Ghiliac had probably thought, for he said suddenly, in a tone where a little surprise passed, "I believed you had never left this little corner of the province, mademoiselle? However, you appear very well instructed. I was educated until 16 years of age at the Benedictines of St. Jean, quite near here, where studies are pushed very strongly under the impetus of a remarkably gifted abbess. Here, in my rare moments of leisure, I still worked. But one should not expect to find in me modern education, so extensive, so varied," she added with a smile. A timid and delicious smile, which communicated an inexpressible charm to her physiognomy. "Oh, I do not insist on it, I assure you," he said with some vivacity. "They stuff our modern young girls with knowledge of all sorts, but, very often, what remains to them of it?" They reached the base of the terrace. Slowly, they climbed the steps. The frozen snow crunched under their feet. Élie leaned his elbows on the crumbling stone balustrade and contemplated at length the all-white valley, the fir forests covered in their immaculate finery, the rocky slopes between which deep abysses were hollowed. This view was of an austere beauty, under the pale ray of sun which cast large sparkling patches on the snow, and, from the pine branches abundantly powdered, made silvery glimmers spring forth. "This country is magnificent, but of severe aspect," said Monsieur de Ghiliac, turning towards Valderez. "Existence must be rather sad for you, here? I have never had the time to notice it. Besides, I love my country very much, and the countryside, even in winter, has a very great charm for me. Arnelles will please you, in that case. That chateau is admirably situated in the prettiest part of Anjou, the surroundings are charming. You will be able to have some agreeable acquaintances there. Do social distractions tempt you?" He addressed this question almost point-blank. She replied spontaneously, "Oh, not at all. I am ignorant on that point, but what I have heard said of it has not tempted me. I have never desired anything but a tranquil and usefully occupied life." Élie enveloped with a rapid glance the face with admirable lines, illuminated by the soft glow of the winter sun which put reflections of dark gold on the magnificent hair put up with the most extreme simplicity. In the brown eyes, so beautiful, the inimitable observer could read an absolute sincerity. "You are right, mademoiselle, and I can only approve of such wise words," he said in a serious tone. "I see that Guillemette will be in good hands, which she has indeed lacked until now, it seems." It seems. This word seemed a little singular to Valderez. She said timidly, "Will the child welcome me well? What is her character? I confess to you that I know absolutely nothing of it. I do not know her, so to speak, I cannot therefore inform you on this subject." "Ah, yes, I remember having heard said, by my mother, that she was a little morose, as a result of her delicate health, but rather gentle." "So, you never see her," she said, raising her eyes towards the handsome proud face which faced her. "Yes, I perceive her sometimes, when I am at Arnelles. But I do not concern myself with her. It was until now my mother's business, it will now be yours, since you are willing to accept bearing my name." The tone was peremptory and cold, it froze poor Valderez, stupefied and frightened before this complete paternal indifference. It is probable that Monsieur de Ghiliac noticed the effect produced by his words. But he did not deign to attenuate them. Changing the conversation, he asked, casting a glance at the engagement ring whose magnificent diamond threw marvelous glimmers under the sun. "Does your ring please you, mademoiselle? I chose according to my taste, which may not be yours. In that case, tell me very sincerely." "Oh, it pleases me too, monsieur. Besides, I hardly know about jewels." She had a great desire to add, "That matters so little to me, in comparison with so many other agonizing questions. Do you love them, mademoiselle? I have never thought of desiring any, I confess to you. I shall have the pleasure of offering you some. But I would like to know your taste. Choose according to yours, I pray you, it will be much better. So be it, he said, in the tone of a man who has addressed a request of pure courtesy, but who finds that in effect the solution is entirely reasonable. They left the terrace. Monsieur de Noclare and Martha were coming to meet the fiancés. Together, they returned to the manor, whose old architecture Monsieur de Ghiliac examined as an artist. At the entrance to the drawing-room, Valderez slipped away. Chrétienne was suffering today from her rheumatisms. It was necessary to help her prepare the dinner, more complicated for the occasion. While the young girl surrounded her waist with a large apron, Chrétienne, lifting her face bent towards the stove, said in a sententious tone, "You are wrong to marry that handsome Parisian, my girl. He is not made for you, you see." "What do you know of it, my good woman?" replied Valderez, trying to smile. "It is not difficult to see. It is certain that he has a face and manners to turn many brains, but you are not of those. You need something more serious. It is all very well for him to be a marquis and to have millions without knowing what to do with them. It is not that which will give you happiness. And it is not that either." She designated the ring which sparkled on Valderez's finger. "It is not your genre, my poor girl, and I am very afraid that you two will not get along. What a bird of ill omen you are being there, my poor Chrétienne. Let us hope that your unfortunate predictions will not be realized." Chrétienne nodded her head, muttering a few words. She had a morose spirit, always turned to the bad side, Monsieur de Noclare often said with impatience, and the slightest event was for her a pretext for sombre prediction. But, in the circumstance, Valderez was not far from thinking that the old woman saw correctly. She felt, under the courteous exterior of a man of the world from which Monsieur de Ghiliac did not depart, a disconcerting coldness. Yes, he was in truth the coldest of fiancés. During dinner, he chatted especially with Monsieur de Noclare, of races, of theatre, of elegant sports, all subjects dear to his future father-in-law and unknown to his fiancée. Moreover, Valderez would not have been able to sustain a followed conversation, for she was obliged to supervise the supplementary servant taken for the occasion. 2 or 3 times, despite her father's frowning, she had to rise to supply herself for a lapse in the service, but she did it with a grace so simple and so dignified that she remained, there again, infinitely aristocratic and charming. Monsieur de Ghiliac seemed to notice nothing. Like a true great lord, who knows how to adapt to all situations, he was as much at ease in this impoverished milieu as at home, surrounded by an attentive staff who knew him to be very demanding for the slightest details of service. And he appeared to taste the very simple, but well-prepared meal, as much as the culinary refinements of his chef, an artist whom he paid a veritable fortune. At one moment, it was Valderez who changed his place-setting. He cast his eyes on the little hand so pretty in form, but browned and a little damaged by household work, then he brought them back to his own, white and fine, cared for like that of the most coquettish of women. A smile played for a few seconds under his moustache, while an indefinable expression crossed his gaze, which rapidly brushed the beautiful face that the heat of the room, and especially emotion, flushed a little. He retired almost immediately after dinner, to take the evening train. Beforehand, it had been decided that the marriage would be celebrated 6 weeks later. So soon. Valderez had murmured involuntarily. She blushed under the look of slightly ironic surprise which rested on her. "I shall be very busy afterwards, that is why I would desire that our marriage take place as soon as possible," said Monsieur de Ghiliac. "However, if you find this date too close, we shall push it back as you please." But already Valderez had recovered herself. She mused that it was better, after all, that the inevitable event not drag on. And the date remained fixed as Monsieur de Ghiliac desired. This singular fiancé gave no further sign of life afterwards other than by the sending of a daily basket of flowers, a veritable marvel which made Madame de Noclare and Martha utter cries of admiration. While Chrétienne nodded her head, murmuring, "There is money spent for nothing. Would he not do better to come and see his betrothed, that handsome gentleman?" Valderez, to herself, said that she preferred it to be thus. At least, in these last days of her life as a young girl, she could reflect in peace, encourage herself with the aid of prayer and the advice of the good priest, for the quite near future. The agonizing future which would put her under the authority of this stranger whom she wished and dreaded at the same time to know better. The trousseau basket arrived. Valderez, indifferent, watched her parents unfold the silks, the furs, the laces, take out of their cases the 2 sets of jewels, one of diamonds, the other of emeralds. "All that is absolutely priceless," said Madame de Noclare in a voice stifled by admiration. "See this fur coat. It is more than royal. And this Alençon lace. He can pay for all that for his wife, and many other things besides," retorted Monsieur de Noclare in a tone where proud satisfaction mingled with envy. "Do you suspect only, Valderez, what fortune this basket represents? Well, you do not even look. There is a fiancé for you. What is the matter with you, daydreaming with that serious air? I wonder, father, why Monsieur de Ghiliac sends me all these things, since I am to live in the country." "Ah, you imagine that? Well, I believe it no longer now, for, in my opinion, all this signifies that your fiancé, having noticed that you would wear these adornments like no one else, destines for you a more brilliant existence than you think." "I do not wish for it," she said with a sort of dread. "Bah! We would have to see, if you tasted of it, little savage. You do not suspect the effect you would produce. Good heavens! What taste in all that? Ah! He knows about elegance, that one. You will be at a good school to make your social education, my daughter. And see then how he chose what suited best the type of beauty of his fiancée. These emeralds make an incomparable effect in your hair, Valderez." He placed on his daughter's forehead the delicious little diadem, while Martha surrounded her sister with the supple folds of a silk brocaded with silver. "Yes, you are made to wear such adornments, my darling," cried Madame de Noclare with enthusiasm. Silently, Valderez removed the diadem and put it away in its case. She folded the splendid fabric and went off to the attic to take down the linen from the last washing. How joyfully she would have given all that in exchange for a little affection, for a mutual sympathy. A short note addressed to her accompanied the sending of the basket. This missive was a masterpiece of fine elegance, of delicate courtesy and of cold propriety. Monsieur de Ghiliac, one had to recognize it to his praise, did not seek to feign sentiments he did not feel. Valderez saw herself under the obligation to reply to him. She usually had an easy and charming style, but this time, the task seemed to her above her strength. For this fiancé really unknown to her, her heart remained mute, and her tired mind refused to find a few sufficiently correct phrases. She gained from it an atrocious migraine, which increased the next day with a strong fever, and it was Monsieur de Noclare who had to reply to his future son-in-law by informing him of the young girl's indisposition. Very correct always, Monsieur de Ghiliac sent immediately a telegram to ask for news, and did the same the following days, until the moment when Monsieur de Noclare telegraphed him. Valderez entirely recovered. At Haute Sapins, the young girl heard her fiancé's praises sung in every key. It is true that the Noclares could have, with regard to him, only a very lively gratitude. Most delicately, he offered his future father-in-law an annuity whose unhoped-for figure transported Monsieur de Noclare. At the same time as the basket, superb gifts had arrived for Madame de Noclare and for Martha, accompanied by an amiable note. Certainly, he was generous, he must even be so to the highest degree. But that was doubtless a quality of breeding, much facilitated by an immense fortune, and which could be compatible with an entire dryness of heart. "My God! Make it so that I can attach myself to him," prayed Valderez at every instant of the day. "Make it so that he be for me a good and serious husband." And, invariably, she saw him again then, chatting with her father of frivolous subjects, or else on the terrace, revealing to his fiancée his paternal indifference. What nature did he have? It was still, for Valderez, the deep and formidable mystery. The Marquis de Ghiliac arrived at Haute Sapins 2 days before the religious marriage. He offered his fiancée a photograph of little Guillemette, telling her that he had just seen the child at the Château d'Arnelles, where he had been to cast a glance on the preparations made to receive the young Marchioness. "I announced your arrival to her," he added. "I am certain that you are going to transform very quickly that little savage child, whose successive governesses probably did not take the trouble to study her nature." Valderez considered at length the childish face, a little thin, with large melancholic eyes. "She does not resemble you, except perhaps the eyes," she said, looking at Monsieur de Ghiliac. "No. It is rather the portrait of her mother," he retorted in a brief tone, with a slight frowning of eyebrows. They found themselves both alone in the parlor. Madame de Noclare, under pretext of a little fatigue, had gone back up to her room. Monsieur de Noclare was taking forever in the search for papers he wanted to show his future son-in-law. They had judged, both of them, that these fiancés far too correct and ceremonious could only benefit from a tête-à-tête. Monsieur de Ghiliac, taking the tongs, leaned down to straighten a log which was collapsing, all the while saying, "You will see tomorrow my mother and my eldest sister, the Viscountess de Tralens. My sister Claude, to her great regret, will not be able to come from Austria. But she wrote me a letter so charming, accompanying a delicious gift. She must have a very amiable nature. Yes, she is altogether good and gracious, and I am certain that she will please you, much more than Eleanor. The latter realizes a type of modern woman who will seem a little strange to you. She is moreover quite intelligent, she has a name in literature as a novelist and poet. Have you read nothing of hers?" "Why yes, a few verses, I remember." "Well, did they please you?" A little embarrassment expressed itself in Valderez's velvety pupils. "I must confess to you that I did not understand them very well," she said sincerely. He burst out laughing, that young laugh, without irony, which was little habitual to him. That is precisely the perfection of the symbolist genre. You are a profane, mademoiselle, and I too, reassure yourself. We have on this subject, Eleanor and I, little skirmishes. But go then and convince a woman penetrated with her intellectual superiority, and who sees, to top it all, her husband in ecstasy before her cloudiest creation. That poor Anatole is the worst of fools. He appeared very gay, today, and much less cold. He seemed to deploy all the irresistible charm of his wit for his modest little fiancée, with whom he occupied himself more this afternoon. From time to time, his gaze became softer upon resting on her, his voice took on enveloping inflections. And Valderez, at once dazzled and troubled, mused that after all it would perhaps not be so difficult to discover the good sides of his nature and to attach herself to him. "We have not yet spoken of a honeymoon," he said a little later. "Do you prefer that we take it immediately after the ceremony or else only after having spent a few days at Arnelles?" "I prefer to go and make the acquaintance straight away of your little Guillemette, if you are willing," she replied. "So be it. And we shall leave afterwards, for where you will wish. What is the country object of your preferences? It seems to me that I would like Italy so much. The classic journey. But I am myself a devotee of certain parts of that beautiful country, and I shall have great pleasure in making it known to you. On the way, we shall stop at Menton so that I may introduce you to my excellent relatives, the Duke and Duchess de Versailles, who have been installed there for a month as every year. Upon the return from our journey, we will be able to spend some time in Cannes, where I possess a villa. A cruise aboard my new yacht, whose fitting out will be completely finished in 2 months, will perhaps be agreeable to you at that time, if you tolerate the sea well. Then we shall return to Paris, where I am to have my reception session at the Academy towards the end of April." She listened to him, surprised and perplexed. What became, in all these projects, of Guillemette, whose delicate health required, he had declared formally, a continual stay in the country? Secretly, she was a little alarmed by this change of existence, poor Valderez, who had never been further than Besançon. And who, in her perfect ignorance of herself, imagined herself very inferior to what Monsieur de Ghiliac might expect of her. She had also another subject of fear, it was her future family. The Countess Serbec, Élie's second sister, the Duc de Versailles, great-uncle of Monsieur de Ghiliac, and his wife, had sent her, with their superb wedding present, a most amiable note. But the one accompanying the gifts from Madame de Ghiliac and her eldest daughter was banal and cold. It was they who worried Valderez a little. She knew them to be very social, and she had the fear that Monsieur de Ghiliac's choice was not viewed with a good eye by them. However, they were both disturbing themselves, in the middle of winter, to come into this cold Jura, despite all the inconveniences of the journey and the stay, however brief the latter might be. If they had been very discontented, pretexts would not have been lacking for them to abstain from attending the marriage. What figure would she cut near these women so different from her? Personally, their opinion would have mattered little to her, but she had now the desire, quite new, not to displease Monsieur de Ghiliac. "You will tell me what I must do, will you not, for I am so ignorant of all social customs, She asked him the evening of his arrival, as he took leave of her after dinner. He smiled, meeting the beautiful timid gaze. Very willingly, if I see the necessity for it. But you are too much a great lady by instinct not to adapt yourself immediately to all circumstances. She blushed slightly. It was the first compliment he addressed to her. And the look which accompanied it put an unknown emotion into Valderez's heart. Chapter 7. It is a very stupefied and very perplexed man who writes to you, my dear Gilbert. I had no idea, in accepting to be one of the witnesses for your goddaughter, of the surprise reserved for me by this Élie whom you were right to qualify as extraordinary. How can it be? Here is a man who declares to me he does not want, above all, a pretty woman, and who? But let me tell you everything in detail. We arrive then at Haute Sapins, this afternoon, by sleigh. Madame de Ghiliac, Eleanor, Anatole de Tralens, Prince Sturkine and myself. Monsieur de Noclare receives us. He looks transfigured, you would recognize him no longer, and has eyes only for his future son-in-law. We enter the drawing-room. Élie introduces Madame de Noclare and his fiancée to his relatives. Here, a coup de theatre. We have before our eyes the most ideal beauty it has been given to me to see. Good heavens! How she has changed, that little girl, and the ease of a great lady, although she was visibly intimidated. You can imagine the stupefaction from there, and you also guess the impressions of poor Hermione, whose beauty, so well preserved however, cannot compete with that one. Despite all her knowledge as a woman of the world, she could not succeed in hiding them completely. And Prince Sturkine said to me very well a little later. Fortunately Madame de Ghiliac has no influence over her son, who has always been the master in his own home. And that this delicious young marchioness will be very loved by her husband, for otherwise I would pity her. Very loved? Yes, that should be. But truth obliges me to say that Élie does not have the air of a very enamored man. And, stranger still, little Valderez does not appear very strongly touched by love either. Certainly they know each other very little. But we are accustomed to seeing Élie inspire passions upon the sight of a simple photograph of him. Consequently, it seems to me that this little girl ought to have been dazzled and captivated from the first instant. It is true that he appears rather cold towards her. I still wonder, Gilbert, if we did well to lend a hand to this marriage. His physiognomy seemed to me this afternoon more unsettling than ever. I watched him, while he was making the introduction of his fiancée, and I saw in his eyes that expression of mocking amusement, on his lips that half-smile of enigmatic irony that I do not like in him. Obviously, this dilettante took pleasure in seeing the different expressions, but all marked with the stamp of the deepest surprise, shown by the physiognomies of his relatives and his friend, mine too, probably. He is not ignorant that his mother is going to be madly jealous of this young woman, that his sister will be so too. Is that a satisfaction for him? And is he really going to confine her to Arnelles? Prince Sturkine, as we were organizing ourselves to get into the sleigh to go to the town hall, whispered in Élie's ear while passing near him. Say then, my very dear friend, what a surprise. Secretive one, go on. There is a young Marchioness de Ghiliac who is going to cause a sensation in the drawing-rooms of Paris. Undeceive yourself, my wife is not destined to lead that stupid social existence, retorted Élie in that brief tone which indicates that an idle observation has been made to him. That excellent Sturkine remained for an instant a little dumbfounded. It is certain that with Élie, one never knows too well where one stands. He is the most disconcerting being I know. Your goddaughter is a delicious child, my dear Gilbert, morally as well as physically. No, the word child is not suitable here. It is the young woman, the true young woman, who has kept all her candor, all her delicacy of soul. Will Élie know how to appreciate the treasure he is going to possess? Will this jaded man, this insensitive man let himself be touched by this pure grace, by this freshness of soul, by this heart which I guess to be very loving, very sensitive, and which he will be able to make suffer so easily? Has the brain, in him, not completely stifled the heart? I confess to you, my friend, that I cannot defend myself from a little apprehension seeing them exchange their promises tomorrow. If the thing were to be done again, well, I believe that this time I would not speak to him of Valderez. Now, a few details on the manner in which we are installed, for these 24 hours. I am lodged at Haute Sapins. Madame de Ghiliac and Eleanor will go to sleep at the Château des Virettes, quite close, which its owners have put at the Noclares' disposal. Likewise, Élie and Prince Sturkine. For the occasion, the main rooms of Haute Sapins have been arranged rapidly, as best as possible, at Élie's expense naturally. Noclare did not hide from me that he was on the eve of complete ruin when the Marquis de Ghiliac's proposal came. It was salvation for them, and I suspect Valderez of having sacrificed herself, quite simply. To sacrifice oneself by marrying Élie. There is a word which would sound strangely in the ears of many women. What do you say, my dear friend? And in particular in those of Robert de Brélez. But Valderez is of another temper. If Élie does not love her sincerely and seriously, she will suffer, for I do not believe her a woman to content herself with fleeting attentions, with caprices from her lord and master. And she will doubtless be incapable also of adoring him blindly, in his faults as in his qualities, just as others would certainly do. You see it, I always return to my fears. I am going to try to chat alone for a few moments with Élie, in order to try to surprise his true thought. It will be difficult, not to say impossible. Here comes the dinner hour approaching. It is time that I leave you, my dear Gilbert. The beautiful fiancée has charged me with all her affectionate remembrances for you, Madame de Noclare too. The latter, a little overexcited at this moment, appeared to me less languishing. It is curious, this marriage seems to inspire no anxiety in her. Like her husband, she is completely dazzled by Élie. What a frightening charmer is that man. I myself, when I do not reflect, am like the others, by Jove. But all the same, I would not give him my daughter with as much serenity. Martha is a most nice little girl, Roland, a charming and well-bred young boy. He has the pure and deep gaze of his eldest sister. Noclare confided to me that he wanted to be a priest, but that he would never permit it. He would probably be more pleased if he became a useless person and a moral ruin like himself. Come, I finish, Gilbert. The day after tomorrow, you will see me again and I shall recount everything to you in detail, including the bitternesses of Madame de Ghiliac, who, parenthetically, must have had suspicions regarding Élie's choice. Despite the way in which the latter declared to us, on his return from Haute Sapins, Mademoiselle de Noclare realizes all my wishes and will be a perfect mother for Guillemette. She must have had a furious desire to know this future daughter-in-law, to come at this time of year, into this country, and deprive herself for 24 hours only of all her habitual luxurious comfort. The evening was ending. The large drawing-room of Haute Sapins, furnished hastily, but with taste, adorned with tufts of holly and mistletoe, presented this evening an unaccustomed aspect. For a very long time, it had not seen a similar gathering, the poor old drawing-room. It must have been just as astonished as the young fiancée who found herself, for the first time, in contact with some of the most striking personalities of the milieu where she was going to live. Valderez was dressed this evening in a dress of light fabric made by an excellent dressmaker from Besançon, and whose shade of pale almond shell suited her admirable complexion incomparably. Near the attire of a very sure elegance worn by Madame de Ghiliac, near that, more eccentric, of Madame de Tralens, both coming from famous fashion houses, Valderez, simple however, was not eclipsed. The young girl spoke little. The beautiful Marchioness de Ghiliac, an imposing brunette with a cold gaze, intimidated her greatly. Madame de Tralens, a young woman of decided allure, very pretentious, displeased her, as Monsieur de Ghiliac had already predicted. The Viscount de Tralens was nondescript. Only the frank and gentle physiognomy of Prince Sturkine was sympathetic to her, without speaking, naturally, of Monsieur d'Essel, whom she had known and appreciated for a long time. During the civil marriage ceremony, and during dinner, she had been quite well aware of being the object of a discreet and incessant examination on the part of everyone. Secretly embarrassed by this attention, she succeeded however in preserving her habitual ease, made of charming simplicity, with that nuance of reserve at once timid and proud which communicated a particular character to her beauty. Monsieur de Ghiliac had shown himself dazzling this evening. His conversation had literally bewitched the few friends of the Noclares invited to dinner, and the good priest himself. Valderez listened to him with a mixture of pleasure and dread. This strange being emitted very profound insights, irreproachable moral theories. Then, suddenly, a sparkling sarcasm sprang from his lips, irony lit up again in his superb eyes, expressed itself in his voice with captivating inflections. And the poor young fiancé, quite distraught, knew no longer what to believe and what to hope. They had not had, today, a single instant of tête-à-tête. Monsieur de Ghiliac did not appear to anyone very eager near his fiancée. The latter found in him again the coldness which seemed to have undergone an eclipse, yesterday. And her heart tightened once more. Towards 11 o'clock, the guests of Haute Sapins rose to reach their respective lodgings. Valderez, stepping aside for an instant, went to straighten the embers which were collapsing while projecting sparks. She gave a slight start upon seeing Monsieur de Ghiliac suddenly near her. "Let me do that. With that light dress, it is an imprudence." In 3 strokes of the tongs, he pushed aside the embers. Then he turned towards the young girl. "Come now, let me compliment you on your attire, which is charming and would make you prettier still, if the thing were possible. But you appear tired, this evening, you have eaten almost nothing. You must go very quickly to rest, my dear Valderez." He spoke in a half voice, in a tone where passed an unaccustomed warmth. She raised upon him her large luminous eyes, which reflected a timid emotion. Élie's brown lashes fluttered a little, something very soft transformed his gaze. He leaned down, took Valderez's hand and kissed it with that inimitable elegance which made him be called the last of the red heels. But this kiss, this time, was more prolonged than usual. And when Élie straightened himself, Valderez, all pink with a slightly startled emotion, saw an unknown expression in the dark eyes which fastened themselves again on her. That evening, when she found herself alone in her room, she felt, under the apprehension of this tomorrow so close, something pierce through like an imprecise happiness, like a dawn of hope which made her heart beat. Chapter 8. A Noclare who marries on a day when snow is falling has many chances of being unhappy in her household. Old Chrétien muttered this saying while rising, on the morning of the day which was to see the union of the Marquis de Ghiliac and Valderez de Noclare accomplished. This marriage was not at all in Chrétien's ideas, and the latter did not fail to gather the sombre omens which were to announce, according to her, the destiny of the young fiancé. Madame de Noclare came to preside over her daughter's dressing. But, vanquished by fatigue and emotion, she had to retire soon in order to rest a little before leaving for the church. Martha remained near her sister, in order to help her in the last details of her attire. "There, you are ready now, darling. How beautiful you are, my Valderez." "Of course, Monsieur de Ghiliac." A light knock was struck at that moment on the door, and Martha, going to open it, found herself in the presence of Madame de Ghiliac, in the soberly elegant attire chosen for this wedding in the country. "May I see your sister, my child?" "Yes, do come in, madam," said Valderez quickly, advancing towards her future mother-in-law. Madame de Ghiliac held out her hand to her. "I have just learned, my dear child, that madam your mother had to leave you to rest for a few moments, and I came to see if you did not need a few pieces of advice for your dressing." "How kind you are, madam," said Valderez, all the more touched as the Marchioness's attitude yesterday had been constantly cold and reserved. "I thank you with all my heart, but, you see it, I am ready. So much the better for you if you are punctual, for Élie cannot bear to wait." While speaking, she leaned forward and rectified a detail of the young girl's hairstyle. Her lips tightened a little while her gaze, where a brief glimmer passed, enveloped the admirable face and met those brown eyes with golden reflections which were made to charm the most insensitive heart. "Yes, it will be well thus, my child. And here you are no doubt very sad to leave your family to leave with a stranger. For finally, you know Élie so little." Under her lowered lashes, she avidly scrutinized the moved physiognomy. "Yes, and that is indeed what worries me, madam, for I would like to fulfill as best as possible all my duties as a wife, but I know almost nothing of his character, of his tastes, of what may please or displease him. If you would give me a few pieces of advice, indicate to me a few traits of his nature." A slight tremor ran over the Marchioness's face, whose eyes turned away a little from the beautiful confident and timid gaze. Valderez saw, with surprise, an expression of slightly ironic commiseration appear on Madame de Ghiliac's physiognomy. "My poor little one, What are you asking me there? Advice for living with Élie? But I could only give you some by taking away your illusions. For you are making some for yourself, certainly. Come now, what do you call your duties? Why, it is to love my husband, to be entirely devoted to him, and submissive in all that is just, in all that is not in contradiction with my conscience. Madame de Ghiliac interrupted her with a short brief laugh. Devotion and submission will be indispensable, in effect. But affection. It will be good to moderate it, in any case, my child, if you do not want to suffer, like the one who preceded you. Suffer? Why? Stammered Valderez. Because you will never find reciprocal attachment in your husband. Fernand knew something of it, she who was passionately enamored of him. And, in return, saw herself treated with a disdainful coldness which repulsed all her manifestations of tenderness and became irritated when she showed some jealousy. Élie never loved her. He had married her only because her rank matched his own, and because she dressed with much taste and elegance, which was, at that time, of primary importance in his eyes. But I must add that it is no longer so, and that, if he chose you, it is precisely because of your simplicity, of your ignorance of all social vanities. He wants a serious wife, sufficiently intelligent not to imitate poor Fernand by hindering, through too lively an attachment, the absolute independence to which he holds above all. My son has a very authoritarian character, and, child though he was, no one was ever able to bend his will. But he is generous, very much a gentleman always. Only, he is incapable of affection, I know something of it myself. He is a brain, that is all. She spoke in a tranquil and measured tone, where a slight bitterness passed at the last words. Valderez, a little stiffened, listened to her, her eyes full of anguish fixed on her. However, a woman in no way romantic or sentimental will be able to be happy enough near him, continued Madame de Ghiliac. It will suffice for her to accept what her husband will be willing to grant her in the way of attention, never to interfere in his occupations nor worry about his absences and his travels, as Fernand did. The poor woman had only succeeded in provoking in him an ever-growing antipathy. To such a point that, to avoid being disturbed by her, he had imagined impregnating his apartment and even his private carriages with a certain perfume of the Orient which made Fernand swoon and flee. But a serious and reasonable woman will know how to avoid those blunders which would completely alienate Élie from her. She will know how to understand her role near him. He only decides to remarry in the hope of having an heir, the birth of a daughter having been for him a veritable disappointment which he has never forgiven the child. He is ignorant of paternal affection, just as much as conjugal love. I prefer to tell you frankly, my child, since you ask me to enlighten you about him. I must also warn you that he is an inimitable psychologist, seeing in others only curious states of soul, amusing complications of character. After having scrutinized thoroughly all the more or less frivolous feminine hearts of which he is the idol, perhaps he will find it interesting to study your young, brand-new soul. Perhaps he will take pleasure in causing impressions to be born in it which he will then analyze subtly in a future novel. Admit, my child, that it would be painful for you to let yourself be lulled by a dream, to think to have conquered your husband's heart, and to perceive finally that you were for him only a subject of study, perhaps an object of caprice, which his dilettantism will leave aside the day he is weary of it. Valderez, having become very pale, made a movement of recoil, murmuring in a trembling voice. But then, I cannot marry him. I cannot, in conditions like that. And why then, my dear little one? Had you dreamed of something else? Could Élie's attitude have made you believe that it would be otherwise? An observer would have perceived worried inflections in the Marchioness's voice. But Valderez was entirely given over to her painful emotion. Suddenly, the brief little scene of the day before, at the moment when he took leave of her, retraced itself before her eyes. She heard the warm voice with almost tender intonations, she saw again the gaze of bewitching gentleness, she felt on her hand the caress of that kiss. At that moment, she had seen her fears vanish almost completely. And, according to what Madame de Ghiliac said, she would have been for him, already, only the interesting subject of study whose heart he amused himself in making vibrate. Oh, no, it was not possible. And yet, how everything she was taught there agreed well with the preceding attitude, so cold, of this strange fiancé. With his enigmatic physiognomy and his skeptical smile, with his tranquil avowal of paternal indifference. How all that, also, explained well the instinctive distrust felt by her with regard to Élie de Ghiliac. She murmured, in reply to Madame de Ghiliac's question, "I had hoped that, little by little, affection would be born between us. But you teach me that Monsieur de Ghiliac will refuse me his, and that he would not accept attachment on my part." The beautiful face, a few seconds previously flushed crimson, lost its color again. The words had difficulty issuing from the young girl's dry lips. "Yes, provided that this attachment be reasonable and hinder him in nothing. I regret having moved you thus, my child," added Madame de Ghiliac with a rapid glance at this altered physiognomy. "You seem to me very impressionable, poor little one, and you will do well to dominate yourself on this point, for you would suffer too much near Élie, very much an enemy of sensibility. Believe my experience, Valderez, make yourself a very calm heart, accept the few satisfactions which will be your lot, without dreaming of what might be. Élie will be a good husband if you remain always docile and serious. He will not bother you much, for he will reside often in Paris or travel afar, and you will have a very peaceful, very happy life in that Château d'Arnelles, which is a marvel." The words buzzed in Valderez's ears. Was she not prey to a painful dream? But no, Madame de Ghiliac was there before her, very grave, visibly sincere. She warned her out of kindness, out of compassion for her inexperience, she who had had before her eyes the example of the first marriage. Madame de Ghiliac placed her hand on her shoulder. "Were there not a few romantic dreams in that little head?" she said in a half voice. "It would astonish me greatly were it otherwise, for you would be the first woman not to be, more or less, in love with Élie. Do not imitate Fernand, my poor child, she suffered too much from it. Keep your heart, since he will never give you his." From outside, Marthe's voice asked, "Are you ready, Valderez?" "Yes, we are coming down," replied Madame de Ghiliac. And, taking the little hand frozen under the glove, she added in a low voice, "You will not bear me a grudge, my dear child, for having thus, at your request, taken away a few of your illusions." A few. Alas! Where were her poor little illusions, her timid hopes? "No, madam," she replied in a trembling voice. "I thank you, on the contrary, for having enlightened me in advance on the role I must fulfill near Monsieur de Ghiliac. I confess that it is hardly in conformity with the idea I had formed of marriage, and that if I had known—" She did not finish, but her lips trembled more strongly. Madame de Ghiliac replied nothing. Opening the door, she went out, followed by Valderez. When both entered the drawing-room, a discreet murmur of admiration ran among those who were gathered there. Monsieur de Ghiliac, interrupting abruptly his conversation with Prince Sturkheim and Roland de Noclare, Valderez's eldest brother, enveloped the young fiancée with a long look. So beautiful in that dress with a long train, which accentuated the incomparable elegance of her allure, under the veil of light tulle which idealized her admirable face still more. Then he advanced towards her, took her hand to kiss it. "What is the matter with you? You are frozen," he said quickly. "And you seem unwell." "No, I thank you. A little tired only," she replied, trying to steady her voice, and turning away her eyes. She moved aside to greet Madame de Tralens. A few moments later, she was seated, with her father, in the sleigh lined with white velvet and garnished with superb furs, which had arrived the day before at Haute Sapins. During the journey, Monsieur de Noclare did not leave her the leisure to reflect, to coordinate her agonizing thoughts. He was agitated by a proud exultation which rendered him of an inexhaustible loquacity regarding his future son-in-law and his family. It was a little like a sleepwalker that Valderez entered, on her father's arm, into the old little church, decorated in profusion with flowers come from the Mediterranean coast. The day before yesterday, Monsieur de Ghiliac had informed his father-in-law that 2 of his gardeners from Cannes would arrive the next day with the flowers necessary for the ornamentation of the sanctuary, whose task they assumed. It was the only luxury of this ceremony, and it was an exquisite thing, those white flowers, delicate and perfumed, veiling the decrepitude of the walls, covering the altar, decorating the choir and descending, in a balmy hedge, down to the prie-dieu where the young fiancé knelt. But Valderez saw nothing. Her head between her hands, she cast towards heaven the cry of anguish of her distraught heart. What to do? If it was true, however? If this man was only the cold dilettante, the odious husband and father that Madame de Ghiliac's words had unveiled to her. And it must be true. That distinguished and visibly intelligent woman would not have lowered herself to inventions, against her son especially. Besides, everything was so plausible. From the first day, he had worried her. What coldness, at the time of their engagement. How he had insisted on indeed showing her his indifference. He probably feared that, like the first wife, Valderez might attach herself too strongly to him. And that mockery so frequent, those glimmers of indefinable irony crossing his gaze. And everything, finally, everything. Up to his attitude of the day before, at first returned to the initial coldness. Then, in the evening, becoming suddenly so enveloping, so intimate, during that short instant when Valderez, for the first time since her engagement, had felt run through her a sensation of fearful happiness. She shuddered when, raising her head, she saw him near her, standing, arms crossed. The priest appeared, preceded by his altar boys. At the organ, the daughter of the notary of Saint Savinian played a prelude whose grave tone harmonized with Valderez's anxious thoughts. A slightly heady perfume, exhaling from all those flowers, filled the little church. Valderez felt a sort of dizziness rising to her brain. It seemed to her that, before her, opened a very dark path, where she was going to engage herself blindly. My God! My God! What must I do? She prayed from the bottom of her heart. The priest began his address. Valderez listened to it as in a dream, but nevertheless her anxious mind sought to seize a word which might enlighten her in her distress. You must, monsieur, love your wife as Jesus Christ loved his church. And what does that mean? Did not Jesus Christ love this mystical spouse to the point of spending himself entirely for her? Does he not watch over her every day with a tender solicitude? Is she not for him superior to all riches, more beautiful than all the marvels accumulated on earth and in the heavens by his creative omnipotence? Thus, monsieur, must you love the one who is going to become before God your companion. Almost involuntarily, Valderez raised her eyes towards Monsieur de Ghiliac. Head slightly raised, he watched the priest attentively, and no emotion could be discerned on that haughty and calm face. Probably, the novelist was studying this type of rustic priest, while smiling inside himself at the naivety of this excellent man who urged him so well to love his wife. To love her with devotion, to love her, after God, more than anything in the world. And you, my dear child, what must you do, if not attach yourself to your husband, as the church is to her divine head? If not be faithful to him in persecutions and misfortunes, in sorrow as in joy? If not love him strongly, in a Christian manner, and hold yourself ready to sacrifice everything to him, except what pertains to the salvation of your soul? To love him. But, now, she would dare no longer. The fear of being a dupe, of finding in him only the cold curiosity of the psychologist and the amusement of the dilettante, would paralyze her always, would put in her heart a continual distrust. Oh! Why had Madame de Ghiliac told her? She had striven so well, through prayer and serious reflections, to prepare herself for her new duties, to envisage with calm the obligation of attaching herself to this unknown husband. And now, she knew no longer what to do. Doubt and anguish boiled in her poor anxious brain. And yet, if Madame de Ghiliac had not spoken, she would not have distrusted, she would have, quite simply, given her young confident heart. What to believe? Oh, what to believe, she thought distractedly. Well, Valderez? Monsieur de Ghiliac leaned a little, murmuring these words in a slightly surprised voice. Valderez started upon perceiving that the moment had come to advance towards the altar. She took mechanically the few necessary steps. She placed herself near Élie. A cloud passed before her eyes. It seemed to her that the flowers, the lights danced a saraband around her. The clear voice of Monsieur de Ghiliac, answering a very brief and very resolute yes to the priest's question, tore her from this state of semi-unconsciousness. The priest asked now, Valderez de Noclare, do you accept for your lawful husband Élie Gabriel Bernard de Rovere de Ghiliac? In the church, complete silence had fallen. Valderez heard her heart beating with great panicked strokes. A deeper anguish assailed her, made her shudder to the depths of her being. She raised her eyes towards the priest, and the good old man read there a poignant interrogation. His poor little sheep implored his help. But for what motive? Valderez felt Monsieur de Ghiliac's gaze settle on her. Around her, everyone waited. A moment more, and people would be astonished at this strange hesitation. In a low voice, a little strangled, she pronounced the word which united her to Élie de Ghiliac. It was finished, she was his wife. He took her hand to put the wedding ring on it. But that little hand, burning now, trembled so strongly that he had to try twice to slide the ring onto the finger. In the sacristy, everyone noticed the undone look of the young woman, and when she went down the narrow nave on Monsieur de Ghiliac's arm, the whispers, "How beautiful they are," were followed by this one, "How pale she is." Monsieur de Ghiliac helped his wife into the sleigh, wrapped her in furs and sat down near her. During the journey, quite short moreover, from the church to Hort Sapins, they exchanged not a word. Valderez turned her head away a little to escape that gaze she felt weighing upon her, surprised and investigating. And her heart was still beating so fast. Chapter 9. Valderez would have, all her life, to recall that wedding luncheon. While her whole moral being was shattered by an anguish which increased from minute to minute, she had to chat, smile and remain the focal point of all gazes, of all attentions. She felt at the end of her strength when, the meal finished, everyone rose to leave the dining room. Monsieur de Ghiliac leaned towards her. "It is time to prepare yourself for departure, Valderez," he said in a half voice. Incapable of pronouncing a word, for her throat had suddenly tightened, she nodded affirmatively. Then she slipped out of the dining room and reached the parlor. Oh! To find herself alone at last, far from everyone, far from him especially, whose attention she had constantly felt focused on her, in the course of this meal, to be able to reflect at last. And to tell herself that she had been wrong, that she had committed a fault. For was it not a fault to have said yes, when at that very moment an insurmountable dread seized her? While the frightful doubt of the moral abyss existing between her fiancé and herself planted itself victoriously in her mind, she had yielded to a sort of panic, due to the presence of all those who filled the church, to the fear of the effect a negative answer would produce, to the thought of her father's frightening anger and of all the consequences of such an act. She had said yes, and, by that word, she had tacitly promised to love her husband. She would have to do it, therefore, despite everything, whatever he might be. But how would she manage it now, with this distrust, this terror at the bottom of her heart? In the neighboring room, whose door had remained open, a firm and supple step made the floorboards creak. Valderez gave a shiver of dread at the sight of the masculine silhouette which appeared. With an instinctive movement, she recoiled to the deepest part of the window embrasure in which she was standing. Monsieur de Ghiliac stopped for a moment. A slight contraction passed over his physiognomy. Then he advanced towards his wife, saying in a tone of cold irony, "I really seem to produce on you the effect of a scarecrow, Valderez. Would it be possible for me to know the reason?" A burning flush replaced now, on Valderez's face, the pallor which had spread there just now. A sort of panic passed through her overexcited brain, boiling with anguish and doubt. Carried away by a need for sincerity, she said in a trembling voice, "I have committed a fault. I understood that I was wrong in yielding to the pressure of my parents, since I had for you only fear and no sympathy. Just now, hearing the parish priest speak of the duties of the Christian wife, I felt that I could never. With regard to you." She dared not look at him, but she spoke courageously, telling herself that she must, in all loyalty, make known to him her sentiments. "Ah, it is those little scruples of a pious young person which torment you. Because that good priest told you that you would have to love your husband and you feel incapable of fulfilling that duty. Reassure yourself, I am not so demanding as he, and, since you do not do me the honor of granting me your sympathy, I shall do without it, without making it a crime for you, believe it well." He pronounced these words in a tone of sarcastic coldness, which underlined still more the ironic casualness of this declaration. Valderez felt an icy shiver run through her veins. Raising her eyes, she met a gaze whose expression, a mixture of mockery, of irritation, of haughty defiance, was rather difficult to define. "You understand marriage singularly," she said, trying to steady her voice. "Pardon, it is not a question of me. You make me the confession, highly unflattering, parenthetically, of the aversion I inspire in you. Well, Wisdom commands me to answer you as I have done. You did not think, I imagine, that this revelation was going to drive me to despair? Oh, no, she had never thought it, poor Valderez. But she had not expected either that icy irony after the words and the look of the day before. And, as for my way of understanding marriage, I do not know too well if it is worth less than that of a young person who agrees to let her hand be forced to marry a man she cannot bear, and bethinks herself only after the ceremony to warn her husband of her true sentiments. Monsieur. A little redness rose to Élie's matte complexion. I ask your pardon if I offend you. It is you yourself who have just confessed to me that I had pushed filial obedience too far. I hoped then that sympathy would be born between us, and I was quite resolved, believe it, to fulfill all my duties. But I understood, just now, that I was wrong, that I could never. A little late, it seems to me. The thing is done, we cannot go back on it, unless asking for the annulment of this marriage, forced. Oh, yes, yes. The exclamation was spontaneous. A fold of irony came to lift Monsieur de Ghiliac's lip. Are you then heroic enough to consider without shuddering what your life here would be, after a rupture of that kind? She murmured in a tone of ardent suffering, lowering her long golden lashes to veil her pained gaze. Oh, do you not understand that I would prefer to endure anything, rather than having pronounced just now that word which united us for life? Monsieur de Ghiliac recoiled slightly. His physiognomy had become rigid and his eyes so somber that they seemed almost black. Before an antipathy so well declared, my duty as a gentleman is to bow, he said in an icy tone. But I absolutely do not want a resounding rupture. In the eyes of the world, you will remain the Marchioness de Ghiliac. In reality, we shall live separated, each preserving our independence. I am going to have the honor of accompanying you to Arnelles, where, I hope, you will be willing, according to our agreements, to concern yourself with Guillemette. Now, permit me to remind you that we have only a quarter of an hour before leaving Haute Sapins. Leave me here. It will be much more logical, she said in an altered voice. Must I bring back to your memory the precept, the wife must follow her husband? I release you from all the obligations you believe you have with regard to me, except that one. She took a step towards him, clasping her hands, with a look of poignant supplication. I pray you, leave me here. He turned his eyes away a little, retorting coldly. My resolution, on this point, is unshakable. Please go and take off that attire, I await you in the drawing room. He opened a door before her. Valderez went out of the parlor and headed towards the stairs. But at the bottom of the steps, she had to stop, for her legs almost gave way under her. A hand was placed on her shoulder. The voice of her brother Roland murmured. Valderez, what is the matter? A little fatigue, my darling. It will be nothing. When shall we see you again, now, my Valderez? Will Monsieur de Ghiliac let you come often? He looked at her with tenderness. He was her favorite brother, for their natures, equally delicate and upright, had always understood each other. She leaned down, and took the young boy's hand. Pray for me, my Roland, she murmured. She turned away and engaged herself hastily on the stairs, for she felt that sobs were going to stifle her. And she did not want them to know her suffering, all those beings for whom she had sacrificed herself. She knew now that, on one point at least, Madame de Ghiliac had spoken true. Élie de Ghiliac was only a cold egoist, devoid of heart. And she could no longer be ignorant. He had let it be understood as clearly as possible, that he cared very little for his wife's attachment. How much she would have preferred bursts of anger to that icy irony, to that polite sarcasm, and it would have sufficed however for a word, a single word said with some kindness, some indulgence to the young woman who accused herself frankly of her error. For the doubt to vanish, and the fear to dissipate. But now, she undressed, dressed again mechanically. When she was ready, she cast a long look around her, on that large old room strictly furnished with necessities, almost poor. Where painful worries had besieged her, in these last years, but where she had never known a suffering in the genre of the one she endured at this moment. She knelt before the crucifix placed above her bed, clasped her hands and implored. My God, if I have committed a fault, have pity on me, consider my inexperience and sustain me in the path I enter today. Valderez, are you ready? Monsieur de Ghiliac sends word that it is time to leave, said Marthe's voice outside. Yes, here I am, my darling. Oh. That moment of departure, yesterday evening, it had appeared less agonizing to her. But today, she took leave of all her kin, stiffening herself against her pain. She promised to write often, very often. And you will come to see us, Valderez? You will permit her to, Élie? Asked Madame de Noclare, who considered with some anxiety the very altered physiognomy of the young woman. Why, whenever she wishes. She will be absolutely free to travel as she pleases, replied Monsieur de Ghiliac, who bowed at that moment to take leave of his mother-in-law. While he finished saying his farewells to his new family, Valderez went on ahead towards the vestibule. She seemed now to have haste to be out of haute sapins. My girl, I shall pray to the Virgin for you. I believe you will not always be on velvet in your household. It was Chrétienne, standing in the vestibule, who pronounced these words in a prophetic tone. Valderez leaned down and kissed the old woman's wrinkled cheeks. Goodbye, Chrétienne. Yes, pray for your Valderez. And she hastened towards the courtyard, for sobs stifled her now. In a quarter of an hour, the sleigh which transported Monsieur de Ghiliac and her arrived at the little station. At the same time as they, Madame de Ghiliac was leaving, going to Cannes. The Tralans, Monsieur d'Essel and Prince Sturkine, were heading for Paris. Élie installed his wife in the coupé reserved by him, and, having inquired if she lacked nothing, began to go through the mail his valet had just handed him. Valderez could therefore weep silently, her forehead leaning against the window-pane, watching disappear, with the silhouettes of her dear mountains, her past as a young girl. Often severe, but softened by the tenderness of her brothers and sisters. And now, she found herself under the authority of him who would never be for her anything but a stranger. Chapter 10. Monsieur de Ghiliac's automobile rolled on the broad and well-maintained road leading from the Vrinier station to the Château d'Arnelles. Valderez, a little weary, looked vaguely at the charming landscape whose points of view the Marquis, seated near her, pointed out to her as they passed. The weather was clear and mild today. The invigorating air entered through the opening of the windows, which Élie had lowered at the request of Valderez, who was disagreeably affected by the strange perfume emanating from the interior of the car. Monsieur de Ghiliac had shown himself of irreproachable correctness. He had neglected towards Valderez none of the courteous attentions of a well-bred man with regard to a woman. During the journey, he had had newspapers and magazines brought to her, had chatted with her about the regions crossed, all known to him. Upon arriving in Paris where they were to spend a day before reaching Arnelles, he had inquired if she desired to remain there longer. All with a polite coldness, a perfect indifference which gave well the note of the relations destined to exist between them. Valderez had refused her husband's offer. What did Paris matter to her? She was in haste now to be at Arnelles. To put an end to the chore to which Monsieur de Ghiliac compelled himself, to find herself alone at last. Alone before her new existence, and before the consoling task that perhaps the little orphan who awaited her reserved for her. Broken by a fatigue more moral than physical, she spent the day at the Hôtel de Ghiliac, in the apartment which had been that of the first wife. Despite the relatively short time of the engagement, Monsieur de Ghiliac had had it completely transformed, in the note of luxury at once sober and magnificent which existed always in his home. And Valderez, who had never known anything but haute sapins or the relatively modest dwellings of her family's friends, felt strangely embarrassed amidst the refinements of this luxury, and the unheard-of sophistication of a service assured by an army of admirably trained servants. The young woman had seen her husband only at meals, taken in tête-à-tête. With anyone other than Monsieur de Ghiliac, these moments would have been most embarrassing. But he possessed decidedly an incomparable art for saving the most tense situations, by a conversation always interesting, and yet indifferent. By a courtesy which never went beyond the bounds of the most extreme coldness. No allusion, moreover, to what had happened the day before. It was evident that the question found itself buried for him. The car, leaving the road, had taken a superb alley bordered by centenary elms. And the Marquis said suddenly, "There is Arnelles, Valderez." Beyond a vast open space rose a marvelously wrought gate, surmounted by the arms of the Rovers. Valderez's delighted gaze, crossing the immense courtyard of honor, met an admirable construction of the Renaissance, whose foundations, on one of the lateral facades, bathed in an azure lake. "Well, does it please you?" asked Monsieur de Ghiliac, who examined her with discreet attention. "It is magnificent. And the descriptions you gave me of it certainly remained below the truth." "So much the better. I would have regretted causing you a disillusion," he said in that half-serious, half-mocking tone which always left his interlocutors perplexed regarding his true sentiments. They climbed near one another the steps of the great perron, at the top of which stood two servants wearing the Ghiliac livery. They entered a vestibule whose royal splendor made Valderez close her eyes for an instant, dazzled. What would she do in this more than princely dwelling? Oh, how far away, and regretted, were her haute sapins, her arduous daily task, her austere and dear duties near her mother and the children. "Antoine, warn Mademoiselle Guillemette that we await her in the white drawing-room. And say that tea be served to us promptly," ordered Monsieur de Ghiliac. He led Valderez through several drawing-rooms, whose artistic splendors the young woman, more and more dazzled, distinguished only confusedly. He introduced her into a smaller room, hung with white silks embroidered with large flowers in delicate tints, adorned with ravishing furniture, with objects of art of so pure a taste, of so perfect a beauty, that Valderez had to confess to herself she had never dreamed that something similar could exist. "If this room pleases you, it will be permissible for you to make it your private drawing-room," said Monsieur de Ghiliac, while helping the young woman to remove her jacket. "Until now, although it is one of the most charming in the chateau, it has been dogged by misfortune. My mother and Fernand were never able to bear it. They claimed that these white hangings were absolutely unfavorable to their complexion. But perhaps you are exempt from little weaknesses of that kind?" She replied with a tranquil coldness. "In effect, I have never had the time nor the idea to concern myself with such questions." "I congratulate you on that high wisdom. But will you not fear seeing the spectre of the Duchess Claude appear here?" "Who is this Duchess Claude?" asked Valderez while approaching the fireplace to present her frozen hands to the flame which rose in the hearth, despite the warmth spread by the heaters. "One of my ancestresses, former chatelaine of Arnelles. Beautiful, intelligent, energetic under a delicate appearance. She was the soul of the party of leaguers of which her husband was the chief. Here magnificent fetes were given, of which the beautiful Claude was the undisputed queen. Among the guests, one remarked a young person, ugly and slightly deformed, always fastuously adorned, who was the Duchess's cousin. Françoise d'Attigny, one knows not by what aberration, had long lulled herself with the hope of marrying Duke Élie, one of the most handsome lords of France. Thence, in that bitter and evil soul, a ferocious jealousy against Duchess Claude, jealousy skillfully dissimulated, moreover. But one day, Claude disappeared. She was sought for a long time. Her husband, inconsolable, promised a fortune to whoever would make known to him the fate of his wife. However, no one had seen her leave the castle. The men-at-arms all swore not to have abandoned their post for an instant. And besides, why would that young woman, very happy, very loved, fervent Christian, tenderly devoted wife and mother, have voluntarily left her home? Duke Élie had the lake searched, the dungeons, remains of the old fortress on which the present dwelling rose. Everything was visited, turned upside down. And the young Duchess remained unfindable. Élie de Versailles, mad with despair, confined himself in retreat. His brain becoming deranged little by little, he claimed that his wife had not left the castle and that she was groaning in some unknown hiding place, calling him to her aid. On the other hand, a chambermaid claimed to have seen her mistress appear towards nightfall, dressed in the silver brocade dress she wore the day of her disappearance. It was in this drawing-room, which she particularly favored, and, other times, in the gallery next door. He advanced and opened a door. Valderez, approaching, gave an admiring exclamation. This gallery is one of the marvels of the Renaissance and contains treasures of art. It was decorated by the orders of François de Versailles, who had the castle begun by his father completed. This Duke François was a hard, cruel man, whom people claimed was something of a magician. In any case, it appears he had a remarkable talent for making troublesome people disappear, without one ever being able to know what became of them. Valderez took a few steps into the gallery, mysteriously lit by the pale daylight crossing admirable stained-glass windows. She stopped before the portrait of a young woman, remarkably pretty, wearing a sumptuous 16th-century costume, constellated with jewels. Beside it, on a darkened background, rose the image of a young lord of proud mien, whose physiognomy had some resemblance to that of Monsieur de Ghiliac. "The beautiful Duchess Claude and Duke Élie," said the Marquis, designating them. "And what became of that poor duke?" asked Valderez. Monsieur de Ghiliac had a mocking laugh. "Well, that inconsolable widower ended quite simply by marrying Françoise d'Attigny, who had wept with him while surrounding him, as well as his children, with the most devoted cares. A few months later, his eldest son died poisoned. Only, the new duchess had this time acted with clumsiness. She was betrayed by a woman in whom she confided. And immediately, people attributed to her, not without reason, the strange disappearance of her cousin. Seeing herself discovered, she threw herself into the lake, so that one could never know what had become of Duchess Claude. And Duke Élie, completely mad after all those trials, dashed his head against that marble fireplace. You see that Arnels has tragic memories. Will you not be afraid of the ghost of the beautiful Claude, or of that of Françoise the accursed which sometimes floats on the lake? Oh, no. We also have legends of that kind, and more terrifying still, at Haute Sapins. But I have never thought of being afraid of them. That proves that you have well-balanced nerves. So much the better for you, he said in a light tone. They returned to the drawing-room. In the middle of the room stood a frail little girl whose brown curls surrounded a sickly face illuminated by superb blue eyes, but fearful and melancholic. "Ah, there you are, Guillemette," said Monsieur de Ghiliac in a brief tone. "Approach and greet your mother." But Valderez advanced quickly. She took into her arms the little girl whose forehead she kissed. "My little Guillemette, I am so glad to know you. Kiss me, will you, my darling?" The child's large eyes, surprised and startled, considered her a moment. Then the little pale lips placed themselves timidly on her cheek. And the young woman's tightened heart dilated a little at the thought of the task so beautiful awaiting her near this motherless child. She put her back on the ground, and, taking her hand, returned towards the Marquis, who had remained standing near the fireplace. "She is altogether nice, your little Guillemette, and I am going to love her extremely. But what does one say to one's father, my cutie?" Guillemette raised her eyes towards Monsieur de Ghiliac, and Valderez noticed in that child's gaze an expression at once fearful and tender which struck her. "Good day, father," said a timid little voice. He brushed the child's curls with a distracted hand, answering coldly, "Good day, Guillemette. Pay attention to be always very well behaved with your mamma. You may rejoin your governess, now." The butler entered, bringing the tea. Valderez asked timidly, "Will you not permit Guillemette to remain a little?" "Why, if you wish it," he replied in an indifferent tone. While Valderez removed her gloves, he said to her, after having dismissed the butler with a gesture, "May I ask you to serve us the tea? If you are not tired, however?" She replied negatively. Tired, she was not physically, but morally, her weariness was great. The atmosphere of this dwelling seemed to her so heavy, and how much she would have liked to find herself far from this great lord whose impeccable courtesy seemed to her a painful irony. She served the tea, then she tried to make Guillemette chat. But it was in vain, the child seemed nearly mute. Monsieur de Ghiliac, seated opposite her, let his distracted gaze wander around him, stopping sometimes on the young woman and the child. Valderez could not help noticing how much he was in his place in this decor of aristocratic splendor. Amidst which, she thought, the very simple traveling dress of the new Marchioness, and her awkwardness, must produce a singular effect. "Leave that little fool alone, Valderez," he said suddenly in an impatient tone. "You will not succeed in drawing 2 consecutive words out of her in front of me. She is truly of a ridiculous savagery." Upon these words, he rose, placing his cup on the tea-table. "Will you permit me to show you your apartment? For I shall have afterwards to occupy myself with my correspondence, very late." She acquiesced immediately, and, taking Guillemotte's hand, followed him to the first floor. If she had not had such painful worries in her head, she would have fallen in admiration before the staircase, one of the principal marvels of this dwelling, which contained so many, and before the apartment destined for her. The most remarkable of the chateau, as much because of the delicious view discovered from its balconies, as for the delicate and artistic magnificence of its decoration. This was the apartment of the beautiful Duchess Claude, said Monsieur de Ghiliac. See, on the furniture, on the ceiling, these two interlaced CS. They recall her motto, Candidea Candidis, whiter than the whitest things, which was also that of the gentle Queen Claude of France, godmother of her mother, whose memory remained venerated in the family. If you desire to bring some change to these rooms, you are entirely free, as well as to choose, in the chateau, any other apartment which would suit you better. You are at home here, do not forget it. It was impossible to be more courteous, and to veil more elegantly an absolute egoism. When he had moved away, Valderez resumed her attempts near Guillemette, and, this time, the child's tongue loosened a little. Monsieur de Ghiliac must have been right in claiming that it was his presence which prodigiously intimidated his daughter. "Why do you say nothing to your papa, my darling?" Valderez asked her. Guillemette's lips trembled. "Papa does not love me," she murmured in a tone of such heartbreaking desolation that Valderez was overwhelmed to the bottom of her heart. She took the little girl on her knees and surrounded her with her arms. "Who makes you believe that, my poor cutie?" "Oh, I know it well. Frida tells me so, first." "Who is Frida?" "She is my Austrian governess. And then, I see well that other papas are not like him. My Uncle Karl often kisses his little daughters, Monsieur du Bigny's takes Guitaine and Henriette for drives in the carriage, and he never knits his brows when he sees them enter, or when he meets them in the park." "Oh, I know well that Papa does not love me at all," she murmured with a big sigh. "And you, darling, do you love him?" The child did not answer, but resting her forehead on Valderez's shoulder, she burst into sobs. And, when she was a little calmed, the young woman, through her disjointed sentences, understood what this child's soul suffered. Given over to mercenaries more or less devoted, having to expect, on the part of the worldly and cold grandmother, only a very superficial affection. On the part of her father, a complete indifference. And yet having in her heart, for this almost unknown father, an ardent tenderness, compressed and rendered fearful by the icy and disdainful heedlessness of Monsieur de Ghiliac. "Poor little girl, I shall love you, myself," mused Valderez, clasping the child in her arms. Chapter 11. Monsieur de Ghiliac remained 8 days at Arnelles. He showed Valderez the castle, the gardens, and the park in all their details. He took her for walks, and on a few visits. Visits necessarily restricted at this time of year, which had seen the squires of the neighborhood depart. And, judging then his duties largely accomplished, he took the road to Paris again. Leaving Valderez a little disoriented still amidst this immense and magnificent dwelling, but already attached with all her soul to her task near little Guillemette. One of the young woman's first cares was to replace the English governess, who displeased her greatly. Monsieur de Ghiliac, to whom she had spoken of it before his departure, having declared to her that she received from him full powers for all that concerned Guillemette. She wrote therefore to the abbess of the monastery where she had received her instruction, and saw arrive shortly after a young Englishwoman, serious and distinguished, who pleased Guillemette and herself immediately. Already speaking English fluently, Valderez set about learning German, in order to better supervise Frida, the governess, in her relations with the child. It was one more occupation, a diversion from her melancholic thoughts. Work alone, and the exact accomplishment of all her duties, could save her from boredom and too deep a sadness. Every morning, she went to Mass, then she went to visit some indigent person indicated by the parish priest and bring him material help, at the same time as a gentle word and a few pieces of advice discreetly given. She did not seek to form relationships. The 3 or 4 people to whose homes Monsieur de Ghiliac had taken her had come to return her visit with an eagerness which said much for the prestige of the name Valderez now bore. But, despite the pressing invitation which had been made to her, and although one of these families at least, the du Bignys, was sympathetic to her, she had not returned to see them. As the days passed, she realized that the prolonged absence of Monsieur de Ghiliac, the exile in which he confined his wife, excited an astonishment more and more keen, and comments more or less benevolent. For Valderez's soul, so delicately proud, it was yet another new bitterness, and she preferred to remain in her solitude, far from the curiosity of these strangers. Monsieur de Ghiliac gave no sign of life otherwise than by the frequent sending of books and magazines. It was, moreover, for Valderez, the best means of being informed of her husband's existence. Purely literary reviews as well as society reviews constantly cited the name, which occupied a place of choice in the world of letters and in that of high elegance. It was thus she learned of the appearance of a new work by her husband, a recent journey of Monsieur de Ghiliac to Spain, where he had been received intimately at court, and his current stay in Pau. She was no longer ignorant, henceforth, that the Marquis de Ghiliac, a consummate horseman, was a devotee of polo and fox hunting. She could also admire a superb stallion acquired at a gold price by Élie, who was a great amateur of horses and possessed the most beautiful carriages in France. And, turning the page, she could see him, amidst an elegant group photographed at a party given by a high Russian personality living in Biarritz. All that would have convinced her, had she not been already convinced in advance, of the abyss existing between this adulated socialite and herself, the modest Valderez, who knew nothing of these pleasures in which her husband took pleasure. Her sadness became deeper still because of it. And, to distract herself from it, she multiplied charitable visits, distributing in alms the sum, enormous in her eyes, found in a drawer of her desk and attributed to her personal expenses alone, those of the house being settled by the Marquis's steward. For herself, she took only the strict necessary, and no one, in the country, was more simply dressed. This money, coming from him, just as the luxury which surrounded her in this dwelling, were a very heavy weight to her. To be obliged to owe everything to him. And to think even that at Hort Sapins they all lived on his liberalities. At times, she wondered if she were not dreaming, if she had really become Marchioness de Ghiliac. From day to day, her situation appeared to her stranger, more painful to bear. Why had Monsieur de Ghiliac had that useless cruelty to take her away from Hort Sapins? For his daughter. That was quite improbable, given his heedlessness. Was there then, in him, a question of pure malice, perhaps of vengeance against this young woman who had appeared anything but happy to bear his name? It was possible, also, that he had wanted thus to affirm his authority, and that, later, soon perhaps, he would authorize Valderez to return definitively to Hort Sapins, taking Guillemette with her. But, in the meantime, she suffered. And a month passed, without her having direct news from Monsieur de Ghiliac. One afternoon, the mail brought her a letter from Monsieur de Noclare. It was nothing but a long dithyramb in favor of his son-in-law, whose royal generosity allowed Hort Sapins to be restored to its appearance of formerly. What I cannot understand, for example, is that you did not accompany your husband to Pau, he added. I fear, my dear child, that you oppose deplorably domestic tastes to Élie's desires. For it is quite certain that he asks nothing better than to associate you with his social life. The splendors of your trousseau prove it. Do you imagine, by chance, to convert him to your ideas? That would be a deplorable error, in which I urge you not to persevere if you do not want to alienate your husband. Folding the letter, Valderez had a smile full of bitterness. She had not spoken in her letters to Hort Sapins of the situation which was hers. They all believed her happy, and they imagined she sought to make of the Marquis de Ghiliac a domesticated husband. A servant appeared at that moment, bringing Guillemotte's tea, which the child always came to take near her stepmother, her darling Mamma, as she called her already. Monsieur the Marquis has just telephoned that he would arrive tomorrow morning, by the 10 o'clock train, and gave the order to warn Madame the Marchioness of it, he said. This news produced in Valderez a complex impression. Certainly, it would be painful for her to see him again, and his presence would procure her only a deep embarrassment. But, on the other hand, in the eyes of others, she would not pass for a completely abandoned woman. Nevertheless, the prospect of this arrival gave her a night of insomnia, after which, however, she rose at the accustomed early hour to go to Mass. She went on foot, as usual, for never had she had the idea to have a carriage harnessed, were the weather threatening as today, these delicacies being entirely unknown to the valiant Valderez of Hort Sapins. On the return, she went to visit a few indigent people, and lingered at the home of one of them, an old paralytic fellow who had but little time left to live and whom she tried to bring back to God. When she came out of the poor dwelling, the rain was falling in torrents. She hastened towards the castle, and arrived there completely soaked, to fall right upon Monsieur de Ghiliac, in the vestibule, whom the automobile had just brought back from the station. He gave a slight exclamation. But where do you come from like that? From the village. I lingered a little, and… From the village? On foot, in this weather. In truth, I… He interrupted himself, casting a rapid glance at the servants who were there. Go quickly to put on dry clothes, Valderez, that is the most urgent thing. Oh, I have seen many others, at Hort Sapins. And besides, I have a coat which covers me very well. In the emotion and embarrassment caused her by the sight of him, she forgot to offer him her hand. It was he who took it, and brought it to his lips. Go up quickly. I shall ask you presently for news of your parents and of yourself, he said. She went to change her attire and lingered a little in her apartment. To see him again as late as possible was her whole desire. Finally, as the half-hour past 11 struck, she decided to go down and reached the library, where she generally installed herself to work. This sort of gallery, decorated with the marvelous art of the Renaissance, stocked with rare books and all the principal literary productions, pleased her extremely. Its immense windows looked onto the lake, beyond which extended the gardens and the park, which, soon, would emerge from winter torpor. Valderez sat near the high fireplace, a masterpiece of sculpture, where large logs crackled joyously, and took up a piece of work destined for a charitable cause. Her days were thus divided between needlework, walks with Guillemette, visits of charity and the reading of good authors represented in the library of Arnels. She had also resumed the study of the piano, begun at the convent and almost abandoned at Hort Sapins, for lack of time. A musician by instinct, she had spent, during the month which had just elapsed, very sweet hours in the company of the great masters, and worked assiduously every day in order to acquire the technique she lacked. Most fortunately, she had a piano in her apartment, for she would not have dared utilize those of the music room during Monsieur de Ghiliac's stay. The latter having declared one day, in the course of their visit to the Baroness du Bigny's, that he could not bear pianotiuses, amateur piano players. Now, Valderez judged that she was nothing else, near him especially whom people said was so remarkable a musician. The needle the young woman wielded diligently trembled suddenly between her fingers. Monsieur de Ghiliac entered, followed by his daughter. Guillemette indicated your retreat to me, Valderez. One must have your serious tastes to keep oneself here in preference to other more elegant rooms. He took an armchair and sat opposite his wife, while Guillemette leaned her head tenderly on Valderez's knees. How do you find yourself here? Do you not miss the so pure air of Hort Sapins too much? He asked in a tone of polite interest. I have not noticed it, until now. This climate appears excellent. They say so. But one must not annihilate its good effects by imprudences. I wonder why the Marchioness de Ghiliac goes off pedestrially, in the mud of the roads, when she has at her disposal automobile, carriages, and horses. I confess to you that I have never admitted, for young and healthy people, devotion or charity in a carriage. So be it, in passable weather, but today. Simplicity and humility are exquisite things, but perhaps you would be disposed to exaggerate them, Valderez. I have been accustomed to a severe and somewhat rough existence, and I do not suffer from what, for others, would be painful, she replied coldly, turning her gaze away a little from those eyes where she found always the same glimmer of irony. Obviously. But you will accustom yourself quickly to another kind of life, and you will soon wonder how you were able to bear the existence of Hort Sapins. Oh, no. Nothing will ever be dearer to me than my past, and my Hort Sapins where I would so much like to be still. These words had escaped involuntarily, impetuously from her lips. Immediately, she became crimson with confusion. Monsieur de Ghiliac had frowned, and he pressed his lips together for an instant, a little nervously. Then, leaning his elbows on the arm of his chair, he asked quietly, Do you have good news of all your kin? In a voice whose tremor she strove to dominate, Valderez spoke of her mother's health, a little improved at this moment, of her father who was growing younger, wrote Martha, of the children who obeyed the younger sister with difficulty. Then she asked for news of Madame de Ghiliac, of the D'Essels, of Monsieur de Ghiliac's sisters. Little by little, the embarrassment of just now attenuated, disappeared. Élie had not judged it good to pick up on Valderez's words, proof that he was decided not to return to that subject, for the moment at least. The young woman had resumed her work. Monsieur de Ghiliac perused his newspapers. And these young people so beautiful, that little girl tenderly huddled against Valderez, formed a delicious family picture, in the warm atmosphere of this superb room. Chapter 12. Monsieur de Ghiliac came to Arnelles to make a selection among the unpublished manuscripts he possessed in great number. Memoirs and letters of his ancestors, and in particular of the beautiful Duchess Claude. It had recently come to his mind, as he informed Valderez, to exhume them and make them known to the literary public. All these old papers were in the library, and Monsieur de Ghiliac installed himself in that room to do his research. Alone, for, contrary to his custom, he had not brought a secretary. Valderez, seeing this, abstained, from the second day, from coming to work there. But that very evening, Monsieur de Ghiliac said to her, accompanying her after dinner into the white drawing-room, "I warn you, Valderez, that if my presence must make you change anything in your habits, I shall see myself under the obligation to leave immediately for Paris. Continue to come and work in the library, without any fear of disturbing me." She resumed therefore, the next day, her accustomed place, without enthusiasm, for the tête-à-tête during meals seemed to her already sufficiently painful. Despite the presence of Guillemette and her governess, accepted without observation by the Marquis, although until then the child had never appeared in the dining-room. Élie, from time to time, read to the young woman the most curious passages of the manuscripts he examined. One day, he showed her one of them, whose bizarre handwriting remained indecipherable to him, little patient by nature. Valderez, after a few efforts, succeeded in reading it, and as it reappeared in quite numerous pages, Monsieur de Ghiliac asked her to copy these. She found herself thus associated with his work, in which, moreover, her so profound and so fine intelligence took a great interest. It was on this historical and literary terrain that they met constantly now. Élie seemed to take pleasure in making the young woman chat, in guiding her in her readings. And that with a tact, a moral concern which did not fail to astonish the parish priest of Vrigniers, when Valderez told him that Monsieur de Ghiliac had authorized for her the reading of only 2 of his novels. That shows him much more serious than people claim. How many husbands, even Christians, do not have this care, this delicacy for the young soul of their companion? This singular nature remained always an enigma for Valderez. But if her heart remained worried and deeply mistrustful, her mind underwent the charm of that dazzling intelligence, of that erudition always clear and elegant, of all that made the bewitching attraction of the intellectual personality of Élie de Ghiliac. She had to recognize that nothing, in him, was superficial, that he had studied under all their aspects the subjects of which he treated and never hazarded himself in hypotheses. Moreover, this skeptical socialite had, on many points of morality, an opinion one would not have expected of him. But Valderez knew now that a man can profess the most perfect theories, without taking the trouble to put them into practice. Yes, she underwent something of Élie's charm. But when she found herself alone, she felt herself invaded by an indefinable malaise, telling herself that she served him simply as a subject of study. As proved by the look of penetrating observation she sometimes surprised fixed on her. And the thought of being the object of this cold intellectual curiosity was so frightfully painful to her that it would have led her to avoid such frequent relations, if the parish priest of Vrigniers, her spiritual director, had not said to her, "Despite everything, and whatever your husband's attitude may be, fulfill your duty, which is to draw closer to him as much as he encourages you to. You were at fault in showing him so openly your aversion on the day of your marriage. Your excuse is in your inexperience and in the panic into which the at least inconsiderate words of your mother-in-law had thrown your very loving and very upright heart. Unfortunately, the attitude, the words of Monsieur de Ghiliac came immediately to justify what she had told you of him. The abandonment in which he left you during this month is not made either to rehabilitate him in your eyes. But finally, you are his wife, and if he dispenses with his duties towards you, it belongs to you to fulfill yours with regard to him in the measure that he permits you." Valderez, following this advice, made it therefore a strict obligation to accept always when her husband invited her for a walk on foot or in a carriage. She took Guillemette, whom her father appeared to consider with an eye a little less indifferent. Other times, he gave his wife advice for the execution of pieces of music. For he had recognized in her a very delicate talent. One day when he had heard her play, in the music-room, when she believed him gone to Angers by automobile. And he himself sat often at the piano, which resonated sometimes until a late hour of the night, the musician and she who listened to him being equally oblivious of the hour in the artistic emotion communicated by the works of the masters. But in all these relations, no intimacy slipped in. Valderez kept a timid and slightly stiffened attitude, which neither the slightly haughty courtesy of Monsieur de Ghiliac, nor his ceremonious amiability, were made to modify. For example, she had to recognize that he applied himself to realizing the few desires she sometimes let appear, and that she did not feel the effects of that authoritarian will which exercised itself so well elsewhere. Would she ever manage to know him, to know what there was of truth in the sayings of Madame de Ghiliac? Alas! What she knew, in any case, was that this strange man had clearly demonstrated to her his appalling selfishness and his lack of heart in that scene at Hort Sapins, whose memory weighed so heavily on Valderez's soul. It was that he still did not seek to draw closer to her, morally, and treated her as a stranger. On the other hand, it seemed quite astonishing that he should deprive himself of the social festivities awaiting him everywhere at this time of year, to remain in the country. The old manuscripts could easily be transported to Paris. There was only one explanation for that: the novelist was studying a curious type of little provincial girl and lingered over it somewhat. When he had fine-tuned it, he would go off towards other skies, towards other studies. And it was this thought which secretly paralyzed Valderez in his presence, which made her shudder with anguish when the bewitching blue pupils fastened themselves a little longer on her. He showed himself absolutely respectful of her religious convictions, and some of his words could even have made one think that he was not as unbelieving as appearances demonstrated. But, on the other hand, Valderez was able to measure his indifference in matters of religion shortly after his arrival, concerning Benaki. In the course of a walk in the park with Guillemette, she met the little black boy trotting in an alley, dressed in his little white loincloth over which he threw, to go out, a sort of burnous of a brilliant red. Valderez had until then barely glimpsed him. She stopped him, spoke to him with kindness, questioned him on what he was doing. Benaki, in a bizarre French, recounted that he had been the victim of a raid operated over there, in his African village whose name he knew no longer, that his parents had been killed and he sold as a slave. Monsieur de Ghiliac, who was traveling that way, had bought him. Since then, Benaki was very happy. He spent his days in the master's apartment, slept before his door, ate his fill, was sometimes caressed and rarely beaten. All that constituted, for the little boy, the summit of happiness. But Valderez, pushing her questionings a little further, observed with a tightening of the heart that this child, of whom Monsieur de Ghiliac had assumed, in buying him from his abductors, the moral and physical charge, received no religious education and had but one cult in the world, his master, who was on his part the object of a veritable adoration. That very evening, mastering her timidity and her embarrassment, she broached this subject, while Monsieur de Ghiliac, after dinner, paced while smoking the magnificent winter garden terminating the reception rooms. "Could you tell me, Élie, if Benaki has been baptized?" He stopped before the young woman seated near a colonnade around which wound enormous clematis of a pinkish mauve. "No, he has not been. I did not think of it, I confess. Do you permit me to concern myself with his religious instruction?" "Why, certainly. On condition that it neither tires nor bores you, naturally. It will be, on the contrary, a great happiness for me, at the same time as the accomplishment of a duty," she replied gravely. "In that case, all is for the best, and I entrust Benaki willingly to you so that you may make a good little Christian of him." By chance, irony was absent from his accent. And, from the next day, Valderez saw arrive at her rooms the little boy, sent by his master. Every day, henceforth, she reserved a moment for the child's religious instruction, and at the same time began to teach him to read. The heedlessness or the disdain of Monsieur de Ghiliac appearing to have gone so far as to treat, on that point again, Benaki on the same footing as Odin. The so disconcerting contrasts of this nature were well made to unsettle a soul even more experienced than that of Valderez. The parish priest of Vrigniers, whom she asked what one ought to think of her husband's works, declared to her that, their rare literary value set aside, they had still a real moral value, for they brought into play noble sentiments, castigated evil, let appear high and beautiful thoughts. But some wrapped themselves in forms so daring that he could not authorize an inexperienced young woman to read them. And one feels so well that he lacks the guiding thread, added the priest. With faith, such a writer would produce an admirable work and which would do so much good. While his talent, admitting that it be not harmful, and it can be for certain young souls, has only a moral effect very attenuated by the skepticism which pierces through too often. It was, in effect, what Valderez observed, reading the 2 volumes signed by the Marquis de Ghiliac, the reading of which had been permitted her. Now, precisely, as she finished the last one, a little before the dinner hour, Monsieur de Ghiliac entered the white drawing-room, and, seeing the book she still held between her hands, asked, while sitting down, "Well, what do you say of that, Valderez?" Still under the charm of the sparkling and so fine, so French style, she replied with enthusiasm, "How well you write! I closed this book with so much regret. I am infinitely flattered," he said in a serious tone. "But the rest? The substance, the ideas?" She blushed a little while replying, however, with sincerity, "There are things I like very much, and others less." "Which ones? Come, tell me that, quite simply, as you think it," he added, noticing her embarrassment. She developed then her idea with great clarity and entire frankness. Monsieur de Ghiliac, leaning on a table opposite her, listened to her attentively. "In effect, your thoughts are very beautiful, much more elevated than mine," he said when she stopped. "They are those of a Christian. But do you believe me capable of attaining those heights?" A sarcastic smile parted his lips. Something stirred in Valderez's soul, an irritation, a suffering, she knew not what. Turning her eyes away from that gaze where she seemed to see shining a sort of defiance, she retorted coldly, "It would be, in effect, perhaps reasonable to doubt it." He had a mocking laugh. "Well said, you are frank. And you are perhaps right. But it may be also that you are wrong. Who then knows me, knows of what I am capable? Who then? Why not even I confess it." The entry of Guillemette and her governess came to interrupt this conversation, which seemed to slide on a slope until this day unknown between them. But dating from this moment, Monsieur de Ghiliac bethought himself several times to ask Valderez her opinion on the literary works he put into her hands. And, if he happened to discuss her opinions, it was, this time, without that sardonic note which had visibly impressed the young woman. Chapter 13. Valderez had just received a note from her friend Alice. The latter, having occasion to pass through Angers the next day, asked Madame de Ghiliac to send her a telegram to tell her if she could come and see her at Arnel's, and introduce her husband to her, at the same time as make the acquaintance of Monsieur de Ghiliac. Certainly, Valderez was happy at the thought of seeing this very loved friend again. But a dull sadness stirred within her, for she knew that the sight of Alice's marital happiness was going to revive the secret wound of her own heart. She cast her eyes on the clock. It was late already. She had only the time to go and communicate this note to Monsieur de Ghiliac, if she wanted the telegram to leave in time. And for that, she had to go and find him in his apartment where he was working today. At the same time, she would profit by this occasion to address a request to him that her kindness, her delicate charity alone had prevented her from refusing. Just now, she had received the visit of a widow lady, a most honest person, recommended by the parish priest of Vrigniers, and of her son, who was soliciting the employment of second secretary to Monsieur de Ghiliac, the current holder being on the point of getting married abroad. Louis Dubiat presented the best references, but his health, following painful moral and pecuniary trials, had deteriorated. The poor boy, already little favored by nature, had a most sad appearance in his clean but threadbare clothes. Monsieur de Ghiliac had dismissed him when he had presented himself as a solicitor. And now, the unfortunate people came to beg the young Marchioness to speak in their favor, this position of secretary, very well remunerated, being for them salvation. They did not appear to doubt that Valderez would succeed in making her husband go back on his decision. Before their entreaties, before the tears she saw in the mother's eyes, she yielded and promised. Although it cost her extremely to take this step, which she knew moreover in advance to be doomed to failure. Monsieur de Ghiliac was certainly not accessible to pity, his decisions remained always without appeal. And, furthermore, it was inadmissible that a man who insisted so much on seeing harmony and beauty around him, should accept this poor disgraced and shabby being. But finally, she had promised, she had to keep her word. And Alice's letter would serve as an introduction. She headed towards Élie's study, which communicated by a private staircase with his apartment on the first floor. She had not come yet into this part of the chateau, and, a little at random, she knocked at a door. Upon a brief come-in, she opened it and found herself on the threshold of a room of imposing dimensions, decorated and furnished in the style of the purest 16th century. Flowers were arranged everywhere and exhaled a heady scent which mingled with Monsieur de Ghiliac's preferred perfume and the smell of fine Turkish tobacco. Élie, nonchalantly stretched out on a sort of low divan, was smoking, eyes fixed on the admirably painted ceiling, at the corners of which were seen the arms of his family. He had not turned his head and started a little when a timid voice said near him, "Pardon, Élie." He rose with a movement so quick that the little black boy, who was dozing on the carpet, let out a moan of fright. "I ask your pardon. I thought it was my valet. I regret disturbing you, but I would desire to speak to you." The warm atmosphere saturated with perfumes made a burning flush rise suddenly to Valderez's cheeks. And then, it was so painful to ask him for something. "You do not disturb me in the least. Take this armchair then. Go away, Benaki." The little boy, still drowsy, did not appear to understand immediately. His master, when he received beautiful ladies who came to pay him compliments, was not accustomed to sending him away. But a certain well-known gesture came to accelerate his understanding, and Benaki slipped hastily outside, wondering why the pretty Marchioness, so kind, had him put out the door like that. "I am entirely at your disposal," said Monsieur de Ghiliac, bringing a seat closer to Valderez's armchair. "I came to ask you if it would not displease you to receive tomorrow my friend, Madame Valet, and her husband who are going to come as far as here to see me and make your acquaintance." "Why, not in the least. I shall be on the contrary charmed to know them. Invite them to lunch, to dinner, and even to spend the night, if that suits them. In that case, I am going to send a telegram to Alice. She gives me the address of her hotel in Angers. There is much better. Tibor will leave presently for Angers, where I have an errand for him to run. Give him a note for your friend, he will carry it to the hotel. And warn Madame Valet that she need not concern herself with taking the train tomorrow to come here. I shall send an automobile to fetch them both at the hour she indicates." "I thank you, Élie. It will be much more agreeable for them, in effect. I have now something else again to ask you." The malaise which had seized her upon her entry into this room increased. These perfumes were intolerable. And never had Élie's gaze troubled her as today. "I would be very happy to be agreeable to you. It concerns a young man who was soliciting a position of secretary, a poor sickly boy, but very honest, who came to find me just now with his mother. A man named Louis Dubiat. In effect, he brought me excellent references from the double point of view moral and intellectual, but what a physique! That unfortunate boy seems to come out of the grave, and truly I would not care to have near me that sad figure. Would he have imagined appealing to you?" "Yes, his mother, and he asked me to try to change your resolution. It is true that the appearance and the clothes of the poor boy do not prejudice in his favor, but he looks so honest. With good food and peace of mind, his health would certainly improve. But he would still keep his ungrateful face, and his meager stature would not grow an inch for that." "Oh, do you attach yourself then to so little a thing? What is that, when it is a question of rendering service to an unfortunate person, of saving him from heartbreaking distress? Try at least, I pray you." Her large moved eyes expressed a timid supplication, her lips trembled a little, for, oh, yes, decidedly, it cost her too much to solicit something from him. He leaned forward and she saw, quite close to her, his gaze sparkle between the dark lashes. "You have the eloquence of the heart, and that of beauty. I can only confess myself vanquished. I accept your protégé. I promise you to be patient, and not to look at him." She stammered. "I thank you. You are very good." A dizziness was overcoming her. She rose, murmuring, "Open a window, I pray you." He rushed towards a French window and opened it wide. She advanced and, leaning against the doorframe, offered her face to the fresh and invigorating air. "I am going to ring for your maid so that she may bring you salts," said the slightly worried voice of Monsieur de Ghiliac. She stopped him with a gesture. "Oh, It is absolutely useless. The air will suffice. That smell of tobacco has perhaps inconvenienced you. I have the bad habit of smoking in my study, but I ought to have received you in the drawing room next door. No, it is those flowers, those perfumes. How can you live in an atmosphere like that? I do not notice it, I assure you. Moreover, I generally open my windows. But today, I was in my days of laziness, I was benumbing myself in this warmth. Here, like that one. He pointed with a gesture to the greyhound stretched out on cushions and plunged in sleep. These are my hours of nirvana. They do not give happiness, but happiness is a chimera. Let us take the flowers of life, let us not dream of impossible earthly paradises. What do you say to it, Valderez? Her dizziness was dissipating, she was recovering herself now. And she was in haste to move away. Never yet had she seen, in Élie's gaze, that expression of provocative and soft irony. I say that voluntary numbness is always a fault, she replied coldly. As for seeking only the flowers of life, it is a very pagan conception. And earthly paradises exist no longer. I know it well. And it is a pity. Life is so stupid, in the times that run. A good little Eden would please me well enough. It is true that there would be people found to say that I have all the elements of it here. But they are naive people, who see no further than the end of their nose. She turned her eyes away and took a few steps outside, on the terrace. If you wish to remain somewhat in the air, I am going to have a garment asked for you would risk catching cold, especially coming out of this so warm room, said Monsieur de Ghiliac who had followed her. No, I am not staying. The dizziness has passed now, I am going to go and write a note for Alice. Do not hurry, Tibor will wait as long as necessary. As for your protégé, tell him to come and find me one of these days. She murmured a thank you and moved away. Monsieur de Ghiliac followed her with his eyes, then re-entered his study. With an impatient gesture, he pushed aside the armchair where the young woman had sat just now. Decidedly, this antipathy is irreducible, he mused. What has she against me then? I believed I was dealing only with a childishness of a devout child, whom scruples came to assail. I wanted to punish her for it was, after all, most mortifying for my self-love. And furthermore, I could not act otherwise with regard to a young person who declared to me the impossibility in which she was of loving me. I thought indeed to manage, very quickly, to make her change her mind and consider herself too happy that I was willing to forget the words pronounced by her. But no. One would even believe, truly, that her distrust with regard to me increases still, and it is for this woman who disdains me that I committed the first folly of my life, an unnameable folly, for finally that unfortunate boy appears to me almost dying and his face is disagreeable to me to the supreme degree. But how to resist eyes like those? And that soul needed with charity and delicate kindness? For me only, she is icy, like the snow whose whiteness she has. Will she love me one day? But this situation cannot be prolonged indefinitely. We shall have to get out of it, in one manner or another. If, decidedly, she does not change her attitude with regard to me, I shall try to obtain the annulment of our marriage. At the very least, I shall send her to Hort Sapins, I shall hear speak of her no more, I shall see her no more, that creature who renders me as stupid as a stripling. He threw himself into an armchair, lit a cigarette with a trembling hand. His eyebrows drew together, giving his physiognomy a slightly hard expression. All the same, here is one who, by chance, forgot to be a coquette. And whose candid simplicity, skeptical as I am, I see myself obliged to recognize. It is doubtless for that reason that I frighten her. She believes me some black demon. Well, let us leave her to her belief, let us leave this snowflake to her solitude, and us, let us go and nurse ourselves elsewhere, my good Élie, for we are truly a little sick, and a little mad, he finished with a little mocking laugh which resounded in the large room where the cold air from outside was now dissipating the heady perfumes. The next day, Valderez hastened, on coming out of Mass, to go and carry the good news to the Dubiats. Escaping, quite moved, from their ardent thanks, she returned towards the castle, passing through the park. She walked slowly, a little thoughtful. The snow, which had fallen 2 days before, crunched under her steps. Over her very simple dress, made by herself and her maid, She wore one of the furs of her trousseau. That garment of which Madame de Noclare had said, with reason, that queens might envy it. An observation from Monsieur de Ghiliac, who was astonished not to see her make use of it, had decided the young woman to put it on sometimes for some time past. In her inexperience, she hardly suspected the value such a garment represented. But the admiration of the old Baroness du Bigny's, whom she had just met, this morning, coming out of Mass, the glances of envy which, these last few days, the ladies of Vrigniers cast at her, had somewhat enlightened her on this point. Her simplicity, her distance from all that could attract attention were moved by it, but she found herself obliged to wear this garment all the same, as long as it was cold, Monsieur de Ghiliac having declared to her, "I insist that you make use of it as much as possible, morning as well as afternoon, for I have a horror of things which remain unused." To which Madame du Bigny's, when Valderez had repeated to her just now these words of her husband, had added with a fine smile, "Monsieur de Ghiliac is perfectly right. And as it is he who chose this marvelous fur, he wants to give himself the pleasure of seeing how much it makes you prettier still." The brisk and cold air of this winter morning refreshed Valderez's face, tired by a night of insomnia. She felt very weary this morning, and worried, and sad. Something had passed over her, yesterday. It seemed to her suddenly that existence such as it was for a month past was becoming impossible. Her distrust, very far from diminishing, had taken, since the day before, a greater acuity. Monsieur de Ghiliac had shown himself to her under a new aspect, and troubling, among all. A deep worry subsisted still in Valderez's soul, although, yesterday evening, she had found him the same as usual, a little colder still perhaps. She stopped suddenly, immobilized by an intense surprise. In an alley of the park, Monsieur de Ghiliac was arriving on horseback, holding seated before him Guillemette all pink with joy. A few days before, he had entered unexpectedly into the white drawing-room, at the moment when the nervous and easily irritable child found herself prey to one of those fits of anger rather frequent in her, and which Valderez managed to calm only with much reasoning and patience. Upon her father's entry, she ceased immediately her stamping, and, all trembling, eyes lowered, listened to the coldly irritated voice which condemned her to a deprivation of dessert and of carriage rides for the whole week. "What influence you have on that child who loves you so deeply," said Valderez to her husband when the little girl had moved away. In a tone of sincere surprise, he retorted, "She loves me, me? You astonish me, for I have done nothing, I confess frankly, to obtain that result. She noticed it well, poor little one, and she suffers so much from it." He did not appear to grant attention to these last words and oriented the conversation onto another terrain. Was one to think, however, that he had reflected, and a little understood his wrongs towards the child? Approaching Valderez, he uncovered his head, and said smiling, "Here is a little girl whom I have just met in the park and taken away from Miss Ebville. I had a certain secret communication to make to her which she will remember, I hope. Come, Guillemette, let us get down." He handed the little girl to Valderez and dismounted himself. Holding his horse by the bridle, he returned towards the castle near his wife and daughter, chatting of the expected guests, after he had inquired with his accustomed courtesy about Valderez's health. When Guillemette found herself alone with her stepmother, she threw herself into her arms, laughing and weeping at the same time. "What is it then, my darling? Papa kissed me. And he called me his dear little daughter, really. There you are happy, I imagine?" "Oh, yes, Mamma. And yet Papa scolded me too. He told me that it was very bad to cause you pain by getting angry, that I would make you ill. But that to prevent that, he would put me in boarding school, if I continued, far from you, far from him." And at this prospect Guillemette began to weep. "Well, my little girl, you know what is the means to avoid that misfortune, you have only to employ it, and then your dear Papa will love you much more still. Now, let us dress, for the hour advances, and our guests will not delay arriving." Monsieur de Ghiliac was the most amiable master of the house that could be, when he was willing. Monsieur and Madame Valet had the experience of it that day. But Alice, whom the reserved, almost embarrassed tone of her friend's letters had struck, did not let herself be completely dazzled, like her husband, by the seductive chatelaine. Very serious, and especially knowing well Valderez's nature, she had immediately the intuition that the young Marchioness, despite all appearances, was not happy. However, receiving no confidences, she dared not question her, and left worried the evening of that day, cutting short her husband's enthusiastic words with these words pronounced in an annoyed tone. Yes, he turned your head, yours too, my poor Andre. But I fear greatly that this handsome gentleman is in the process of making my dear Valderez unhappy. Returning from escorting their guests to the automobile which was taking them to Angers, Monsieur de Ghiliac and Valderez stopped on the terrace. This evening was marvelous, without a breath of wind. In the sky stripped of its clouds, the stars appeared, and the crescent of the moon cast a light glimmer on the lawns and on the domes of the greenhouses which were outlined in the distance. Valderez leaned for an instant on the balustrade. Near her, Monsieur de Ghiliac had stopped, eyes fixed on the delicate profile allowed to be glimpsed by the scarf of white lace with which the young woman had surrounded her head. A hairy body bounded suddenly onto the balustrade, near Valderez. It was a black cat, belonging no doubt to some undergardener. Valderez gave an exclamation of fright and, in a repulsive movement, recoiled so abruptly that she found herself in the arms her husband extended with an instinctive gesture. For a few seconds, Élie's lips brushed her forehead, and she felt on her eyelids the caress of silky moustaches. She disengaged herself hastily, stammering, "Pardon. Those animals always produce such a disagreeable impression on me." She headed towards the drawing room. But he did not follow her, and remained a long moment on the terrace, which he paced back and forth while smoking. Alone, in the drawing room, Valderez had taken up her work. But the needle did, this evening, sad work. The young woman, nervous, agitated, rose with the intention of going back up to her room. "You are going to rest?" Élie entered, pronouncing these words in an indifferent voice. "Yes, I am a little tired." "Good night, Élie. Permit me to detain you a minute. I must announce to you my very near departure, for the day after tomorrow." "Really? You decided very quickly." "It is my habit. I hate long-term plans. I am going to spend a few days in Paris, and from there I shall leave for Cannes." "But then, Benaki, do you take him?" A smile of inexpressible irony came to part Élie's lips. "Ah, yes, it is Benaki who worries you. I take him, naturally. His religious instruction is going to find itself interrupted, but you will resume it later. It is very possible that I may send him to you this summer, if I put into execution the project which has come to me of an expedition to the North Pole." "An expedition to the North Pole," she repeated, eyes widened by surprise. "Why not? If I succeed, it will be one more celebrity. If I leave my bones there, well, the misfortune will not be so great, is it not true?" He had a little sarcastic laugh, seeing Valderez turn her eyes away a little, while her hand sketched a gesture of protest. "I pray you, do not believe yourself obliged to tell me the contrary. I prefer your habitual sincerity. And as for me, believe that I would not regret dying over there, far from the world, far from everything. They would say for some time, in the elegant circles of Paris and elsewhere, that poor Ghiliac, what a pity. Such a handsome man, such a great talent, such a fine fortune. What folly. Then they would forget me as they forget everything. Vanity of vanities. It will be true until the end of the world. Good night, Valderez." He took the hand she held out to him, without kissing it as was his custom, and went out with a rapid step. Valderez remained motionless for an instant, features a little tightened. Then, slowly, she went back up to her room, knowing in advance that, this night again, she would not be able to find sleep, for too many anguishes, too many doubts and uncertainties stirred in her mind. And Monsieur de Ghiliac, reaching his apartment, murmured with a mocking smile, "Ah, it is Benaki who worries her. Benaki only. It is delicious." Chapter 14. On this warm June morning, Valderez was returning with slow steps along the paths of the Arnels woods, in the company of Madame Vang, the wife of the doctor of Vrigniers. For some time, she had been in very close relations with this young woman, met at the bedside of the poor sick people, whom both visited. The parish priest, discreetly, had brought them closer, telling himself that the company of this distinguished and serious person, a very good Christian, could only be favorable to the young chatelaine of Arnels, so solitary in her superb dwelling. The difference in positions had not prevented them from sympathizing immediately, and it was now towards intimacy that both were gently heading. 3 months had elapsed since Monsieur de Ghiliac's departure. This time, every week, he wrote to his wife, sending her either a book or a piece of music. He gave her advice for her readings and asked her to send him her opinion on such a work or on such a fact of history. The correspondence, on this tone, was relatively easy between them. And Valderez, much less embarrassed than in her conversations with him, showed better thus, without suspecting it, her exquisite moral qualities and very rare intellectual faculties. In return, she received such letters as Monsieur de Ghiliac knew how to write, little masterpieces of wit and alert style which would have been the joy of literary people. This literary correspondence and frequent consignments of flowers, of candied fruits, of various delicacies, as long as he had been in Cannes, evidently represented what Élie estimated to be his duty towards his wife. She had been able to admire, in a society magazine, his marvelous villa surrounded by unique gardens. To read the account of the festivities of Cannes, Nice and Monte Carlo which he attended, and where the beautiful dowager Marchioness shone. Later, his reception at the Academy had occupied the whole press, all the periodicals. This session, within living memory, had not had its equal. People crushed each other under the cupola, and when the recipient appeared, all hearts palpitated, all eyes saw only him, just as the chronicler of an elegant review declared. Valderez read and reread Élie's speech. It was an admirable piece, and she understood the impression it must have produced spoken by him with that voice of warm and vibrant timbre, that enveloping voice which was a harmony for the ear. She repeated, that day, without knowing it, a word of Monsieur d'Essel to his wife, murmuring with a shudder of dread, "He is a frightening enchanter." Some time after she learned, at the same time by a letter from her husband and by the newspapers, of the departure of the Marquis de Ghiliac for a cruise to Norway, aboard his new yacht. He was preluding thus, probably, to his voyage to the North Pole. Valderez was able to see him, on this occasion, photographed in yachtsman's attire, on the deck of the superb ship whose entire fitting out was described, worthy of the man of refined tastes who was its owner. When would he return to Arnelles? Valderez was ignorant of it. The thought of seeing him again caused her an insurmountable malaise. And, on the other hand, however, this abandonment appeared to everyone incomprehensible and shocking. Valderez, at certain moments, wondered what the future would be for her. Just as the parish priest of Vriniers had told her one day, it was impossible that this situation should be prolonged indefinitely. She understood it now. But in whatever way Monsieur de Ghiliac resolved it, it was suffering which awaited her almost inevitably, she mused with a shudder of anguish. The sight of Dr. Vang and his wife, so united, so happy in their mediocrity, inspired her with melancholic reflections. And noting the doctor's tenderness for his children, his preoccupation with their good physical and moral education, she involuntarily compared with the paternal heedlessness of the Marquis de Ghiliac. However, one had to agree that there was in this respect some improvement. Monsieur de Ghiliac, in his letters, inquired about his daughter's health, about her character. And, some time previously, he had sent her a magnificent Norwegian doll which Guillemette, in her delight, would not leave unkissed all day long. Valderez had to recognize that she had not taken a step in the knowledge of her husband's nature, that the Sphinx remained impenetrable, more unsettling even than ever. In her anguish, when her soul was deeply tormented by doubt and suffering, prayer alone could bring back calm and resignation. Prayer, charity, her task near Guillemette, by whom she was ardently loved, that was her life. The only satisfaction procured for her by this so envied position of Marchioness de Ghiliac was to do good around her. The poor and the afflicted of the country all knew the young chatelaine who knew so well how to give, with her gold, something of herself, of her heart, of her charming grace. And whose delicious smile cheered the saddest interiors, at the same time as her advice at once so firm and so gentle brought back to duty many strayed souls. For a fortnight, Valderez had not received letters from her husband. She had learned, always through the newspapers, that he was now in Paris, where he continued his accustomed social life. A little comedy signed by him had just been performed in the drawing rooms of a mansion in the Faubourg. Among the actresses, who all bore old names of France, she saw the Countess de Tralens, and the Baroness de Brélez. This last name was not unknown to her. It was that of a childhood friend of Élie and of Madame de Tralan's, of whom Monsieur de Ghiliac had spoken, in the course of a conversation with Monsieur de Noclare, who had known the Baron de Brélez. Obviously, Élie would not reappear anytime soon at Arnelles. It was the height of the social season. And then, if his expedition to the pole was still on his mind, he would be busy organizing everything on that subject. Before the two young women, in the path of the wood, Guillemette and her friend Therese ran playing with the doctor's dog, a large, very crazy grey Spitz. The latter, suddenly, leaving the little girls, began to bark while rushing towards a cross path. "Oh! There is Odin," cried Guillemette. "But then, Papa." "Yes, there he is, Mamma." Monsieur de Ghiliac appeared in effect, preceded by his greyhound and followed by Bonacci, but by a transformed Bonacci, for his attire of a little savage bad given place to a European costume. Valderez's startlement was such that she stopped involuntarily. "You, Élie? At this hour? But there is no train. And what then are automobiles made for?" he retorted laughing. Regaining suddenly all her presence of mind, Valderez held out her hand to him, introduced him to Madame Vang, to whom he was still nearly unknown, for she had only glimpsed him from afar, during his stays at Arnelles. The doctor's wife was strongly prejudiced against him, as a result of his strange way of acting with regard to Valderez, whom she admired and loved. Moreover, the chatelaine of Arnelles had the reputation of being skeptical, mocking, very cold and little accessible to the common run of mortals. She was therefore most astonished to find herself in the presence of a simple and affable great lord, who made her a delicate eulogy of her husband, complimented her on the healthy appearance of little Therese and lifted Guillemette into his arms to kiss her, saying gaily, "And you too, what a fine appearance you have, my darling. One sees that you have a very devoted mamma to care for you." This unusual familiar address, too, dumbfounded Guillemette, while making her little face, now almost always pink, beam with joy. When, after a few minutes of conversation, Madame Vang moved away with her daughter, she was completely under the charm and deplored that two beings so admirably gifted could not manage to get along. "Now, Bonacci, come and greet Madame the Marchioness," said Monsieur de Ghiliac, calling with a gesture the little boy remained apart. "You will be able to judge, Valderez, that he has made great progress. Dubiat, of whom, parenthetically, I have nothing but praise, has taught him to read, and has occupied himself with his religious instruction. It remains only for you now to have him baptized." A joyous glimmer came to light up Valderez's pupils. "Oh, it is very good of you, Élie, to have had the task begun," continued. "Yes, you are going to be baptized very quickly, my little Bonacci," she added, caressing the frizzy hair of the child whose good ecstatic eyes were raised to her. "So you are pleased with that poor Dubiat, Élie?" "Altogether satisfied. He is an excellent boy, and most intelligent. You are getting used to his face." "Very well. Besides, he is less thin, and already appears better. Then, as you said most wisely, these details are of little importance. Where do you come from, like this?" While speaking, they advanced along the path. Monsieur de Ghiliac, smiling at his daughter's timidly radiant gaze, had called her near him and held her by the hand, like a father very happy to see his child again after a long absence. "I had been with Madame Vang to visit a poor family. Returning, we strolled a little while the children played. That young woman appears charming. But she is not quite of your world." "Not of my world. I confess to you that that consideration does not prevent me from treating as a friend this person very distinguished, morally and physically. Do not see in my words a reproach, I pray you," he said quickly. "It was a simple remark, and I approve you absolutely. You have in effect a soul too noble to fall into pettinesses of that kind." A slight redness rose to the young woman's complexion. Élie's voice had just had grave vibrations she did not know in him. "Have you made other acquaintances, now that the surroundings are beginning to populate?" he interrogated after an instant of silence. "No. I have seen only twice Madame du Bigny's, once Madame des Hornets. I do not care at all to make others." She blushed again. She could not tell him, in effect, that the situation in which his absences and his abandonment placed her rendered infinitely painful to her these relations with strangers whose avid curiosity she guessed. Did he understand her thought? His eyebrows had drawn together, a furrow formed for a few moments on his forehead. Go play with Benaki, run a little, my little girl, he said, letting go of Guilmete's hand. His gaze followed for a few moments the child who dragged the little boy along, in a mad race behind Odin. Then he turned towards Valderez. If you do not like society, you are perhaps going to find yourself very unhappy now, he said in a tone half serious, half mocking. At the end of August will begin, to continue until the end of the hunting season, our series of guests at Arnell's. You will have to make your debut there as mistress of the house. She could not restrain a movement of dread. Me. You are joking. How do you expect? I would be absolutely incapable. She knew, in effect, by what Madame du Bigny's and the notary's wife had told her of it, what the hunting season at the Château d'Arnelles was, an uninterrupted succession of fastuous receptions, of social distractions, of sports of all kinds, which gathered at Arnelles the most aristocratic and most elegant society. That is not at all my opinion, he retorted quietly. I have observed that you were a remarkable mistress of the house, that the servants were led by a very firm hand, that everything went marvelously in your household. It will be the same, I am persuaded, when our guests are here. Moreover, the butler, the chef and the housekeeper will facilitate your task well by the habit they have of these receptions. My sister Claude, who will come to spend, I hope, 2 months near us, will help you very willingly. And for the little details of social code which might embarrass you, I shall be always at your entire disposal. She looked at him with such visible alarm that he could not help laughing. Come now, Valderez, one would believe I am telling you the most extraordinary thing that exists. Why, yes indeed. I know nothing of the world, I shall not know at all how to receive your guests. He laughed again. Oh, that hardly worries me. You were born a great lady, and in 2 months I take it upon myself to make of you a woman of the world. Not such as the empty heads and futile souls you will see evolving around you, but such as I understand her, which is quite another thing. Valderez did not linger to pierce the obscure meaning of these words. Her husband's decision, this imminent change of existence which he announced to her with the most natural air in the world, threw her into a veritable bewilderment. But you have your mother, she advanced timidly. And what would she say, if? My mother knows very well, naturally, that from the moment I am married, it is my wife who must direct everything in my home and receive our guests. Have therefore no worry on this subject. Everything will pass perfectly, I guarantee it to you. It will be necessary also to concern yourself with your toilettes. He enveloped with an investigating glance the skirt of beige wool and the blouse of light cambric the young woman wore. With whom did you have that made? For some time I have been giving work to a little dressmaker of Vriniers who lives with great difficulty. But who dresses you most badly? Give her work as much as you please, I am far from opposing it, but do not wear that, give it to whom you will. I shall go to Angers, too. No, I shall take you to Paris, to my mother's couturier. At the same time you will choose the whole trousseau and accessories. We shall see to that in a fortnight. Give me then, now, news of all your kin. I received this morning a letter from Roland. All goes well over there, my mother is regaining strength. But he, the poor boy, is desolate. Monsieur de Ghiliac, while pushing aside a branch which threatened his wife's hat, asked in a tone of interest. Why then? My father refuses absolutely to let him enter the seminary. Ah, in effect, he had spoken to me of it. I understand a little that he is not very satisfied to see that vocation in his eldest son. But he has other sons. And even so, since Roland feels himself really called by God, this sacrifice is a duty for him, at the same time as it ought to appear an honor to him. Your father sees things in a different light. I hope for Roland that everything will end by arranging itself. He appeared charming to me, very sympathetic. Tell him then that I count on him, in September, at the same time as on your father, since, unfortunately, your mother cannot travel. However, in a sleeping car, perhaps? I do not believe so. The mere idea of moving from Haute Sapins would make her ill. Then, existence here would be tiring for her and prejudicial to the children, to Martha especially, who would easily let herself be intoxicated by luxury and social events. I thank you very much, Élie. Oh, I pray you. It is too natural that I seek to procure you the pleasure of having all your kin around you. But since you judge it impossible for the moment, we shall see something else, later. Hold on, La Reine is open. By the way, it seems to me that Madame de Brélez told me she was to spend a few days there to indicate urgent repairs to be done. He designated a small villa surrounded by a coquettish garden, and situated at the edge of the wood. Ah, La Reine belongs to Madame de Brélez? Yes. Look, there she is. On the shaded road a gig arrived driven by a young woman. Under the white tulle of the veil, two eyes fastened feverishly on Valderez. The hands which held the reins stopped the pony with a nervous gesture, when the carriage was level with the Marquis and his wife. With her most amiable smile, Robert replied to Monsieur de Ghiliac's greeting and to Valderez's introduction. You come for your repairs, Robert? Interrogated Élie. It is indeed necessary. What a bother for a woman alone, but I leave again the day after tomorrow. I have combined everything so as to be returned to Paris for the premiere of the Nouvelle Sappho. Naturally, I shall find you there. What do you expect the Nouvelle Sappho to matter to me? Arnelles is delicious at this time of year, and I count indeed on not leaving it before winter. These words must have been stupefying for Madame de Brélez, judging by the expression of her physiognomy and by the gesture of surprise she could not restrain. You are going to remain at Arnelles? At this time of year? In the height of the social season? And why not? The social season is most indifferent to me, I assure you. Perhaps I shall go and spend a few days in Austria, with Claude, and cast a glance at the same time on my properties over there. But that journey itself is little probable. I prefer to remain at Arnelles, where I please myself infinitely, and where I have much to work on. Robert's lips tightened nervously. What a serious being you are, she said with a forced smile. I believed you could not bear the country. Is it not permitted to change tastes, growing older especially? Robert had a little burst of laughter. What do you speak of growing older? One would not even give you your 30 years. But it is Guillemette who has grown and changed. Never would I have recognized her. Valderez works miracles, said Monsieur de Ghiliac, passing a caressing finger over the little girl's rosy cheek. A glimmer shone under Madame de Brélez's pale lashes. I notice it. What is that? Is it you too, madame, who have transformed Benaki? She pointed to the little boy who had just been unmasked by a movement of Valderez, behind whom he had hidden himself. Benaki had a particular antipathy for Madame de Brélez, and dodged, as much as he could, the caress she generally gave him. No, it is not I, replied Valderez smiling. But my husband judged with reason that it was time to take off his little savage's attire. All the more so as we are going to make a little Christian of him, added Monsieur de Ghiliac, giving a friendly tap on the child's cheek. But we are keeping you there, Robert. Shall we see you at Arnelles, before your departure? Yes, I shall go to see you tomorrow. If I am not to disturb you, madam? Why not at all? I shall be happy, on the contrary, to make more ample acquaintance with you, said Valderez graciously. See you soon then. She held out her hand to Élie and Valderez, and set her little equipage in motion again. Her features contracted under the empire of a dull rage, and she murmured suddenly between her teeth. I did not imagine yet that she was so beautiful. And what eyes! What an unforgettable gaze! He is in love with her, naturally. He must even be strongly so to come and bury himself in the country at this time. And he is jealous, since he confines her here. Yet, no, he left her alone a long time. I understand nothing of it. Is it a comedy he is playing? Very clever, who will be able to say. But there is something changed in him, and I am certain that he loves her, she finished, enveloping with a whip stroke the pony which bounded shaking its manet, as if to protest against a treatment to which it was not accustomed. During this time, Monsieur de Ghiliac asked his wife, How do you find Madame de Brélez, Valderez? She is a pretty person, and who appears intelligent and amiable. Pretty, he said disdainfully. She has a rather piquant physiognomy, that is all. As for her intelligence, it is superficial, like her amiability, moreover. Worldliness, convention, excessive coquetry, that is Robert, and unfortunately, many are similar to her. Yes, you will have curious studies to make in this world you are ignorant of still, Valderez. You will see all its pettinesses, its rivalries, its malicious intrigues hiding under the most amiable exteriors. I shall be able to instruct you on that, for I have turned and turned again all those puppets who have no more secrets for me. She raised her serious gaze to him. In that case, how do you still love this world so miserable under its brilliant appearances? Love it? Oh, no, certainly. I amused myself studying it. I dissected souls of men nearly empty, feminine souls null or ferocious. I read in the ones and in the others strange vanities, disconcerting calculations of self-love. I penetrated the undersides of brilliant and envied existences. Yes, the world has been for me an amusement and a field of studies. But as for loving it, never. I know it too well for that. You frighten me, murmured Valderez. For it is that world you want to make known to me. Yes, I shall make it known to you, because you are not destined for a reclusive life, because, necessarily, you must find yourself in contact with it. But I shall be there to guide you, to show you its pitfalls, to preserve you from its traps, for you are still very young, very ignorant, she finished with a slight smile, seeing that he interrupted himself. Let us say ignorant, if you wish. He smiled too, but his very grave gaze enveloped the admirable physiognomy where radiated the most limpid, the most delicate soul that the sceptical Marquis de Ghiliac had doubtless ever known. Madame de Brélez arrived the next day at tea time. Valderez, who received her on the terrace, offered to go to meet Monsieur de Ghiliac, occupied in giving instructions to his head gardener regarding the arrangement of one of his greenhouses. I ask nothing better, for never do I tire of contemplating the gardens of Arnels. Monsieur de Ghiliac is an adorer of flowers, and very few domains could rival on this point with this one. While chatting, they engaged themselves in the gardens, preceded by Guillemette, all fresh in her little white dress. Madame de Brélez stopped frequently to admire the flowers which attracted her attention more particularly. Ah, here are the famous Duchesse Claude roses, thus named by Monsieur de Ghiliac in memory of his beautiful ancestress. She designated an enormous rosebush, garnished with admirable white flowers, satiny, deliciously veined with pale pink. They are, it seems, unique in the world. Monsieur de Ghiliac surrounds them with a sort of cult. He offers them very rarely, and only to prominent guests. No one would bethink themselves to pick any. I remember that once, Fernand and I had that audacity. Oh, we did not have the desire to do it again, for when he is discontented, he has a way of looking at you, without saying anything. Oh, without saying anything. He is too much a gentleman to reproach a woman openly for a flower. But we knew where we stood, and I suppose Fernand picked no more Duchesse Claude. Guillemette, who had drawn closer to her stepmother, raised her head towards Madame de Brélez. Oh, now, Papa lets them be picked indeed. Just now, Mamma put a lot of them in the drawing-room, and it was he who wanted her to take them all. But Mamma said it would be a pity and that it was better to leave a few on the stem. A tremor ran over Robert's face. Her gaze, where a glimmer of hatred passed, brushed the young woman who walked near her with a supple gait, incomparably elegant. The sun put golden sparks in her magnificent hair. It illuminated that satiny and rosy complexion, similar to the petals of the roses so dear to Monsieur de Ghiliac. An inexpressible charm emanated from this young creature, simply dressed in a dress of silver-grey voile enhanced with a few ornaments of lace. Robert's hand tightened on the handle of her parasol. It is then that his fantasy has changed object, probably, she said in a negligent tone. The Marquis de Ghiliac has whims, just like a pretty woman, despite his disdain for our sex. For woman is for him, endowed with faculties so above those of the common run of mortals, only an inferior being, good at most to charm his gaze for an instant. He made that declaration to us one day, or something approaching it, most seriously in the world. It was, I remember, in Fernand's lifetime. She protested energetically without managing to convince him, moreover. Ah, we are truly very little thing, madam, before masculine natures of that temper. She smiled, but, sideways, her gaze fastened avidly on the beautiful face which had had a slight tremor. And when one of those natures falls on a very young woman, still a child, a little frivolous, but very loving and very enamored, what misunderstandings in prospect. There are truly sad things in life. Yes, Very sad, said Valderez's tranquil and grave voice. But pardon, madam. I believe we would do better to take this alley, it would lead us more directly to the greenhouses. There is Papa, announced Guillemette. Monsieur de Ghiliac hastened his step a little upon perceiving the young women. Robert's eyes took on that particular brilliance they always had in his presence. Returning towards the castle, she questioned him with interest on the changes he was having made to his greenhouses, and on his famous collection of orchids. Lobic has just succeeded with a new variety which appears to me quite simply a marvel, said Monsieur de Ghiliac. We must now give it a name. We shall call it Marquis de Ghiliac, in your honor, Valderez. Robert's lips had a slight twitch immediately repressed. It will be quickly famous, just as much as the Duchesse Claude Rose has been, she said with a half-smile. One must hope only that you will not tire of it as quickly, Élie. How is that? He said looking at her with a questioning air. Why yes. It appears that you no longer care much for it, since you lavish it now. Lavish is too much, Robert. But I found that, grouped in the flower stands of the white drawing-room by my wife's hands, with the very artistic taste she possesses to the highest degree, I enjoyed those flowers much more than by leaving them all on the stem. This is still selfishness and proves not at all that I do not care enormously for my roses, on the contrary. The well-known mocking flash of Robert crossed at this moment the Marquis's pupils. She lowered her eyes a little, tamed, as always, by the cold irony of this man near whom all coquetries failed, all subtle feminine intrigues. She forced her lips to smile again, to pronounce amiable words for the beautiful young woman who walked at Ellie's right, for that abhorred creature towards whom, at every minute, her hatred grew. The white drawing-room had become Valderez's preferred room. She had known how to give to this apartment, too luxurious to her taste, an intimate and serious cachet. And those white hangings which killed the most beautiful complexions, formed on the contrary for hers an incomparable frame. Robert observed it immediately, as also the exquisite grace of the young chatelaine in her role of mistress of the house. Furthermore, she seemed remarkably gifted from the point of view of intelligence. She chatted very well, except on purely social subjects which seemed to be almost completely foreign to her. Madame de Brélez, noticing it, hastened immediately to launch the conversation in that direction in order to inflict at least a few little wounds of self-love on this too seductive marchioness. But these malicious finesses were wasted effort with Monsieur de Ghiliac. In the blink of an eye, he had brought the conversation back to a terrain more familiar to Valderez, and, according to his custom, directed it at his will, taking visible pleasure in highlighting his wife's very delicate intelligence. He seemed today particularly gay. Was he very happy to find himself near Valderez again? Probably, although one might wonder why he had not given himself this pleasure sooner. But he was amusing himself also. Robert recognized it by a certain expression of that physiognomy well known to her. He was amusing himself with the jealous fury he knew existed under Madame de Brélez's amiable airs. He was playing, as he had always done, with that love of which he was not ignorant. To be an object of amusement for him, and to have before her eyes that marvelous chatelaine who had perhaps the happiness of being loved by him, it was intolerable. So Robert shortened her visit, refusing the invitation to dinner addressed to her, under pretext of important business to settle before her departure. While Monsieur de Ghiliac went to conduct her to her carriage, Valderez returned to the drawing-room and sat near her work-table. With a mechanical gesture, her fingers brushed the famous Duchesse Claude roses blooming in a Sevres flower stand, while her pensive gaze rested on the seat occupied just now by the Baroness. This Madame de Brélez was truly little sympathetic to her, and Élie was perhaps right in the severe judgment he had passed on her this morning. Her insinuations regarding the whimsical nature of Monsieur de Ghiliac, his way of understanding the role of the wife, his misunderstandings with Fernand, denoted a complete lack of tact. They had, in any case, reawakened in Valderez the latent sadness. As every time any circumstance came to put more clearly before her eyes what she knew well, alas, the absolute egoism and absence of heart in this being so admirably gifted in other respects. Yet, he seemed now to love his daughter. Yesterday, today again, he had shown himself affectionate to her, had appeared to interest himself in everything his wife told him of the child's health, of her keen intelligence and the improvement of her character. And, for herself, Valderez found in him a change which had struck her immediately. It was no longer the coldness of formerly, nor the irony, nor that fugitive and wheedling amiability which had sometimes troubled her 3 months before, because it had allowed her inexperience to glimpse the frightening power of seduction possessed by this man, and had given her the fear that he might seek to use it to make quite at his ease a thorough study of the young ignorant heart, thus submitted to his empire. No, it was no longer that at all. He showed himself serious, reserved without coldness, discreetly amiable. And until now he had not had with regard to her a single one of those ironies which were only too familiar to him. If he continued thus, yes, truly, existence would be possible. He had just re-entered the drawing-room. On the carpet, a few rose petals lay and also a flower barely half opened, which the distracted fingers of the young woman had caused to slip to the ground just now. Monsieur de Ghiliac leaned down and picked it up. It would be a pity to leave it to fade there, he said, slipping it into his buttonhole. Drawing an armchair to him, he sat near Valderez, who had just taken up her work. This altar cloth appears to me a marvel. Where did you get this design? It was I who imagined it, from an old engraving I found in the library. But I did not know you had that talent yet. You are, decidedly, an artist in everything. This design is admirably conceived. For whom do you intend this work? For my poor old church of St. Savinian. I hope to have it finished for the Feast of the Assumption. You will permit me to recommend you to spare your eyes. This must be very tiring. And, apart from this work, what have you done? Did the last books I sent you appear interesting to you? The conversation, once on this terrain, removed from them all embarrassment, and it continued at length. Élie taking a visible interest in the very delicate judgments passed by his wife on the works read. Valderez listening with a secret delight to the critique so fine, so brilliant and yet so profound made of them by Monsieur de Ghiliac. Chapter 15. There was decidedly no more question of the North Pole. The Marquis de Ghiliac, as he had announced to Madame de Brélez, was installing himself for the summer and autumn at Arnelles. As demonstrated by the arrival of all his staff, his carriages and his horses. This year, St. Moritz, Ostend and Dinard would wait for him in vain. He would prefer to them, this time, the shades of his park with secular trees, the superb flowering of his gardens, the majestic calm of the great halls of the castle, and perhaps also the young chatelaine. He had set about again the reconstitution of those memoirs he wanted to have published with a preface and commentaries by him. For this work, Valderez was, it seems, indispensable to him, none of his secretaries knowing like her how to decipher those faded handwritings and that old, sometimes incorrect French. The young woman was therefore solicited to come and spend a few hours every day in his study, the library, exposed to the south, being very hot in this season. The perfume detested by her had disappeared from it, the flowers with too strong scents were banished from it. Valderez would have had no reason to refuse, admitting that she could have had the idea which was not so, for she knew that, whatever the fear which still obsessed her, she must lend herself to a reconciliation, if he wished it. Every day, therefore, she came to sit near him, in the large room of such delicate luxury, where the lowered blinds maintained an agreeable coolness. The sometimes laborious reading of the manuscripts did not occupy all those hours. Monsieur de Ghiliac entertained his wife on many different subjects, and, in particular, on the novel whose plan he was preparing. This was submitted to Valderez, who had to give her opinion and make her criticisms. Now, until now, never had such a fact occurred. To ask advice of a woman, he, the proud Ghiliac, and to accept seeing his ideas discussed by a child of 19 years, who sincerely qualified herself as ignorant. But this child had the most marvelously expressive eyes that could be seen, and from the delicious little mouth came profound words, delicate and elevated appreciations, which probably seemed most worthy of attention to Monsieur de Ghiliac, since he solicited them and gathered them preciously. His attitude of the first days had not varied. His courtesy now wore a nuance of chivalrous eagerness, his serious gaze had, when resting on Valderez, a mysterious depth which made her shudder. Not with fear, as some time previously, but with a slightly anxious emotion. The embarrassment of formerly had almost completely disappeared for her, before this new attitude which transformed Monsieur de Ghiliac. And it was most fortunate, for their relations became continual. It was ceaselessly only walks, visits to the neighboring squires, musical sessions for two, lessons in riding, in fashionable sports given by himself to the young woman, whose supple skill and rapid progress appeared to delight this sportsman without peer. Valderez lent herself to everything with an amiable grace. And what had been at first only submission to her husband's desires became a pleasure. For she was young, healthy, accustomed to exercise and fatigue by her life at Haute Sapins. Quite ready therefore to enjoy long horseback rides in the picturesque paths of the forest of Arnels, or tennis matches under the old centenary trees, at the early hour when the night dew still refreshes the atmosphere. And they were almost always alone, both of them, and Valderez still wondered with the same anguish what mystery was hidden under that gaze so often fixed on her. An immense surprise had been reserved for her shortly after Élie's return, concerning Bonarchi's baptism. Monsieur de Ghiliac, most simply in the world, declared that he would be godfather, with his wife as godmother. All Vriniers was bewildered by it. And the priest, admitted to make the acquaintance of this so little exemplary parishioner, glimpsed only from afar during his stays at Arnels, found him so different from what he thought, so amiable and so serious that, at once, Élie gained one more admirer. "It is impossible that you should not manage to get along with him, madam," he declared to Valderez seeing her again shortly after. "That he may have been at fault towards his first wife, towards his daughter, towards you too, I do not deny. But that nature must have a certain sum of loyalty, it must possess qualities which it is for you to discover. Distrust freezes you, my poor child, try in a Christian manner to overcome it, if you want to arrive at seeing one day all misunderstanding cease between you and him." Yes, distrust was still there. And Élie's real change came to increase still more the young woman's perplexity. She saw him very affectionate towards Guilmette, generous and good with regard to Dubiat, concerned to procure for Bonarchi sufficient instruction, and a good moral education. She saw him drive his wife and daughter every Sunday to church in the phaeton harnessed with those lively and superb beasts whose ardor he loved to tame, and attend mass near them. What sentiment guided him in acting thus? Why did he show himself so different from the one she had known a few months before? Towards the end of July, he took her to Paris to order her toilettes. No one had a surer taste and a greater horror of banality and convention. No one, either, possessed to a more subtle degree the love of elegance, of harmonious beauty, of sober and magnificent luxury. Valderez had this time the personal experience of it. Marvels were ordered for her. And at first, she was dazzled, a little intoxicated even, for finally, she was a woman, and she too had a very keen taste for elegance and beauty. But Christian good sense, so profound in her, quickly regained the upper hand, was a little alarmed by the mad expenses of which she was the object. One day, she found in her apartment a case containing a pearl necklace of rare size and admirable orient. A little less inexperienced now, she could realize approximately the enormous value of such an adornment. In the evening, finding herself again with her husband in the drawing-room before dinner, she said to him, after having thanked him, "Really, are so many things necessary, Élie? It frightens me a little, I confess to you." He began to laugh. What a singular question on the part of a young woman. You do not like dresses, jewels, all those things for which so many creatures lose their soul? I like them within a certain limit, and you exceed it, Élie. This necklace is madness. That is not my opinion. From the moment I can offer it to you without doing wrong to anyone, without our budget risking to become unbalanced for that, I do not see too well where the madness lies. He was smiling, looking amused, but without irony. Yes, for it will be painful to me to think that I wear on me adornments whose price would relieve so many unfortunate people, she replied gravely. But one must think, Valderez, that our luxury, our expenses provide a living for a certain category of workers. I admit it. But if this luxury is exaggerated, it excites envy and hatred. Moreover, it softens the soul and the body. I believe a certain moderation is imperative. The happy medium, always. That terrible happy medium so difficult to attain. You are there, you, Valderez. But I, alas. He laughed, very gay, offering his arm to the young woman to lead her to the dining room whose door the butler had just opened. Had this selfish socialite understood the sentiment expressed by her? Valderez doubted it. In any case, he wished to calm his wife's scruples, For, the next day, as she entered the drawing-room where he awaited her to take her by automobile to Fontainebleau, he handed her a wallet with her monogram saying, "I am anxious to be forgiven for what you call my follies. Spend quickly for your poor the little notes found in there, and ask me for others as soon as possible." As she opened her mouth to express her gratitude to him, he said quickly, "No, no thanks. I see in your eyes that you are pleased, that suffices for me." Acts of this kind, accomplished with a good grace so simple and so chivalrous, were well made to touch Valderez. Why was it necessary that that doubt should be always there? It poisoned her life, it maintained the barrier between Élie and her. At this time, all Paris had begun to flee towards other skies. Monsieur de Ghiliac, freed from social duties, took advantage of it to make known to his wife artistic Paris. He showed himself the most amiable and erudite of cicerones, and Valderez forgot the hours looking at masterpieces, listening to the warm and vibrant voice which made her appreciate so well all their beauties. In the evening, he took her to the theatre when a play could suit her. In the afternoon, they made excursions by automobile, or went to the Bois de Boulogne. They met a few Parisian personalities, who hastened to have themselves introduced to the young Marchioness. Everywhere, Valderez was the object of an admiration which embarrassed her greatly, but brought a glimmer of contentment and pride into Monsieur de Ghiliac's gaze. The young woman noticed it one day, and wondered with anxiety if Élie's new attitude was not due simply to this fact, that, his wife's beauty flattering his pride, he took pleasure in adorning himself with it, in enhancing it by the refined elegance of the frame with which he surrounded her. And to tame the recalcitrant young provincial, he made himself amiable and serious, discreetly eager. Valderez revolted against this thought which came too often to assail her, since her stay in Paris. But it reappeared always, when she thought she seized in Élie's eyes that expression of proud joy which had struck her. Or else again when she saw him choose with care some delicious adornment destined to enhance the beauty of this young woman previously neglected by him. When the fortnight fixed by Monsieur de Ghiliac for their stay in Paris had elapsed, he asked his wife one evening, "Do you desire to remain here some time longer, Valderez?" "I do not care to, and I would even be happy to go and see again my little Guillemette, who finds the time so long." "Do you want to see her last letter, Élie?" He took the sheet, covered with unskillful handwriting, perused it rapidly, and said with a smile, "Well, let us return then to Arnelles. I ask nothing better, for my part. We shall profit, to work, by the time remaining to us still before the arrival of our guests." Chapter 16. Towards the end of August, the Châtelaines of Arnelles saw the vanguard of their guests appear in the person of the Duke and Duchess de Versailles, great-uncle and great-aunt of Élie. They were amiable and charming old people, whom the great sorrow of their life, the death of an only son killed during an exploration in Africa, had not rendered misanthropic, nor embittered against others more fortunate. Élie, their nearest relative, heir to the old ducal title, was on their part the object of an enthusiastic affection. It was not to them that one should have spoken of absence of heart in him, whom they claimed to be very good and very delicate, always ready to show them a discreet devotion. Those who heard them generally did not protest, out of respect, but mused, "That good Duke, that excellent Duchess, in their blind admiration for their great nephew, lend him their own qualities, from which he is certainly so far." Absent from Paris during the 2 months Valderez had stayed there, they did not yet know their new niece. From the first meeting, she conquered them completely. And while Madame de Versailles chatted with Valderez, her husband whispered in Élie's ear, "People are astonished, among your acquaintances, that you bury yourself so long in the country. But when they know this marvel, they will understand you, my dear friend." Monsieur de Ghiliac smiled, replying, "Uncle, above all do not pay compliments to Valderez. I warn you that she receives them without any pleasure. As modest as she is beautiful, then? That is perfect, and you are a happy mortal. But here is a niece whom we are going to spoil nicely. I warn you of it, Élie." "Do so, uncle, it is not I who will oppose it." "No, I even imagine that you are not the last to do so on your side," retorted the Duke laughing. Madame de Versailles advanced at that moment, holding Valderez's hand. She said gaily, "My dear child, I regret not having known sooner the delicious niece you have given us there. I shall have much trouble forgiving you for having hidden her from us so long. But I shall avenge myself for it by loving you doubly, my beautiful Valderez." And the amiable woman kissed the forehead of the young Marchioness, blushing a little, but moved and charmed by this sincere sympathy. "Ah, if I had a daughter like you! If I were in Hermione's place! Alas! Our home has been empty for a long time." A painful emotion broke Madame de Versailles' voice. Valderez leaned towards her, her compassionate and respectfully tender gaze rested on the fine face of the old lady, framed by silvery bands of hair. "Aunt, will you permit me to love you, to show you, as much as it will be in my power, my affection, quite powerless, alas, compared to that which you have lost?" "No, not powerless, my dear child, for it will warm our poor hearts, and will be a ray of happiness on the end of our existence," interrupted Madame de Versailles quickly, embracing the young woman. The Duke bit his moustache to hide his emotion, while Monsieur de Ghiliac, eyes slightly lowered, caressed with a mechanical gesture the hair of Guillemette, standing near him. "Happiness, I believe you give it to all those who surround you, my darling," continued the Duchess. "There is a little girl absolutely unrecognizable, is it not so, Bernard? That is indeed the word. There is life now, gaiety in those eyes, your eyes, Élie. That is, with those beautiful brown curls, all she has of you, for the cut of the face is entirely that of the mother courts." A slight fold formed for a few seconds on the Marquis's forehead. Between his teeth, he murmured, "May she not be a frivolous doll like her mother, at least, if she must resemble her in face." The Dowager Marchioness appeared that year at Arnelles earlier than usual. A sort of feverish haste possessed her to see face to face the one she secretly called the enemy, to realize the place Valderez occupied in her son's home. She had seen with an irritation all the stronger as she found herself obliged to contain it, Élie, disdaining all social pleasures, installing himself at Arnelles, near that young woman he had feigned to neglect at first. However blinded she might be by jealousy, it was impossible for her not to admit that pride, in default of the heart, inclined her son towards this admirable creature, worthy of flattering the most demanding masculine self-love. And she knew also in advance that the beautiful dowager would be now only very little thing, near this young woman towards whom all homages, all admirations of the Marquis de Ghiliac's guests would go. For some time, seeing him so little preoccupied with his wife, leading alone as formerly his social existence, she had strongly hoped that Valderez would stay at Haute Sapins, with Guillemette, for the duration of the hunting season at Arnelles. One day, shortly after Élie's return from his cruise, she spoke to him of it incidentally. He looked at her with an astonished air, a little sardonic, retorting, "What are you thinking of, mother? If Valderez had the desire to go and spend some time in the Jura, it is not that moment she would choose, for, naturally, it is indispensable that my wife be there to do the honors of our dwelling." Some time after, Monsieur de Ghiliac's departure and installation at Arnelles came to show his mother that his conjugal indifference was perhaps much more apparent than real. And when, arriving at Arnelles, she saw Valderez in all the blossoming of a beauty which had increased still further. When she noticed the incomparable grace with which she wore her toilettes, signed by one of the great masters of couture, all the demons of jealousy stirred in her. Monsieur d'Essel had said it one day to his wife, Madame de Ghiliac could not forgive a daughter-in-law wrongs of this kind. Valderez saw her mother-in-law arrive with a secret repugnance. As more experience came to her, she understood better the fault committed by Madame de Ghiliac in revealing to her all those details of Élie's nature, and especially in assuring so firmly a poor ignorant child full of goodwill that her husband would never love her. But such was the uprightness of her own nature that she did not yet dream of accusing her of perfidy. All the less so as Madame de Ghiliac, speaking to her thus, had appeared absolutely sincere, and that, alas, Élie's attitude had come so quickly to corroborate her word. But nevertheless Valderez felt instinctively towards her mother-in-law an aversion, an imprecise fear, at the same time as the worry that she might be discontented to see herself supplanted as mistress of the house. But Madame de Ghiliac knew too well the willful and absolute nature of her son to dare utter the slightest recrimination on this subject. She had to champ at the bit, and witness the triumphal success of the young chatelaine with the guests of Arnelles. It was always an envied privilege to be invited to the Marquis de Ghiliac's home. But, this year, The habitual attraction increased still further by the prospect of knowing finally this second wife upon whom those who had glimpsed her did not cease to heap praises. Then, would it not be of passionate interest to see Monsieur de Ghiliac's attitude towards this young woman, to know if truly he was, this time, in love? And what an enticing thing, for feminine jealousies, to have to watch all the deeds and gestures of the new chatelaine, to think of the blunders, the imprudences that this inexperienced provincial was certainly going to commit, in this milieu which was unknown to her, and which hid so many pitfalls. Those who counted on this pleasure were very quickly disappointed. Valderez's innate tact, her intelligence, her slightly proud reserve under the most gracious appearance allowed her to find herself straight away at the level of this role of mistress of the house such as it had to be at Arnelles. And, moreover, she had in Élie a sure guide who led her with a discreet hand through the thicket of little intrigues, of jealousies, of amiable deceits and smiling amorality whose secrets he had pierced. She felt herself surrounded by him with a constant solicitude, which seemed to her sweet and reassuring in this milieu where her soul so deeply Christian, so serious and delicate did not feel at ease. No one dreamed of contesting the perfect ease of the young chatelaine nor the inimitable grace with which she received her guests. The marriage of reason announced by the Dowager Marchioness, rendered plausible by Monsieur de Ghiliac's way of acting at the beginning of his union, appeared now to everyone difficult to admit, before the irresistible charm of this young woman. Besides, many changes in him, many nuances seized by avid curiosities, had come to make everyone think that, this time, the insensitive man was touched. The affectionate interest he showed to his daughter, the care he took to remove from his wife everything that could offend her in her ideas, the place he gave her in his life as a writer, especially, would have sufficed to demonstrate the influence being exercised upon him. And she? Naturally, she could not do otherwise than adore him. But she did not imitate the first wife who let her feelings be seen so well, and did not know how to hide her jealousy. That must evidently please Monsieur de Ghiliac, enemy of external manifestations. Valderez was quite well aware of the curiosity of which she was the object. She had the intuition of the ardent jealousies which agitated around her. But she continued to fulfill her duty with the same simple grace, freeing herself from the fear inspired in her, at the beginning, by this frivolous world she was learning quickly to know. A mass heard at an early hour came to give her for the whole day the moral strength necessary in this ambience of futilities and intrigues. She could then pass, always gracious and good, but inwardly detached, in the midst of the whirlwind which carried the guests of Arnelles from distractions to distractions, from fates to fates. But she mused with perplexity that Élie must be really very frivolous, to take pleasure in an existence of this kind. It is true that he did not seem, for the moment, to find excessive pleasure in it. And, very willingly, left to others the care of organizing the amusements, in which he took, this year, a part as restricted as his duties as master of the house permitted him. On her side, Valderez relied for this care on her mother-in-law and on Madame de Tralens, those indefatigable socialites who deployed treasures of imagination when it was a question of their pleasures. She could thus, almost every morning, find an hour to go and work near Élie, who continued to revise the memoirs of his ancestors. It was generally at that moment that he gave her his advice and that she asked his opinion on everything that embarrassed her in her new task. She found also a help, and a true friend, in the person of the Countess Surbeck, Monsieur de Ghiliac's youngest sister. Married very young to an Austrian great lord, Claude de Ghiliac had found in her husband a noble and serious heart, very Christian, who had known how to direct towards the good this good and upright nature, but which a frivolous and false education was beginning to spoil. From the first instant, Valderez and she had sympathized. Claude, of enthusiastic nature, sang the praises of her young sister-in-law at the same time as those of her brother, in the admiration of whom she had been brought up by her mother, for whom Élie alone counted in the world. Having lost since her marriage her social tastes, she pleased herself especially in occupying herself with her little family. And often Valderez and she, leaving Madame de Ghiliac and her eldest daughter to direct the drawing-room gossip, went off towards the children. Frequently joined by the Duchess de Versailles who loved her great-grandnephews greatly, but especially Guillemette, since Valderez had transformed the morose and somewhat savage child into an affectionate little creature, full of spirit and spontaneity. "Your daughter is admirably well brought up, my dear friend," she declared one day to Monsieur de Ghiliac. It would be to be wished that all mothers took example from Valderez for the perfect mixture of firmness and gentleness she knows how to deploy with regard to that child. It was a stormy afternoon. A certain number of the guests of Arnell's had left despite everything for a drive. But most, less intrepid, spread themselves in the billiard room, in the music room, or sat around the bridge tables. The Dowager Marchioness, surrounded by a small circle, chatted in the winter garden where tea was going to be served. People discussed the best methods of education. Élie walked back and forth, conversing with Monsieur d'Essel arrived for some time. He stopped before Madame de Versailles and replied in a serious tone. "I am absolutely of your opinion, Aunt. Valderez is, in effect, the ideal educator. But do you not think that this educator would be perhaps less firm, less perfect if it were a question, instead of a stepdaughter, of her own children?" It was Madame de Brélez who pronounced these words in her slightly sing-song voice. Arrived 3 weeks since at La Reinaille, she did not miss the smallest gathering at Arnell's, where the Dowager Marchioness, who had never shown before great sympathy for her, appeared to attract her willingly this year. "No, I am certain of it. Firmness is a duty, and for my wife, duty is the great law from which she will never withdraw herself. It is magnificent." "But very austere," murmured a young woman whose languorous expressions, destined to attract Monsieur de Ghiliac's attention, greatly amused the gallery for the last few days. "Austere? Yes, for those who see in life only pleasure, only enjoyment. But, otherwise, it is that which gives us still the most happiness, believe me, Princess." The blonde Princess Gelka blushed slightly under the look of cold irony which rested on her. The Dowager Marchioness, whose forehead had slightly wrinkled since her daughter-in-law was in question, intervened in that brief voice which indicated in her a secret irritation. "You are becoming improbably serious, Élie. I wonder if you are not going to end by shutting yourself up in some the Bade." He had a slightly mocking smile. "That would perhaps be a wise resolution. But no, there is no question of it for the moment. Paris will see me again, for a longer or shorter time, that will depend on my wife, who will perhaps please herself there less than elsewhere. It is she who will decide our stays here or there. As for me, it matters little to me, I shall find myself well everywhere." For an instant, in the winter garden, a silence of stupefaction passed. Such a declaration, on the part of this man so proud of his authority, revealed to everyone the place Valderez held in his life. The amused glimmer discernible in the Marquis's gaze showed that he was quite conscious of the effect produced by his words. Monsieur d'Essel slipped a discreet glance towards Madame de Ghiliac. Something had quivered on that beautiful face. Élie's declaration came no doubt to confirm all her fears. Monsieur d'Essel's gaze, which directed itself curiously towards Robert, saw a flash of hatred light up in the blue eyes. At the end of the enfilade of drawing-rooms advanced Valderez and the Countess Surbec, followed by Guilmette, Claude's eldest children, Otto and Hermine, and Madame de Tralan's 2 children. "What do these children come to do here then?" asked Madame de Ghiliac in a dry tone, when the young women entered the winter garden. It was Valderez who replied. "Because of exemplary behavior for a few days, I had promised them for today a cup of chocolate, the delicacy par excellence for all. And which, it seems much better to them taken in the afternoon, with the grown-ups. It is an altogether exceptional reward. But if it disturbs you, mother—" Monsieur de Ghiliac, who had advanced a few steps, interrupted quickly. "It is very well thus, on the contrary. We can only be happy to receive and spoil a little very well-behaved children. What do you say, Guilmette?" He lifted the little girl into his arms, and placed a kiss on the pink cheek which approached his lips coaxingly. Valderez leaned forward a little to ready the bow which held back Guilmette's curls. The latter, with an unforeseen movement, threw her arms around her neck. For a few moments, Valderez's golden brown hair, Élie's brown curls mingled above the child's head, their foreheads drew close. Élie's gaze, caressing and tender, slipped from his daughter to his wife who, unconscious of the delicious family picture formed by the 3 of them, quietly retied the pink ribbon. "You are truly of a disconcerting fantasy, Élie," said Madame de Tralan's sharp voice. "On what subject do you say that to me?" he interrogated calmly, while putting the child on the ground. "Why on the subject of your sudden paternal tenderness? It is hardly in your nature, it seems to me. He let out a mocking laugh. Thank you very much for the compliment. You have a good opinion of your brother, Eleanor. So, you judge me incapable of fulfilling my paternal duties, and you believe I act thus under the empire of a simple fantasy. But you have accustomed us to it a little, my dear. Monsieur de Ghiliac, advancing towards the tea table around which Valderez began to move, took a place on a vacant armchair, and, sinking into it with a nonchalant movement, said with a mocking coldness, "Explain yourself, I pray you." When he took that tone and that attitude, when he held thus under the cruelly mocking spark of his gaze his interlocutors, the latter generally lost their footing, stammered and collapsed pitifully. Madame de Tralens, despite all her self-assurance, did not escape the rule. And more than once her brother, impatient with her pretensions or her little sly spites, had pitilessly inflicted this humiliation on her. You said it one day yourself. You declared that everything, with you, was submitted to the caprice of the moment. She stammered. Really? It is quite possible that that declaration was made by me. I am, in effect, the most capricious of men. Except when it is a question of my affections. I have in any case had the experience of it for friendship, cried Prince Sturkine gaily. It is nearly 20 years that ours has lasted, and, far from weakening, it strengthens every day. Certainly. But my sister will tell you, my good Michel, that all the honor returns to you for it. For since, little boys of 10 both of us, we became intimately linked formally in Cannes, you have had the heroism to bear the whimsical mood swings, the selfishness, the authoritarian will of your friend. Whom you loved all the same, and who did not love you, he, it seems, since people judge him incapable of a sentiment of that kind. He laughed, and around him they echoed him, not without casting malicious glances towards Madame de Tralens, whom her brother's biting tone reduced to silence. She would perhaps not have been done so quickly with Élie's mocking verve, without the appearance of the other guests of Arnelles brought back by the tea hour. Soon, conversations and laughter filled the winter garden. Valderez served tea, helped by Claude and a young cousin of Monsieur de Ghiliac, Madeleine de Virens, quite recently engaged to Prince Sturkine. Guillemette, spotting a stool, had sat near her father. The latter played with the child's long curls, all the while replying with a distracted air to Madame de Brélez, who had succeeded, by skillful maneuvers, in finding a seat near him. Robert, without seeming to, followed the direction of his gaze, and she saw it constantly as if invincibly attracted towards the young chatelaine, who went back and forth through the groups. Do you take iced coffee, Élie? Valderez approached her husband, a tray in her hand. Why yes. Anything. What you will. It was visible that he replied mechanically, much more occupied with his wife than with what she offered him. Madame de Brélez had a short little laugh, which rang false. But that is delicious, a husband so accommodating. You would offer him, madam, the bitterest beverage, and he would accept it without hesitation. Certainly, because I would be persuaded that my wife gave it to me only for my good, he retorted with a slight smile of mockery. Then, lowering his voice, and his physiognomy having become suddenly serious, he asked, You seem tired, Valderez? Oh, it is nothing, a simple neuralgia. Take something immediately then to make it pass. This stormy temperature can only increase it further. Yes, I am going to go up presently. Go then now. I see very well that you are struggling against very strong suffering. Claude and Madeleine are there to finish seeing that our guests are served. And you detest seeing a person suffering, add it, Élie, said Madame de Brélez, whose paling lips tightened nervously. Good health is, in your eyes, indispensable. He retorted in a dry and haughty tone. Pardon. Do not mistake yourself. I find insupportable women ceaselessly preoccupied with their imaginary ailments, and constantly occupying their husband with them. But I know how to understand a real suffering, sympathize with it and manage to relieve it. Be without fear, I am not a monster, as you seem to believe charitably, Robert. He let out a little mocking laugh and rose to answer a call from his mother, who asked him to play a recent musical composition by a young Romanian protected by him. Valderez had drawn near the tea table and informed Madeleine de Virens in a half voice of the momentary absence she was going to make. As she turned away to leave the winter garden, she found herself face to face with Madame de Brélez. Go quickly to care for yourself, dear madam, said the sing-song voice of the young widow. Whatever Monsieur de Ghiliac says of it, he finds suffering women insupportable. Guilmete's mother knew something of it. Subject to 2 frequent ailments, she saw her husband then take the train for Vienna or Petersburg, unless he went off towards the Indies or Greenland. It was a charming way to aid the improvement of that poor little health, given especially that she lived no longer outside his presence. Ah, men. Valderez's beautiful golden eyebrows drew together, her voice took on a very cold accent to reply. It is very difficult, madam, to know what is, in a household, the share of responsibilities of the one and of the other. Better not to judge and not to speak of it inconsiderately. She bowed her head slightly and left the winter garden, leaving Madame de Brélez a little dumbfounded by the proud ease of this reply. Which was a lesson given without ambiguity, as Robert repeated to herself furiously. Valderez went up to her room, took an aspirin tablet and came down again immediately. But, instead of rejoining the drawing rooms, she stopped in the white drawing room. This room was entirely reserved for her. It was there she came to work when she found a moment of leisure. It was constantly garnished with the most beautiful flowers coming from the greenhouses and gardens of Arnelles, chosen every day with minute care by the head gardener, on Monsieur de Ghiliac's orders. Valderez approached a French window which she opened. The air was becoming almost unbreathable. Heavy black clouds held masses of water suspended above the earth and lugubriously darkened the waters of the lake. No breath of wind agitated the foliage, a heavy immobility reigned in the atmosphere. From the music room, the sounds of the piano reached Valderez's ear. She would have recognized among 1,000 that supple and firm playing, so deeply expressive, which she had often listened to with a secret delight. "When you play, Papa, Mamma listens so well that she does not hear me enter," Guilmete had said one day. And she listened to it again at this moment, a little trembling, seeking to seize, under the musical phrases expressed with exquisite delicacy, something of the musician's soul. Dull rumblings made themselves heard. The storm was approaching and large drops of rain were already falling, crashing onto the ground of the terrace. Her thought returned towards Madame de Brélez. That young woman displeased her more and more. Her insinuation of just now was completely out of place. And it was impossible for Valderez not to notice her maneuvers of barely disguised coquetry around Élie, no less moreover than the more and more accentuated coldness of the latter with regard to his childhood friend. For some time, Valderez wondered if Monsieur de Ghiliac's wrongs towards his first wife had been such as the words said formerly by the Dowager Marchioness seemed to make believe, and those pronounced just now by Robert. In any case, it was not impossible that Fernand had some too, which could perhaps explain, if not excuse completely those of her husband. Claude had shown her to Valderez as frivolous and overexcited, little intelligent, incapable of understanding a nature like Élie's. So jealous that she spied on all his outings and addressed reproaches to him accompanied by nervous fits as soon as the slightest suspicion came to her mind. Obviously, that was not the way to win the heart of a man of that character. And at bottom, now, although she still did not explain to herself his attitude on the day of their marriage and the following months, Valderez believed him good, capable of delicate proceedings, as his conduct with regard to her demonstrated. For some time, she felt every day crumbling, quite gently, something of that barrier which had risen between them. And the blue pupils became so strangely caressing upon resting on her. A flash of lightning suddenly enveloped the young woman. A dry rumbling prolonged itself, making the window panes tremble. Valderez recoiled mechanically. Another dazzling flash had just illuminated her mind, showing her in all clarity the sentiment which had developed in her, which reigned there now. She loved Élie. She loved him in such a way that she would suffer deeply if he moved away from her again. Yes, it was no longer duty alone, as she believed just now, which attached her to him. She loved this enigmatic man, a timid and trembling love which would not have dared show itself and blossom. For a distrust still floated in Valderez's soul, like a subtle trace of the poison poured by a criminal hand. And precisely, her mother-in-law's warning came back to her mind. Perhaps he will take pleasure in causing impressions to be born in you which he will then analyze in a future novel. Ah, if that were so. And if he knew? No, he would not know. She would hide her secret from him, as long as she was ignorant of what hid under the tender softness of that gaze which made her heart beat. she repeated with a mixture of anguish and happiness. I love him. I love him. Outside, the rain fell now with violence, and without the young woman, absorbed in her thoughts, noticing it, it wet the dress of pale pink crepe de chine adorned with delicate embroideries, which gave today a particular brilliance to her beauty. She realized, now, the impression produced on him by the confession naively made of the impossibility in which she found herself of loving him. Such a declaration must have seemed singularly mortifying to that idolized man, coming especially from that humble young girl whom he had deigned to choose and who ought to excite the envy of all women. His pride had not been able to bear it, and Valderez had borne the penalty of her frankness. Had he reflected little by little? Was he disposing himself to forget and forgive? For a moment, the piano had ceased to be heard. A masculine silhouette appeared suddenly on the threshold of a door left open, at the moment when a new flash illuminated the motionless young woman. But what are you thinking of then? Cried Élie's voice, vibrant and worried. Seized by this sudden appearance at the moment when she was thinking of him so intimately, Valderez started and made a movement backward. Monsieur de Ghiliac, who was advancing towards her, stopped in the middle of the drawing-room. Did I frighten you then? He said coldly. No. But I had not heard you. And, besides, I am a little unnerved by the storm, she stammered blushing. I beg you to excuse me, he said with the same coldness. It is true that I entered a little abruptly. But how do you remain there with that light dress? The temperature has chilled extremely, and your neuralgias are not going to find themselves well from a treatment of that kind, I imagine. Do you still suffer from it? Yes, always as much. He said in a softened tone. I believe that all this movement, that this existence to which you are not accustomed fatigues you. Rest completely then this evening, retire to your apartment, I take it upon myself to excuse you to our guests. Oh, no, not for a neuralgia. It is not in my habits to pamper myself thus. Well, you will do it to obey me. And another time, when there is a storm, you will not remain near a window, so as to receive the rain on you. Truly, I was not thinking of it, she murmured. She passed her hand over her forehead. Her nerves were doubtless very tense, for she felt tears rising to her eyes. Very quickly, so that he might not see them, she held out her hand to Monsieur de Ghiliac. Since you demand it, I am going up. Good night, Élie. Her fingers trembled a little under the caress of the kiss which brushed them. Good night, Valderez. Rest well, and return to us tomorrow completely delivered from that neuralgia. He watched her move away, then, mechanically, came to sit near the table where Valderez's work was found. Leaning his forehead on his hand, he murmured with bitterness. Again that recoil. And I saw tears in her eyes. What is the matter with her then? That limpid soul, radiating in her eyes full of light, does not yield its secret. But I can no longer live thus. I must know what exists under that gracious submission, under that charming gentleness. I must know if I am loved. For, in truth, I know everything of that upright and candid soul, except that. And would it not be because she is ignorant of it herself? Chapter 17. I regret truly, my dear Gilbert, that you did not consent to accompany me to Arnelles. Autumn is particularly delicious there this year, and you could have quite easily isolated yourself somewhat from the too social existence that one leads there. The young chatelaine herself would have helped you in it, for she would understand you so well. Ah, the marvelous creature! If ever I thought, in offering to Élie your poor little goddaughter, that she would be that ideal woman whose faultless beauty and aristocratic grace no one, not even those who hate her, dreams of contesting. And I confess to you that I was absolutely stupefied seeing with what ease she did the honors of her home. What a change, however, from her haute sapins. I recall her poor old dresses, which she made last as long as she could. And now, she appears just as much at ease in her toilettes, the least of which was paid a sum that would have sufficed to make her family live for several months. Toilettes chosen by Élie. That says everything, does it not? His so keen sense of harmony and beauty, Valderez's serious and delicate taste, her tact, must necessarily have discarded all the exaggerations, all the ugliness and impropriety of current feminine accoutrements. Thus, your goddaughter is exquisite and admired above all. Thus does she inspire a respect to which the others are in the process of losing their right. And the most astonishing thing, in my eyes, is that this child seems in no way intoxicated by such a change of existence. The other evening, I was paying her a compliment on a certain mauve dress garnished with argentine lace which appeared to me of extraordinary beauty and has made, I know it pertinently, many envious, starting with Hermione, who possesses nothing similar. She replied to me with that ravishing smile of which I spoke to you. I am less sorry to wear lace of this price since I know that it provides a living for very interesting workers and that I thus help in the re-establishment of an industry which allows women to work at home. But that. She pointed to the diamonds she wore that evening. Imagine, cousin, that I dare no longer put on my pearl necklace since Claude told me what it was worth. It was precisely, of all my adornments, the one I preferred. But it is appalling, such a fortune which sleeps, without profiting anyone. It profits no more in its case than on your shoulders, my dear child, I retorted laughing, although at bottom I was moved by this scruple which certainly exists in none of these ladies, even in Claude, however serious she may have become. Obviously. But finally, it is mad on Élie's part, is it not, cousin? And I confess to you that the extreme luxury which reigns here, the style of life one leads here, are a little frightening for me. She was delicious speaking thus with her air of grave simplicity. Well, you must obtain from your husband that he change that a little, I retorted. She blushed slightly, and turned the conversation to another subject. More and more, I am persuaded that Élie is deeply enamored of her. And already she has changed him. As I told you in my last letter, he is more serious, less skeptical and less mocking. He is, furthermore, a charming young father, very affectionate. And moreover, he, who did not care for children, interests himself in his nephews, in the Surbecs at least, for François and Ghislaine de Tralens are insupportable little poseurs whom he cannot bear. One feels also that he exercises around his wife a discreet, but ceaseless solicitude. It appears, it is Claude who told me the fact, that, when his mother presented for his approval the list of guests for the Arnels' house parties, he crossed out several names. Amongst others that of the Countess Monolly, who has such shocking toilettes, of Madame de Serret, whose reputation leaves much to be desired, of the Marquis de Garlands, whose scandalous divorce made, last year, the heyday of the press. Then he signified to Eleanor, great director of the Theatre of Arnels, that he wanted all projects of performance to pass under his eyes, for he did not intend that there should be seen at his home, as happened last year, spectacles which might offend morality however little. You guess from here the fury, concentrated naturally, of Hermione and Eleanor. Monsieur de Garlands is a society actor of the first order, the Countess Monolly has a superb voice. Madame de Serret possesses a devilish spirit for organizing entertainments. As for the theatre question, it is the holy ark for Eleanor, on the way to becoming a perfect ham actor. Naturally, and not without reason, they saw their Valderez influence. It is quite easy to notice that Élie removes from her, as much as he can, everything that would be likely to offend her. He has certainly understood that delicate soul, he admires it and preserves it. But what that man in appearance so jaded, so skeptical and so cold can do, his mother and Eleanor are incapable of. Valderez's soul exceeds the comprehension of their petty and envious souls, which content themselves with a minimum of morality bordering often on immorality. However, they dare not stir up vexations for her. Élie does not bear that a blame should touch his wife, as Hermione was able to have proof when she tried it, 2 or 3 times. Now, she returns to it no more. But what rancors smoulder underneath? You ask me what becomes of Robert de Brélez. She is constantly at Arnels, more often than in preceding years, circling endlessly with provocative coquetry which the more and more icy coldness of Ghiliac does not appear to discourage. Valderez cannot fail to notice this maneuver. And Élie worries about it, for he said to me yesterday, returning from tennis, I must, at the first opportunity, make Madame de Brélez understand that she has to stay at home. He had, saying that, a certain air which gives me to think that Robert will not have the idea of returning, the day she receives that ultimatum. And I believe also, from a few words said by him, that he is very desirous of removing from Valderez a woman who must, naturally, hate her with all the strength of her soul. The dear child is, moreover, surrounded by unbridled jealousies. But her husband's vigilance reassures me for her. I was right to think that that man was worth much more than appearances. He is charming to me. Is it out of gratitude for the rare pearl I procured for him? It is possible, for, I repeat to you, I believe him very much in love. And she? How to think that she is not so too? It is inadmissible, given especially that Élie seems absolutely perfect for her, and that she has nothing to reproach him with, since he has even suppressed completely his little study flirtations, as he said. But, then, she is anxious to hide her feelings well, for even before us, her relatives, she is with regard to him of a reserve which would seem rather the deed of a stranger than of a wife. The thing appears to me all the more singular as she shows herself otherwise, for Claude and Karl, for the good Duke de Versailles and his wife, for myself, of a charming and very affectionate spontaneity. Give me then your opinion on this subject, my dear Gilbert, or rather, no, come and bring it to me yourself. Whatever you say of it, the climate of Biarritz is not indispensable to you. And Valderez charged me to insist greatly with you, for she desires keenly to see you. Noclare arrived last week, with Roland. He has become dashing again, and appears to live here in perpetual wonder. His son-in-law is for him a divinity. He has still the same poor brain, but, most fortunately, he has not bequeathed it to his eldest son. What a charming boy is that Roland. The moral portrait of his sister, moreover. That says everything. We continue the series of those superb stag hunts which have made the reputation of Arnels more even than all the marvels of this domain. Élie is still passionate about it. It is a trait of breeding. His ancestors were all ardent huntsmen. Valderez follows the hunts on horseback. She rides admirably and is the most ravishing horsewoman that can be dreamed of. But she cannot bear to see the stag run down and keeps always apart, with Claude who has the same repugnance. Robert, on the contrary, does not sulk before the pursuit, nor before the spectacle of the kill. Perhaps also, knowing Élie's tastes, she believes thus to please him. In that case, she is much mistaken, for he said to me the other day, as we were returning from a certain falcon hunt, which had been for amateurs a choice treat. I cannot blame absolutely women who love the emotions of the hunt, but I find however infinitely more delicate and more feminine, and more attractive too, for us men, the movement which distances them from this bloody sport. Like Valderez? I retorted smiling. Like Valderez, yes. She would lose in my eyes something of her charm if I saw her, like Eleanor, Robert and others, witness impassive the death of an animal. Mawkishness is ridiculous, but sensibility is one of the most exquisite among feminine virtues, when it is well directed, which is the case for my wife. Well, Gilbert, when I told you, does he love her, yes or no? Valderez, seated in the white drawing-room, was finishing writing to her mother. As she drew an envelope to her to inscribe the address, she saw Monsieur de Noclare enter, all spruce, visibly trying, like the snobs of Monsieur de Ghiliac's entourage, to copy the allure and bearing of his son-in-law. I would like to speak to you, my child. But you are busy. No, father, I have finished. Do sit down. He took a place on an armchair near her, while casting an ecstatic glance around him. To say that it is my daughter who is the mistress of all these splendors. What did I tell you, Valderez, at the time of Élie's proposal? Do you regret having accepted, now? He laughed, rubbing his hands. She turned her eyes away, without answering, while Monsieur de Noclare, still loquacious, pursued. You are a queen here, and I am going to have recourse to your power. Imagine that during my stay at Aix, this summer, I played a little, and I had the bad luck to lose. I wrote then to Élie to ask him to advance me a quarter of the allowance he gives us, without telling him exactly why. He replied to me by sending me the sum, without prejudice to that which will be addressed to you as usual. He added most amiably, "Oh, father." She looked at him with an expression of painful reproach which made Monsieur de Noclare lower his eyes for an instant. He began to torment nervously his greying moustache. Well, yes, I was not reasonable, especially the second time. How, the second time? Yes, I returned to Aix lately, to try to catch up. But decidedly, there was nothing to be done. I lost again. An exclamation escaped from Valderez's trembling lips. My partner, a most gallant man, gave me time. However, I can delay no longer. Now, Your husband alone can come to my aid. You must ask him. Me, she said quickly with a gesture of protest. Yes, you, because you will obtain the thing more easily than I. Besides, Élie, although he is most amiable with regard to me, appears to me intimidating as soon as it is a question of soliciting something from him. Then coming from your mouth, the sum, 40,000 francs, will appear insignificant to him. That little brooch you wear today on your bodice is worth at least that. Valderez rose quickly, all trembling. 40,000 francs. Is it possible? Never shall I dare ask that of Élie after all he does already for my family. Come now, what is that to him? How you get excited for a small thing, my girl. He will be too happy, on the contrary, that you give him a new occasion to please you. And I promise you not to touch a card again. I have too little luck. But you must help me get out of this bad spot. Oh, you do not know what such a step would cost me. Ask him yourself, father. He made a gesture of irritated impatience. How eager you are to render me a service and spare me an annoyance. It is charming, in truth. Well, I shall speak to him of it, she said with a resigned gesture. He took her hands and squeezed them with force. That's better. Why make yourself be begged for a thing so easy, and so natural? Valderez had a desire to answer him. You do not find it so easy and so natural, since you dare not speak of it yourself to Élie. When Monsieur de Noclare had moved away, Valderez enclosed her letter in the envelope, rang to hand it to a servant, then she reached the terrace where, on these beautiful autumnal mornings, almost mild, the Duchesse de Versailles liked to stay, surrounded by a circle more or less numerous, according to the hour and everyone's occupations. At this moment, she had near her only Monsieur d'Essel, Madeleine de Virens and her fiancé, and Madame de Ghiliac, still in riding habit, for she had just returned from a ride on horseback and had stopped in passing on the terrace. I thought I would find Élie here, said Valderez. Élie? He is in the rose garden, replied Madame de Ghiliac. Passing just now by the high alley of the park, we perceived him with Princess Gelka, who was picking roses. Under her slightly lowered eyelids, she cast a glance at her daughter-in-law. But Valderez happened to be turned a little sideways, and the expression of her physiognomy escaped the Marchioness. There they are, said Monsieur d'Essel. Élie was arriving in effect, and near him walked Princess Gelka, whose arms held a sheaf of roses. Arriving on the steps of the terrace, she raised it above her head. See then. They are magnificent. Truly, dear princess, you have been the object of a very rare prodigality, cried Madame de Ghiliac smiling. Élie, who reached at this moment the last step of the terrace, turned his eyes towards her, retorting coldly. In truth, mother, do you not know for a long time that I have never refused a woman, whoever she may be, the flowers she asked of me? No, not even to beggar women, added Prince Sturkine gaily. Do you remember, Élie, that old woman who accosted us, 2 years ago, as we were coming out of a reception at the Royal Palace in Stockholm, and asked me for the orchid I wore in my buttonhole, for her sick granddaughter who loved flowers so much? Monsieur de Ghiliac nodded affirmatively, while drawing a seat near the one where his wife had just sat down. I gave it to her, and spontaneously, you handed her yours too. Yes. Poor old woman. But I have now a great remorse for not having added something more substantial to it. The gesture was not bad, but something was lacking in it. Is it not true, Valderez, you who are so expert in charity? He sat near the young woman, and looked at her smiling, with a moved gentleness which could not fail to strike those who were there. She smiled too, replying, It is certain that your orchid must not have relieved those poor women much, materially. But who knows if it did not help in the recovery of the young girl, by the pleasure its sight caused her? I want to hope so. But now, I would make the complete gesture. The half gesture was already charming, said Madame de Versailles laughing. But must one think then, Élie, that you attach importance only to flowers offered spontaneously? For my personal account, yes. I am made thus, it is perhaps a very grave imperfection, that I consider the spontaneous gift as the only one from which one can draw any deduction whatsoever. He smiled halfway, and a glimmer of irony crossed his gaze which, after having brushed the mobile physiognomy of Princess Gelka, rested on that of his mother, slightly tightened. I am entirely of your opinion, said Monsieur d'Essel, whose expression would have demonstrated to an observer the satisfaction Élie's words caused him. "And what you say is true, especially in affection." A little discussion ensued, thereupon, between Princess Gelka and him. Monsieur de Ghiliac listened, silent, with a distracted air, playing with a barely half-opened rosebud, which he held in his hand. "Where are you going?" he asked in a half-voice, seeing Valderez rise. "I must go and say a word to Miss Ebville, who must be in the park, with the children." "I will accompany you." He rose in his turn and, leaning a little, slipped the rose into the young woman's belt. "It is one of those you like, and I picked it for you." Monsieur d'Essel and Prince Sturkheim, who appeared to amuse themselves infinitely, exchanged a malicious look. The blonde Romanian lowered her nose onto her roses. Madame de Ghiliac, lifting with a nervous gesture her riding habit, headed towards the entrance of the castle. "Well, is it given spontaneously, that flower there?" whispered Monsieur d'Essel in the young man's ear, looking a little after the Marquis and his wife, who went off towards the park. "Yes. Like his heart," retorted Prince Michel with a gay smile. Hardly was Élie a little distant from the terrace, when he asked, "Who then indicated to Princess Gelka my presence in the rose garden?" "I do not know, Élie. I shall have to inform myself, for I will never suffer that people permit themselves to come thus pursuing me everywhere." His voice vibrated with irritation, and his forehead furrowed with a great fold of annoyance. They were skirting, at that moment, one of the lawns. Beyond, they perceived, going off towards the greenhouses, Roland de Noclare escorted by Benaki. The young boy, whom all the social pleasures of Arnelles tempted hardly, had undertaken to continue the religious instruction of the little black boy. And Benaki, delighted, followed him now like his shadow. "Poor Roland taught me, yesterday, that you had not been able to change your father's ideas relative to his vocation," said Monsieur de Ghiliac. "Alas! No. I came up against a settled decision. However, this vocation appears to me serious. I made Roland talk. I see the way in which he behaves here, in this milieu which would intoxicate any other young man of his age. On your father's part, it becomes a real stubbornness. Would it please you that I speak to him of it myself, and that I try in my turn to make him go back on his resolution?" Valderez gave a joyous exclamation. "Oh, you would do that, Élie? To you, he will not dare refuse. But I did not think of asking you, because, from what you had told me one day, I believed you a little in the same ideas as he. No, I am of the opinion that one must always respect a serious and proven vocation. I shall speak to him of it tomorrow. But tell me then what torments you? For I see very well from your physiognomy that you are worried." She blushed a little. It was not the first time that this terrible observer revealed to her thus that she was on his part the object of a vigilant examination. "It is true that I am a little worried and very tormented, as you say, Élie. My father just told me just now that he had played at Ainix, and lost." "I knew it. But all that has been settled." "Yes, thanks to your generosity," she said with a look of gratitude. "But, alas, he has begun again, and, this time, it is an enormous sum." "How much?" she said, lowering her voice and blushing with confusion. 40,000 francs. "Well, we shall see again about getting him out of there. You must not make yourself worry on this subject, above all." "Yes, for I am very worried to see my father return to his old habits, to that terrible passion which was the cause of his ruin. And then, it costs me much to think that after having done so much for my family, you are obliged again." He interrupted her with a quick gesture. "Let us not speak of that, I pray you. What I do is absolutely natural, since your family has become mine. But I understand your worry relative to your father. I shall have to speak to him seriously on this subject. Hold on, see over there our little imp." He pointed, at the very end of the alley where they had engaged themselves, to Guillemette, who ran, pursued by her cousins. "What spirit she has now! And she is strengthening surprisingly. What is then your secret, Valderez?" "I cared for her as best I could, that is all, and especially I loved her, poor darling." "Yes, especially. In the heart is the all-powerful spark which operates miracles of moral renovation. In the heart is the source of great revolutions of soul. It is by loving purely, strongly, that man becomes truly worthy of that name. He pronounced these words as if speaking to himself. His voice had deep vibrations, and a tremor of intense emotion passed through it. Valderez replied nothing. A mysterious sweetness gripped her suddenly and made her heart palpitate. Guillemette, having perceived her father and stepmother, ran towards them. A piercing cry rang out suddenly. The child had just fallen, stretched out her full length. Monsieur de Ghiliac and Valderez rushed from one side, Miss Ebville from the other. It was Élie who picked up the little girl. The knees had been badly damaged by the gravel of the alley. Monsieur de Ghiliac took her in his arms and Valderez stanched the blood which flowed. Then they all returned towards the castle, Guillemette carried by her father, who spoke to her gently while wiping her tears. As they arrived in sight of the terrace, they saw Madame de Brélez, who was preparing to climb the steps. Perceiving them, she retraced her steps and advanced towards them. Monsieur de Ghiliac had not been able to restrain a frowning of eyebrows. And it was in a very brief tone that he asked, "What is happening to you, Robert? You forgot something yesterday?" The tone and the question derogated somewhat from the Marquis's habits of courtesy. Robert blushed, her physiognomy had a slight twitch. But she replied with a smile, "Not in the least. I come to lunch, as your mother invited me yesterday, Élie." "Ah, I did not know," he said coldly, brushing with his fingertips the hand held out to him. "What is the matter then with this poor little one?" questioned Robert without losing countenance. "She has just fallen and damaged her knees," replied Valderez, who, unconsciously, took, she too, a very cold attitude. "Really? Bah! They are only grazes. And I am astonished that you, Élie, coddle her thus." "Be astonished, Robert, that is permitted you. And you are not done yet with me, for they have not nicknamed me the Sphinx for nothing," he retorted with a sarcastic smile. "Excuse us for leaving you, but we must go and care for those poor little knees there." While they headed towards one of the entrances of the castle, Monsieur de Ghiliac said to his wife, "I am going to ask my mother to space out her invitations to Madame de Brélez. One sees only her here, now. And I suspect that you have hardly any sympathy for that futile brain, no more than I, moreover. But if your mother likes to see her often—" A short, brief and mocking laugh escaped from Élie's lips. "There is an affection which would have grown very spontaneously. My mother, a few months ago, could not bear her. She has changed suddenly. And I know well why," he finished between his teeth. Chapter 18. Valderez, standing before the large cheval glass, was casting a last glance at the attire she had just put on. There was, this evening, at the Château de la Vogalerie, a dinner followed by a soirée in the course of which was to be performed a work by Monsieur de Ghiliac. For this little comedy, witty and deliciously written as always, he had wanted Valderez to give him her opinion, to suggest ideas to him. In such a way that she had been, in all reality, the collaborator of the writer, so jealous formerly of his absolute independence. The dress of white moiré with silver reflections fell in superb folds around the young woman. Lace veiled her shoulders, and the pearl necklace placed a soft shimmer on the snowy whiteness of her neck. She had not a jewel in her hair, which was indeed, moreover, the most magnificent diadem a woman could desire. And the sober and magnificent elegance of this toilette rendered her beauty more striking than ever. "It is a dream to look at Madame the Marchioness," cried the maid with enthusiasm. Valderez had a distracted smile. She returned towards her bedroom to take her fan. Her gaze fell on the rosebud picked this morning by Élie, and placed by her on a little table, when she had undressed. She took it between her fingers and considered it at length. He had picked it for her. If appearances were to be believed, he thought only of her, he sought only occasions to please her, to remove from her any worry. And everything in him, his acts, his words, his gaze told her that she was loved. Why did she fear still? Why did she remember suddenly the anguished complaint of the poet? His gaze. "I see it upon me soft and charming, but his soul? Perhaps is it cold and deaf? Ah! Who would penetrate into the secret thought? Who would guess it? Alas! Oh despair! To read therein, there is no knowledge here below. No, not here below," she mused. "But you, my God, you know him, that strange being in whom I dare not believe yet. You will not permit, if he is sincere, that I preserve still something of this distrust. He was truly so good, this morning. She approached a small pedestal supporting a marble Virgin, slipped the rose amidst the flowers soaking in a crystal vase, and let an ardent invocation escape from her lips, from her heart especially. Then she headed towards the room of Guillemette, whom her fall condemned to immobility for a few days. "Oh, Mamma, how beautiful you are," cried the child, clasping her hands. "No one is as pretty as my darling Mamma, is it not so, Miss Ebville?" "Oh, no. Most certainly," replied with spontaneity the young Englishwoman, very attached to Valderez, always delicately good with regard to her. "I would like you to stay there, near me, for a very long time, Mamma," said the little girl coaxingly, kissing her stepmother's hand. "Do you see, that little demanding one? I must, on the contrary, go away very quickly so as not to keep your papa waiting." "Oh, papa will say nothing to you, Mamma. Grandmother was saying the other day to Aunt Eleanor, speaking of you, she could keep him waiting 2 hours and he would never address a word of reproach to her, and she looked angry, Grandmother." "Why, Mamma? That does not concern you, and I have already told you that only ill-bred little girls repeated what they heard said by their grandmother or their aunt. Come. I am going to have you say your prayer, then I shall go quickly." She bent towards the bed of the child, who could not kneel this evening, as was her custom, and passed her arm under the little brown head. Guillemette, clasping her hands, said her prayer slowly, eyes fixed on the angel who spread his wings above the holy water font. The rose-veiled glow of the electric lamp illuminated the recollected face of the child and that of Valderez, grave and attentive. "My God, give the rest of heaven to Mamma Fernand. Make my dear papa know you and love you," added the child in finishing. "And immediately," she exclaimed. "But there he is, papa." The door, remained ajar, and which had been moving slightly for a moment, had just opened wide, giving passage to Monsieur de Ghiliac in evening dress. "Am I late, Élie?" asked Valderez. "Oh, very little. The automobile will quickly make up for that. And this injured one, how is she?" "Well enough. With a little rest, everything will go as it should, I hope. Several days of rest, do you hear, Mademoiselle the little madcap? That is a hard punishment. Come. Good night, my little daughter, and have beautiful dreams with the angels." He leaned over the bed and the child threw her arms around his neck. "Oh, papa, I shall dream of Mamma. She is so beautiful. And the angels cannot be better than she. Child, truth comes out of your mouth. Valderez, despite your aversion to compliments, you must accept that of our little Guillemette." A look of deep and tender admiration enveloped Valderez. She blushed slightly and leaned down to take the evening wrap deposited on entering on an armchair. Monsieur de Ghiliac helped her to put it on, and, when she had kissed Guillemette, they both moved away. The journey, moreover quite short, was silent. Valderez had a threat of migraine which made her somnolent. However, there was no trace left, inside this carriage, of the perfume which had formerly impressed her so disagreeably. Monsieur de Ghiliac had banished it from everywhere and replaced it with the fine scent of iris, discreet and healthy, which the young Marchioness loved. If Valderez had ever desired satisfactions of self-love, she would have attained, this evening, the height of happiness. In everyone's opinion, never had she been more ideally beautiful. And no one was ignorant, Monsieur de Ghiliac had insisted on making it known, that she had been her husband's collaborator in the exquisite little masterpiece being played on the theatre of La Vogalerie. It was a triumphal success for the young chatelaine of Arnelles. She appeared not in the least intoxicated by it, and welcomed with a simple and reserved grace the enthusiastic compliments, the subtle incense of admirations and praises burned before her as before her husband. Madame de Ghiliac witnessed with rage in her heart this triumph of her daughter-in-law. What she had so dreaded had happened. The young Marchioness cast into the shadow the one who had held so long the sceptre of elegance and beauty. Of what use to her were the splendor of her toilette, the skillful artifices destined to maintain her apparent youth, the diamonds which adorned her, the famous family diamonds which she had never had the idea to offer to her daughter-in-law, and which Élie, out of deference, had never asked of her. Yes, of what use to her was all that, near this Valderez who wore, she too, royal adornments, who possessed her unrivaled beauty, her so pure charm before which all bowed, and, furthermore, received now like a reflection of her husband's literary celebrity. But she had something still more precious, more rare than all her jewels, Élie's love. The jealous affection of the frivolous and idolatrous mother could not bear this thought. Her son's deferential coldness had appeared to her until now inherent in Élie's character. But she suspected now that he could be quite otherwise, and she knew that Valderez would be happy. At every instant, people more or less well-intentioned came to pay her compliments on her daughter-in-law. Soon, exasperated, her heart swollen with rancor, she retired, under pretext of heat, into a small, less-lit drawing-room, destined for persons desirous of finding a little rest. This room was empty. But Madame de Ghiliac had been there barely 5 minutes when a rustling of silk announced to her that someone was going to trouble her solitude. And a flush of anger rose to her face seeing Valderez appear on the arm of Count Serbec. "Ah, you are here, mother? You are seeking also a relative coolness?" "I thank you, Karl. Leave me now. I am going to rest a little, for truly this migraine is increasing and making me uncomfortable. If I warned Élie, you could return to Arnelles. Why disturb him? I shall wait very well here, in the calm and the dimmed light." "Oh, I imagine he hardly cares to linger," said the Count with a smile of friendly malice. "And I am decidedly going to warn him, for you look truly tired." "No, Karl, no." But without listening to her, Count Serbec left the drawing-room. Valderez approached a window and opened it slightly to offer for an instant her burning face to the fresh air from outside. "You are very imprudent, madam. Have you then a desire to die like Guilmete's mother?" She turned at the sound of that sing-song and ironic voice. Madame de Brélez stood on the threshold of the drawing-room. "I do not know how she died," said Valderez coldly. "Ah, really?" Robert advanced and came to place herself near the young Marchioness. The latter met her changing pupils which shone with an evil brilliance. "Oh, she died in a very banal, very frequent manner. It was at a morning reception at the Spanish embassy. She had danced a great deal and, being extremely hot, placed herself imprudently near an open window. In the animation of conversation, she accorded no attention to it, and no one, around her, noticed the danger she was running. No, not even her husband, who stood however at a short distance. A few days later, a pulmonary congestion carried off poor Fernand. You see that there is nothing there but very ordinary, in effect, but very sad too, for that poor young woman left her child after her. Yes, and with a father who cared much less for it than for his favorite dog. May I ask you to close that window, madam? That little thread of air gives me the shivers. It is that I have no desire at all to go off like Fernand." She, the poor dear, was perhaps not sorry for it, after all. Her health had become so frail, with all the domestic worries which were her lot, since the day of her marriage. And she must have realized well that union would never be possible between Élie's character and hers. "Obviously, it was impossible," said the brief voice of the Dowager Marchioness who, until then, had remained silent. Poor Fernand was absolutely incapable of inspiring in him even the ephemeral attachment he might grant to another woman, more intelligent and finer. That is why one could peddle that stupid, improbable rumor. Madame de Ghiliac straightened herself abruptly in her armchair. "Be quiet, Robert. Do not recall that odious drawing-room gossip." Robert's lips had that movement particular to those of the feline preparing to tear a palpitating prey, and, sideways, her gaze slid towards the beautiful young woman who had turned away a little and straightened her head, to show her disapproval of the turn the conversation was taking. A ridiculous gossip, in effect. No one believed it. See then, madam, what the world is. It sufficed that the disunion existing between Monsieur de Ghiliac and Fernand be known, for immediately, started I know not from where, the rumor spread that he alone had noticed the danger run by his wife. Valderez made an abrupt movement, and her gaze, proud and anxious at the same time, rested on the young widow. "I do not understand, madam, that you repeat before me these pieces of gossip." "Why yes, simple gossip, and which took nothing away from the fetishistic consideration with which Monsieur de Ghiliac is surrounded." It seems that the fact of remaining mute and impassive when one sees an almost surely deadly heir caress the damp shoulders of a delicate young woman does not enter into the category of unpardonable faults. "Robert, be quiet," cried Madame de Ghiliac almost violently. "Yes, be quiet, madam," said Valderez in a tone of proud authority. "The most elementary delicacy ought to have forbidden you to repeat this calumny before the mother and the wife of the Marquis de Ghiliac." Robert became purple. And in the gaze which fixed itself on her, Valderez saw shine a hateful rage which made her shudder. "You do not believe it either? It is your duty, and we know that for you duty comes before everything. You are the model woman, provided with all perfections. But, in truth, in what vein of compliments are you then this evening, Robert?" said the mocking voice of Monsieur de Ghiliac. He entered the small drawing-room, and his penetrating gaze brushed in turn the annoyed face of his mother, that of Madame de Brélez, red and animated, and the moved physiognomy of Valderez. Robert, troubled by this unexpected appearance, stammered a few words, turning away her embarrassed gaze. Monsieur de Ghiliac approached his wife and said in a voice which, suddenly, took on singularly gentle vibrations, "Karl has just told me that you appeared tired, and I see immediately that he was not mistaken. Your migraine has increased." "Yes, greatly. I feel truly uncomfortable." A shiver agitated her shoulders. "Then, let us leave quickly. You ought to have told me sooner. The heat of these rooms would give a migraine to anyone not disposed to it. I would not have wanted to disturb you." "Ah, what does it matter to me? I care indeed for other things than that," he said with a disdainful gesture towards the drawing-rooms from where arrived the sounds of a Hungarian air very fashionable that year. He took leave rapidly of his mother, greeted with a nod of the head, full of distant haughtiness, Madame de Brélez, who had not yet regained her composure, and left the drawing-room with his wife. Robert, raising her small lace-trimmed handkerchief to her lips, bit into it with full teeth. "Ah, yes, what does it matter to him?" she murmured in a hoarse voice. "What does anything matter to him? For him, there exists only she in the world. The others beg in vain for particles of his heart. There is nothing, nothing for them, nothing for you either, his mother. She is everything for him, he has only that unique affection." Madame de Ghiliac's face contracted. Without answering, she turned her head away and appeared to absorb herself in a painful reverie, while opposite her, Robert twisted mechanically between her fingers the thin cambric. Upon leaving La Vogelerie, Monsieur de Ghiliac had thrown this order to the chauffeur: "Hurry, Tibor." Valderez, hardly in the car, had fallen into a sort of torpor. She did not notice that an anxious gaze did not leave her, watching for the slightest contraction of her paled face. She had only a vague, but yet very sweet impression of being surrounded by a vigilant solicitude. Of feeling from time to time a careful hand pull up the rug that the movement of the car caused to slip. An imperious desire for rest, for solitude seized her. It seemed to her that then the circle clasping her forehead, the shooting pain hammering her skull would disappear instantly. Finally, Arnel's was reached. On Monsieur de Ghiliac's arm, Valderez reached her apartment, where her maid awaited her. "A very hot drink, quickly, I pray you," ordered Élie. "And you, Valderez, get into bed very quickly. You must have a little fever, your hands are burning and your eyes are brilliant. I am going to send for Dr. Vang." "Are you joking, Élie? For a migraine? A night of rest and there will be no sign of it left." She tried to smile, but the suffering was so keen that it was a poor little painful smile. "Well, hurry to put yourself at your ease, to have your hair taken down, for that marvelous hair must be heavy on that poor tired forehead." He held her hands between his, she felt on her the ardent caress of that gaze. And she thought suddenly that it would be good to lean that painful forehead against his shoulder, and to tell him all that tormented her, and to hear also what he had to say to her. No, not this evening, she suffered too much, her ideas were wandering a little. But tomorrow. Everything had to be cleared up. She had the intuition that, now, Élie would be anxious to explain himself. "Good night, Élie," she said weakly. He leaned down, kissed at length the two little hands which trembled between his own. And when he straightened himself, their eyes met. "Until tomorrow," he said gently. She repeated, "Until tomorrow," slowly disengaging her hands. and her gaze veiled by suffering lit up a second at the ardent flame of Élie's eyes. Chapter 19. Valderez, seated near one of the windows of the sitting room which preceded her bedroom, was musing, eyes fixed on the browning foliage of the trees of the park which, over there, showed themselves at the limit of the gardens. The malaise of that night left no other trace than a little fatigue. Monsieur de Ghiliac, coming to see his wife this morning, had however insisted that she remain to lunch in her rooms, in order to rest completely. And that man so coldly personal, according to Madame de Ghiliac and Madame de Brélez, that husband who left his sick first wife there with such casualness had remained at length near Valderez, distracting her with his conversation, inquiring about everything she might desire and giving his instructions himself to the chef so that a meal at once light and restorative might be served to her. No allusion had been made to what had happened in the little drawing-room of La Vogelerie. Valderez was certain however that her husband had guessed something, and that he would ask her for explanations on this subject. It was his right, it was his duty, and she was ready to give them to him. The perfidious words of Madame de Brélez, after the first emotion passed, had left no impression on her. Élie might have grave faults, but as for being guilty of that crime, never. What an odious creature was then that young woman, who dared speak to her thus of her husband, insinuate miserable calumnies. But Valderez wondered, for some time, if another had not used, with regard to her, a similar perfidy, unveiling to her in advance and exaggerating Élie's faults, and his wrongs towards his first wife. Now, she awaited him. He had told her that he would return after lunch, as soon as his duties as master of the house left him free. And an emotion, at once fearful and very sweet, made Valderez's heart palpitate a little, at the thought of this interview. Here he was entering, advancing quickly, like a man who has found the time long. That poor chatterbox Lord Germhan kept me indefinitely in the smoking room, yet I was in such haste to come and see how you were. But I am very well, I assure you. I could truly have gone down for lunch. He sat near her, on the small sofa where she was, and took her hand, covering her with that gaze so deep and so gentle he had had for her for some time. No, it was better to rest completely. This existence, to which you are not accustomed, fatigues you, and I insist essentially that you take care of yourself. The world is not worth the trouble of losing your health for it. Now, I am going to tell you something which will please you. This morning, I had a long conversation with your father. I lectured him, he promised me not to touch a card again. That promise, I shall know how to remind him of it in due time and place. And I obtained equally, without great difficulties, that he let Roland follow his vocation. You succeeded. Oh, how happy he is going to be, my dear little Roland. How can I thank you, Élie? I am going to tell you, Valderez, he said with a grave gentleness. Last night, when I entered the room where you were with my mother and Madame de Brélez, I understood immediately, seeing your physiognomy, that someone had just said something grave to you, against me, probably. Now, what I ask of you is to show me entire confidence, by telling me of what I am accused, for I have the right to defend myself. You are right, and I too, must tell you. Madame de Brélez had just reported to me odious rumors which have run, on the subject of your first wife's death, she finished, lowering her voice instinctively. And what did you think of it? He leaned forward a little, plunging his firm and straight gaze, a little anxious however, into the large, very moved brown eyes. Oh, I did not believe it for an instant. Never, Élie. That, never. The vibrant protest expressed itself in her voice, in her gaze, in the tremor of her whole person. Élie's physiognomy lit up with a sudden radiance. He leaned forward a little more still and his lips touched the forehead haloed with dark gold. Thank you, my beloved, he said with fervor. I would bear anything, except to see you think for a single instant that I am not an honest man. But tell me one word only. Valderez, can you say to me, I love you? Before the immense tenderness of the gaze which implored her, the last mists of doubt vanished. The charming head bowed onto Monsieur de Ghiliac's shoulder and Valderez murmured, I love you, my Élie. They remained a long time thus, in the intoxication of their happiness. Great joys are deep and silent. And Élie's kisses had more eloquence than words, in those first instants when they felt at last their hearts beat in unison. It is only a few days since you let me read a little in those dear eyes, murmured Élie finally. Before, I was ignorant if I had at last the happiness of having conquered your affection. You have had it for a long time, from the beginning, I believe. But, oh, tell me, Élie, why did you have that attitude? Why did you speak to me thus on the day of our marriage? I know that I was wrong that day, that you could be offended. But if you had thought of my youth, of my inexperience. Yes, I am the guilty one, the only guilty one, my poor darling. My pride reared at that moment, it stifled the cry of love, for already I loved you, Valderez, and I ought to have told you so that day. Afterwards, it was pride still which dictated to me my odious conduct with regard to you, in the first months of our marriage. No, do not protest. It was truly odious to abandon you, so young, and to make you suffer, simply because my masculine self-love did not want to bend to ask an explanation and to make known to you that you were loved. I understood at last my wrongs, and I returned near you, resolved to conquer your affection, by showing you that I can be, that I am really a little more serious than appearances make one think, and that I have a heart, which you doubted perhaps also, Valderez. I doubted it for a long time, Élie, I tell you frankly. I had given you the right. But am I mistaken in thinking there was something else? That you had been prejudiced against me? She blushed, but did not turn her gaze away from Élie's. Yes, you were represented to me in very black colors, under the aspect of the worst egoist, incapable of the slightest attachment and desiring none on my part. Of the dilettante quite disposed to see in me only an interesting subject of psychological study. Élie's arms clasped the young woman more tightly, and she saw his eyes sparkle with intense irritation. Someone dared tell you that. My poor little beloved. Ah, I understand, now, the fear, the distrust I inspired in you. But who is the miserable author of this perfidy? Valderez blushed still more strongly, murmuring, I pray you, Élie, do not ask me that. I cannot tell you. Élie's eyes sparkled again. He said in a half voice. No, I ask nothing. I know, now. She understood, by his accent, by the expression of his physiognomy, that he had in effect guessed everything and that irritation rumbled in him. In a tone of prayer, she asked. You will say nothing, Élie? One must forget and forgive. I do it very willingly, I assure you, for I am so happy now. He kissed the hair with golden reflections, murmuring, I am not so good as you, my Valderez. To forget and forgive that. No, no. You must, Élie. Perhaps, in the long run. Do not demand too much for the moment of an imperfect man like me, my darling, he added smiling gently at the large eyes full of reproach. I promise you to say nothing, that is all I can do, and even then is it because, despite everything, I must preserve filial respect. As for Robert, that is another thing. Leave her too, Élie. It is impossible. When one finds a venomous snake on one's path, one must crush it. Do not concern yourself with that then, Valderez. Tell me rather if, now, all mistrust has indeed disappeared, if you believe in me, without reserve. You have all my confidence, my dear Élie, for you have allowed me to appreciate for some time all the goodness, all the uprightness of your heart. And because I feel, I am sure that you really love me. I suffered so much from doubting you. But you were a very agonizing mystery for a poor little ignorant girl like me. He interrupted her with a moved laugh. I am so for everyone, even for my relatives and my intimates. But you, my first and only love, you, whom I wish to make my beloved confidant, I want you to know me, with all my faults and my qualities, for, finally, I hope to have a few, despite all the evil said of me. And he spoke of himself, simply, loyally. He showed the child with the ardent heart and charming grace, little sovereign adored by all. The adolescent adulated and already skeptical, for he saw too well all human weaknesses and mocked them without pity. This tendency had only increased in him, when, a young man, he had become the idol of the world of high elegance, which forgot the pitiless ironist before the seductive great lord and the writer with the intoxicating style. The religious education, very superficial, received in his childhood had been quickly forgotten. However, an imprint of it had remained in this soul with very noble and very chivalrous instincts. And it was to it, more even than to his pride as a man proud of his moral strength, that Élie owed having escaped the weaknesses and faults in which so many others bogged down. But, in the exaggeration of his skepticism, he had come to harden his heart, and to grant the brain a preponderant place. Pride had exalted itself in him, maintained by the adulations of which he was the object, by the consciousness of his moral and intellectual superiority. And, by a contradiction he had never sought to explain, this man who mocked and despised the world, lived continually in its ambience, and let himself complacently be incensed, a smile of sarcasm on his lips, by idolatrous thuriphers. Contrasts had always been disconcerting in him. It was that no serious moral education had ever been given him, and that he had grown at the will of a very rich nature, without other law than his caprice. His father had died young, his mother had seen at first in him only the delicious child who flattered her vanity. And, later, she had blindly admired the adolescent whose imperious will and haughty intelligence subjugated her. He, as a child, had guessed her frivolous and solely occupied with herself. He had always remembered an evening when his sister Eleanor, prey to an ardent fever, held back with her little burning hands the precious silk dress the Marchioness wore. Come to cast a glance, before leaving for a soirée, on the child whom her governess had told her was very ill. Madame de Ghiliac had pushed Eleanor's fingers away abruptly, crying, "That little one is insupportable. Watch her gestures a little then, Fräulein, and if you believe the doctor necessary, send for him. But you are frightening yourself quite wrongly, certainly." No, never had Élie forgotten that scene, which had struck his too observant child's mind. And although he had benefited, he alone, from the whole sum of maternal love Madame de Ghiliac's heart could contain, he had been incapable of ever granting anything other than a cold deference to the mother who had no consciousness of her duties. "Now I must speak to you of my first marriage, my dear Valderez," he added. "For I suspect that on this point again I have been somewhat maligned. It was what so many others are, in our world in particular, a union of convenience, on my part at least. I was 22, Fernand 17. Our quarters of nobility were equal. She was a woman of the world, knew how to dress and receive. I had known her since childhood. I knew her to be frivolous, of average intelligence, but gentle and letting herself be easily led. Love being judged by me, at that time, as a useless encumbrance in existence, I changed my opinion only knowing you. This marriage of reason appeared sufficient to me. Fernand de Mothercourt became Marchioness de Ghiliac. But, strange thing, the young woman revealed herself to me more of a child, more futile than the young girl had been. And I knew the whole gamut of unreasonable demands, of nervous fits, of sentimental exuberances. Not that I wished to deny my wrongs. I had some. I lacked patience, indulgence towards a poor overexcited creature, who really loved me. But those continual scenes exasperated me and led me little by little to antipathy with regard to her. This marriage was an error on the part of us both. She expiated it more hardly than I, the poor child, because she loved. But, on her deathbed, she understood that she had herself compromised and finally lost her existence, for, in the delirium of the end, she repeated several times, "I was mistaken. Élie, I was mistaken." They remained silent a moment. Between them passed the shadow of the young woman with the bird brain, but the passionate heart, who had died without understanding, except perhaps at her last moments, what would have been needed to win the heart of Élie de Ghiliac. "Forgive me, Valderez, for having broached this subject, of which there ought not to have been question between us," said Élie gently. "But I had to set things straight, in case they had been distorted for you. I had wrongs, she too. God alone will be judge of responsibilities. Now, let us speak of you, my Valderez. Do you know that a certain young comptoise of my acquaintance made a deep impression on me, from the first day I saw her, at Hort Sapins? Oh, Élie, yet you were so cold. And even after, during our engagement. My poor darling, forgive me. My stupid pride revolted at the idea of the influence which, I felt it instinctively, you would exercise over me as soon as I let my heart speak. For you, Valderez, you are an intelligence, you are a soul, and what a soul! Your beauty would not have sufficed to vanquish me entirely, if it had not been so marvelously completed. Come, do not blush, darling. You must permit your husband to tell you the truth. And it will be necessary also to teach him to imitate you somewhat, to become better, dear little fairy. It will be so easy, with a heart like yours. You are going to make me too happy, my dear husband. It will not be too soon. Worries and sorrow have not been lacking to you, at your home first, here afterwards. Happy, I want you to be so, as much as it will depend on me. And first of all, it is you who will organize our existence, to your liking. You will permit that it be not so social, said Valderez joyously. It will be what you will wish, I repeat it. It suffices for me to have you at my hearth, the rest matters little to me. You are not made for the social life, Valderez. I put you to the test, to know if the treasure I possessed was really of pure gold. And I saw you remain the same before the temptations of luxury, of coquetry, of vanity that your position could inspire in you. I saw you remain indifferent before the attraction of pleasure, of the social events which occupy other women, and care in no way for the admiration of which you are everywhere the object. Valderez, how you will have to be patient to manage to make me worthy of you. They chatted thus at length, heart to heart, until tea time. Then Valderez rose, to go and dress in order to go down and rejoin her guests. Which dress do you want me to put on, my dear lord and master? She asked with a smile of tender malice. He leaned towards her, and his lips brushed the golden brown lashes. Wear white, my darling queen. Nothing suits you better. Candidia candidis. That motto of the pious Queen Claude and of my wise ancestress will be yours too, my beautiful swan. Chapter 20. For an hour, Madame de Brélez had been persisting in doing, and redoing, her accounts. But in whatever way she turned them, she collided always with the terrible reality. Accumulated debts, La Reine mortgaged, and there, on her desk, a pile of letters from threatening creditors claiming their due. What had remained to her after her husband's death would have sufficed for a woman of simple and serious tastes. But she had wanted to continue her social life, to follow the pace of her richer acquaintances, to wear the toilettes of the great fashion designers. It was necessary for her, very quickly, to have recourse to loans. She owed thus rather large sums to several of her friends, to Eleanor in particular. In these last times, she had addressed herself to Madame de Ghiliac, who appeared better disposed towards her. But all these expedients were used up now. Robert found herself cornered by shameful ruin. And afterwards, it would be misery, the abandonment of all her brilliant acquaintances. She had thrown herself back in her armchair, in an attitude of complete dejection. Everything was collapsing for her. For, since the death of the Baron de Brélez, she had lived only in the hope of touching one day Élie's heart. The Marquis's second marriage had appalled her, making existence appear henceforth aimless. And thereupon, the almost daily sight of Valderez, the certainty of Élie's deep love for his wife, had come to excite her jealousy, until transforming it little by little into hatred, into an ardent desire to harm that young woman, and to make her suffer. That was the motive for perfidious insinuations such as those of the day before. That was the goal pursued in her attempts at provocative coquetry with regard to Monsieur de Ghiliac, coquetry which she had known for a long time to be without effect on him, but which might worry Valderez, and cause her umbrage. She understood however that all her efforts remained fruitless, by the fact that Élie guessed her too well and did not cease to exercise a constant vigilance around his wife. And this observation exasperated her still further, stretched to the breaking point all the hateful forces of her soul. I must go and take the air, I must walk a little, she murmured suddenly. I have a brain on fire, with all these abominable accounts. She rang for her maid, asked for a garment and a hat, then went off, at random, in the direction of the woods of Vriniers. She had an instinctive desire for solitude, and, instead of taking the road which crossed the wood, engaged herself in a path parallel to that road, which one could perceive through the trees. She went with a jerky step, her mind absorbed in a vision, always the same, insensible to the charm of this autumnal morning, to the delicious freshness of the breeze, to the splendor of the ochre and browned foliage which stirred gently above her head and rustled under her steps. Suddenly, she stopped, eyes fixed. On the road advanced a couple, recognizable among all. He, inclining his slender waist a little, spoke to the young woman, who leaned on his arm with the confident abandon of a wife who knows herself loved. The same expression of tender and deep love was discernible on their physiognomies. And that of Monsieur de Ghiliac was so transformed by it that Robert thought she saw in him another man. She closed her eyes for an instant, holding on to a tree. An atrocious pain gripped her, stiffened her suddenly. When her eyelids lifted again, she saw that they had stopped in the middle of the road. And Valderez's voice rose, very gay. "What do I see there? Élie, your tie is askew. My poor friend, what has happened then?" He had a joyous burst of laughter. "Simply that I sent Florentine packing, who was making me impatient today, for I knew that you were waiting for me and I did not want to make you miss the hour of Mass. Now, he had not finished fixing my tie properly, and I thought no more of it. Wait until I arrange that for you. You are going to lose your reputation for elegance, my dear husband. Unless that appears, to the snobbery of my contemporaries, an amiable deliberate negligence, which they will hasten to imitate. One would make them adopt thus the most preposterous fashions. Is it done? Thank you, my darling. You have a dexterity which would shame Florentine himself, the model of valets however." He took the young woman's hands, kissed them at length, then both went off along the road strewn with dead leaves, in the pale light spread by the autumn sun. And Robert watched them, compressing her heart which beat disorderly. They went off in all the intoxication of their happiness. And she was no more than a wreck, from whom everyone would turn away tomorrow. How he looked at her just now, that Valderez who triumphed there where all had failed. How intoxicating it must be to be loved by him. Loved to that point especially. A fever of despair and fury agitated her. She began to walk through the wood, until, at the end of her strength, she took the road back to La Reinaille. "Monsieur the Marquis de Ghiliac has just arrived and awaits Madame the Baroness in the small drawing-room," said the maid who opened the door to her. She gave a start of stupefaction. Élie had never come to see her outside of her reception days. A grave reason must have brought him. And Robert thought immediately, "His wife will have told him what I said to her, and he comes to reproach me." A slight shiver of dread shook her at the thought of confronting the too legitimate irritation of this man who had the reputation of being pitiless. She stopped a long moment, hand on the doorknob. Finally, she opened it and advanced slowly into the middle of the drawing-room. Monsieur de Ghiliac was standing before a window. He turned around and she saw resting on her those somber and hard eyes so dreaded by those who had incurred his displeasure. "I desire to say something to you, madam," he declared coldly. She stammered. "Why certainly. I am at your disposal. Sit down, Élie." He refused with a gesture. "It is useless. A few words will suffice, all the more so as you suspect already, naturally, the motive which brings me. Why no, not at all. Do not use ruses with me, it is wasted effort. You understand that I have not been without seeking the cause of my wife's painful emotion, too visible. No less than your agitated and bad appearance, and the embarrassed air of my mother, when I entered the small drawing-room of La Vogalerie. Valderez told me everything. You will not be astonished therefore that I ask you, madam, not to appear at my home again." Robert's crimsoned face paled suddenly. For a few seconds, she looked at Élie with dilated eyes, like a person who does not understand. "You, close your door to me," she said finally, in a hoarse voice. "You have been doing for some time everything necessary for that. This odious wickedness was only the crowning of your perfidious maneuvers. Blame only yourself for what happens." He took a step towards the door. But she advanced and placed her hand on his arm. "Élie, it is not possible. You are not going to end thus a friendship of so many years. I was wrong, I know it, I was wicked. But you are not ignorant of why." Her hand trembled and a humble and passionate supplication expressed itself in her gaze. Monsieur de Ghiliac moved aside with a haughty movement. "I do not have to know it, madam. I consider only the fact, which could have occasioned suffering to my wife, if she had not granted me her absolute confidence. She forgives you, but I, no. And all the reminders of a friendship, which was moreover always on my part rather banal, will change nothing in my resolution." He went out after a brief bow. And Robert remained in the middle of the drawing-room, crushed, cheeks on fire, believing she still saw upon her that look of haughty contempt which had rested there for a few seconds. Monsieur de Ghiliac, leaving La Reinaille, had taken a short-cut which brought him to one of the small gates of the park. He reached the gardens from there, with the intention of going to visit his greenhouses. The execution he had just performed had procured him only the disagreeable emotion felt by any gentleman when he sees himself under the obligation to give a somewhat hard lesson to a woman. And even then was it attenuated by the deep resentment he kept against Robert for having attempted to make Valderez suffer. Arriving near one of the greenhouses, he crossed paths with his mother who was coming out of it, a few flowers in her hand. The fold of irritation which barred the Marchioness's forehead vanished at the sight of Élie. "So you did not take a ride on horseback this morning," she said, offering him her hand to kiss. "No, I was a pedestrian today. The woods of Vriniers were delicious in this coolness." "You have just chosen your flowers?" "Yes. But I desired above all a pink iris, and I had to observe that not a single one remained. Germain told me that Valderez had had them all picked this morning for the church. That astonished me greatly, for you hardly permit one to rob your rare plants thus." She tried to speak in a calm tone, but her physiognomy revealed despite everything something of the discontent which agitated her. He retorted quietly, "Yes, there is a festival at the church, tomorrow. Valderez is absolutely mistress to act as she pleases, in that as in other things, and she knows much better than I the best manner of employing those flowers. If you care for those irises, mother, you have only to ask her for them. She must not have had them carried to the presbytery yet." "No, thank you. I shall do without," she said dryly. She headed towards an alley leading to the castle, and Monsieur de Ghiliac, instead of entering the greenhouse, began to walk near her. "I have a small communication to make to you, mother," he said in a cold tone. "You were witness to the miserable insinuations of Madame de Brélez to my wife the day before yesterday. You will not be astonished therefore that I have asked her not to set foot in my home again." Madame de Ghiliac had a slight movement of stupefaction. "You did that, Élie? For Robert whom you have known for so long?" "I would have done it for my sister herself, if she had permitted herself to seek to sully me in the eyes of my wife," he said harshly. "And I insist that it be well known that all maneuvers tending to detach us one from the other, completely useless moreover, will never be tolerated by me." Madame de Ghiliac's hands trembled, and a purple tint rose to her cheeks. "In truth, my dear Élie, do you believe then that people wish ill thus to the union of your household?" she said, trying to take a tone half serious, half joking. "I do not deny that Robert, blinded by her passion for you, may have gone a little far, but Valderez is intelligent enough and knows you sufficiently now not to grant credence to gossip of that kind." "Yes, she knows me now. But it was not so on the day of our marriage." Madame de Ghiliac's bewildered gaze met that of her son. And she understood that he knew everything. "What do you mean?" she murmured almost mechanically. "You are not ignorant of it, mother, and it is preferable, because of the respect I owe you, not to dwell on this subject. I insist only that you know that Valderez did not reveal to me the personality of the one who presented her husband to her so well in advance. And that it is I who guessed it immediately, for I had already the intuition of your feelings with regard to my wife. If her example makes me one day less imperfect, I shall try to forget. Until then, I shall always remember that my mother attempted everything to separate me from a young woman, guilty only of being too beautiful, too deliciously good, too apt to make of me a happy man and a useful man." "Élie," she stammered in a stifled voice. "It is finished, mother," he said in the same icy tone. "I must say no more about it. You will always be at home here, provided that you understand that all intrigues around Valderez must cease completely." He bowed and retraced his steps, heading again towards the greenhouses. Madame de Ghiliac began to walk again, mechanically. Her son's words still buzzed in her ears. Under Élie's correct appearances, she had felt something which resembled contempt strongly. And a sudden suffering overwhelmed her, suffering made of humiliation, of dull fury against Valderez, of acute pain at the thought that she had forever closed her son's heart to herself. Already, for some time, she had noticed his more accentuated coldness. And yesterday evening especially, she had had the intuition that something had happened, as soon as she had seen them enter, both of them, at tea time, so gay and so radiant. The Duc de Versailles had even observed to her smiling, "I believe that the further they go, the more they are on a honeymoon, those two young people." It was exact. Everything she had attempted, in her jealous fear, resulted finally in the triumph of that hated Valderez. And what a complete, absolute triumph. She turned aside suddenly with an abrupt movement and took a cross path. Over there, she had just perceived Valderez arriving, holding Guillemette by the hand and chatting gaily with her brother Roland, while behind them trotted Benaki. Madame de Ghiliac felt herself at this moment incapable of finding herself face to face with her, of meeting the radiant gaze of those incomparable eyes which had so completely bewitched Élie. And she moved away, her soul ulcerated, while there reached her ears a joyous burst of laughter from the young woman and this sentence carried by the wind. "I shall ask your papa for it presently, Guillemette, I promise you." Ah, yes, she could ask him for everything, everything. This time, Élie de Ghiliac had found stronger than himself, in this young woman before whom his pride capitulated, and his imperious will bowed. Towards the approach of Christmas, Élie and his wife, after a short stay in Paris, reached the Jura with Guillemette. The haute sapins, which had seen Valderez leave broken by anguish, saw her again a wife happy among all. Old Chrétienne almost fell over backwards before this unexpected result of a union surrounded by the most ominous portents. This model husband, this affectionate and charming brother-in-law, was he indeed the same man as the fiancé so cold who had carried Valderez de Noclare away from haute sapins? And yet, snow fell on the day of their marriage, murmured the old servant watching them go off for some walk, tenderly leaning one upon the other. Chrétienne was not to be the only one to be astonished. Little by little, under the gentle influence of this companion with the charming soul, so elevated and so deeply Christian, Élie became another man. High social society saw him, with stupefaction, occupying himself with social and religious works. That superior intelligence, that irresistible charm, which had made the Marquis de Ghiliac the idol of the world, served him to conquer the disinherited of existence. Quickly seduced by the grave goodness and delicate generosity of this great lord, always affable and simple with regard to them. Discreetly, and without wearying before failure and ingratitude, Valderez and he multiplied kindnesses, united in charity as they were in everything. They offered the image of the model household, and the beautiful Marchioness de Ghiliac, who lent herself with good grace, but without enthusiasm, to the social obligations necessitated by her rank, was given as an example to young persons by serious mothers of families. Bah! All that will not last, said certain people, whom this tranquil happiness based on the peace of the home, on duty and on Christian love irritated. Flowers fade, roses lose their petals. The Duc de Versailles, who heard the remark, reported it to his nephew, one afternoon when he was at the Hôtel de Ghiliac. In the pretty, bright and simple drawing-room where she usually kept herself, Valderez had just put to sleep the tiny Gabriel, whose birth had brought Élie's happiness to its height. Seated near his wife, his hand placed on the hair of Guillemette huddled against him, Monsieur de Ghiliac contemplated his son. At the old duke's words, he raised his eyes towards Valderez. The two spouses exchanged a smile of tender confidence, a long look of love. Then, turning towards his uncle, Monsieur de Ghiliac said gaily, "Let me, my dear uncle, answer you with this single thought of Madame Swetchin. Human roses turn white, they do not fade." The end. And so, my dear listeners, we have reached the very last page of Between Two Souls. What an emotional journey we have shared alongside Valderez and Élie, have we not? For me, translating this work was a touching experience. What impressed me most in this story was not merely the romance, but the powerful message that true love, the kind that is patient, kind, and grounded in faith, has the power to transform even the most hardened of hearts. We saw the proud Marquis de Ghiliac, who began the story as a cold and skeptical man, become completely disarmed by Valderez's sweetness and steadfastness of character. She did not need to shout, nor to manipulate. She conquered his pride with her inner light. The final sentence of the book sums it all up perfectly. Human roses turn white, they do not fade. In other words, true love matures, changes color with time, may even grow old, but it never dies. It is an ending that warms the heart and gives us hope. And you, what did you think? Did Élie deserve Valderez's forgiveness and love? Were you also moved by little Guillemette finding a real mother? I am anxious to read your opinions down here in the comments. If this story touched your heart, please, do not forget to leave your like on this video. Share this audiobook with that friend who loves a period romance with a purpose. And if you are not yet subscribed, subscribe now to the Josiane Audiobooks channel so as not to miss the next work, which I am already preparing with much care. Thank you very much for your company in this exclusive translation. God bless you, lots of love, and until the next story.